Hey,
Oh.
welcome back.
Oh, it's so good to be back. It's been a month already.
It's been a month, Kev. Yeah, we sat down a month ago. We chatted for 8 hours about Elaine,
Wow.
which was pretty crazy. We figured we'd do it again. So here we are. We're going to talk about Lan. And
Talking about the guy on that side of the screen over there.
that guy on both sides, like he's above.
Yeah, that one and that one. Yeah.
That one played by that one. There
Yeah.
we go. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be good, man. It's kind of like I feel like I have the same kind of opinion about like some of the not slower plots, but maybe plots that people didn't pay as much attention to the first watch. It's kind of like a reread. Like you're not in such a rush to see what's coming next, so you get to really kind of enjoy the slower moments a bit more. And I feel like Lands is going to be one that ages like the best with time. I think it's really, it's a slow burn, but it's a subtle burn too, so it's easy to miss some of the details, especially with like they rely a lot on you making connections off screen kind of stuff. So
yeah, I definitely think Lan in this season had, I think he just kind of got not ignored a little bit, but people didn't see his story for what it was the whole time. And yeah, I think we're gonna highlight a lot of that tonight. So or today for a lot of people, because it's tonight for me, but today for you. So
yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna kick it off, and like last time, actually, we're gonna kick it off with two guests, and they are the wonderful Megmoz and Jen Sedai. Hey, ladies!
Our openers.
Welcome back.
Thanks for having us.
I like being called the openers. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you were our first guest last time. You're our first guest this time. I feel like they're setting themselves up for some kind of pattern. Kev.
Yeah, I think that you should make sure that you have at least one Sunday off for the next year, every month. Yeah,
We can do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll give you plenty of notice. Don't worry. So,
you know Megan's gonna want to be there if you guys do Egwene. So
True.
I mean, she's down next month you might enjoy it though, Meg. You'll have to wait and find out. So, yeah. I'm excited to talk about Lan. Are you two excited to talk about Lan?
Of course.
I mean, I have my braid.
Nice.
And Nynaeve and Lan is my favorite ship of all time. Well, Moiraine and Swan now, but
Yeah.
They can row beside each other, two ships side by side.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree with that. So, yeah. Nils is like, the left side is reserved for Hodori wearers. Hello everybody in chat. Thank you for joining us.
Prepare a hat somewhere. Let me find it.
I mean, you
There
should.
we
The
go.
amount of hats you got on the go. Oh,
I got a hat for when I have to get into the mind of Land today, so I got my Hedori for later. So
I like that.
I
I
love
like
it.
that. I can't. Now I'm excited because you're setting a precedent, Kevin. I want to know what your headgear for each week is. Each character is gonna be.
This is true. I
Your
definitely
crown is good.
talking about that last episode a month ago when Mel was on, and
Oh, gosh.
I don't know, I felt underprepared. I've been given a slight inkling into Mel will be appearing on this stream, and I've been given a slight insight into what Mel is getting up to. So
Oh no.
prepare yourselves for that one, folks. But yeah,
I got to
was like,
rewatch that part
I
back
need to
because there's a moment where I feel like I was like, all right, she's committing to this for the whole segment. I'm just going to accept it as reality and stop trying to find it as funny as it is, because it's hilarious. But I have to try to take her seriously. And that was a fun moment. That was really fun.
Yeah. And before we completely get going, another big shout out. Obviously, Kev and I, we put some work into this. Kev, more so than I this month, and also Pavara, who has taken on the role of organizing the two of us to make sure that we get this sorted every month. So thank you, Pavara. Big shout out to you. She'll be joining us later. She's going to hop on this stream and have some fun with us. But yeah, thank you to everyone who's watching. And if you're watching back later, you should be watching live, because this is going to have so much fun. But speaking of fun, shall we get to it? I mean, we're going to kick it off in the best possible way, because Lan's first scene, he's wearing fewer clothes than most
Everyone
people.
get your Adeleas hats on.
Yeah.
Should have gotten like a fan or something. Like
Yeah. You're going to need it, folks. So here he is, getting all hot and bothered for us. I don't know if you say hot and bothered is the right phrase, but yeah.
I will definitely be hot and bothered.
Yeah, folks watching may get hot and bothered. So.
He's pretty bothered. I'm not gonna lie. I got my special land theory for the episode for everyone to kind of chew on after this one. So
can we all hear that? Is that great? Is that working?
yes.
Excellent. There we go, folks. That was the first clip.
Are you all right, Jen?
I'm okay.
Are you okay, Jen? Do you need a moment, Jen?
I need a minute. I am going off camera. So good. So good. So good.
Yeah. I do appreciate that this is the first Lan scene that we get. He's, wearing limited clothing. It feels very appropriate for Daniel Henney.
Sucks in the viewer for sure.
Yeah.
Are you paying attention?
Yeah, this is pretty early on. This is about 10 minutes into the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's a bit of fan service here as well, because we after first season we were all like, where are the sword forms? We want to see Lan practicing the sword forms. And so it was like, all right, if you really want to see Lan practicing the sword forms, okay, fine.
Yeah, I agree. He's a lot of emotion for him in the scene visually, which I like. I know there was people not liking that in the first season.
I went back and watched their so I'm a member of SAG, and the SAG Foundation has actors come in and they can do, and I think it's available for everybody like after the fact, but they interviewed the actors right before season 1. And it was great to hear him talk about his process. And I'd forgotten about that he started the books and then put the books down, because he was like, there's more on the page of the script about Lan and his emotions and his depth than you ever see on the page in the books. I mean, it's there. You just have to dig for it. It's implied. And so I thought it was it just reminded me of like, we were all like, but he's too emotional in season 1. And it's all there underneath. You just don't see it in the books because Jordan's giving us the view of Lan, for the most part, from somebody else's point of view.
And if you think about it, Moiraine is constantly saying that she can see the cracks forming in him all throughout, even Eye of the World. Like the second he meets Nynaeve after like she finds them, basically as soon as he realizes he tracked her, there's cracks in his wall, and he's like, oh no. And then Rand's to Verin, of course, shaking him down further and further as he kind of goes on. So we really get more of we're told that Lan is changing and isn't at his best in the books, because that's all we can do, because the boys don't see it, because he is pretty stony faced. But if we had more perspectives of him, like we get to see a bit more with the show visually, you can see that there's a significant difference between the Lan we see on Winter Night versus the Lan we see for the rest of the series up to this point. He's not like, that's peak Lan. This is Lan on a journey. This is Lan going through it in a way that he hasn't had to probably for the last 20 years. It's been just cut and dry, doing the job kind of stuff up until this point, and now it's got personal all of a sudden. It's very strange for him. So
yeah, I agree. It is hidden in the page. And I don't know, when he's swinging the sword around there doing those sword forms, you could see anguish, you could see anger, you could see he almost looked like he was going to cry at one point. Just watching it then, I noticed how much he looked almost tearful, and it felt like it was almost a meditation thing for him to do the sword forms. Which
do we think he was also like feeling the lack of the warder abilities? Because I think we've now come to the realization that Moiraine released the bond.
I was going to say that as well.
Season 1. Yeah. So like he wasn't getting the additional endurance or whatever, and so the sword forms are probably harder than what he's been used to for 20 years.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing that I was going to be bringing up too, is that it wasn't simply that the bond was masked. It was and she did the same thing when in future book things. There are situations with the books where she releases a bond, kind of like in a way that makes you think one thing, but it's actually something else. So I think that there's precedent there set already, but I think the fact that she left going to the Eye of the World expecting to die, so she released the bond so he wouldn't go crazy. And then she couldn't rebond him because she was shielded the whole time. And we're seeing them both. He's like, because I don't know if masking actually removes the warder abilities.
I wouldn't imagine that it would.
I don't think it does, no.
He would still have the quickness and all that stuff. So we're seeing him, like you were saying, frustrated because he's still a blade master. He still has all his own skills. But if you were used to something being way easier for 20 years just because you have like enhanced magical abilities, you're gonna feel it and you're gonna be like, why is this not working anymore? It's just
and he probably doesn't know why either, because he doesn't know that she released the bond. He's just assuming it's still masked. So
that's which I don't know, that kind of says to me that she's never done that to him before. Or it feels the same way and she has. I don't know.
Maybe the only time would be like
she masked
sexual
it in
relationships.
season 1.
She masks it when she's the swan.
Right.
Yeah, and that's been done before, but so I think it's just, but it's got to feel different because it has to feel different. I would think that it feels different because he doesn't know that it's gone. Because he says, let me back in. And he thinks, because when he first arrives back at the Eye of the World, he says, unmask the bond. And then she says, I can't, or something. And she says, Ishamael something. And I don't think she completes the sentence. And then that's the last time we see them in season 1, which is her admitting some of it. But I feel like then after this point, she has not admitted to him that she's either stilled or shielded, because she doesn't know anyway. And that she hasn't said it to him during this time.
Yeah. That's a very good point. I totally forgot about the whole masking it when she was with Swan thing. So how does he not notice his lack of speed and all that?
I was actually thinking that maybe he noticed, or maybe she timed it so that right when Lan and Nynaeve were getting busy, she's like, all right, he's distracted, release the bond, Rand's here, let's battle.
Does that mean Nynaeve potentially got a less than energetic Lan than she should have gotten? I mean, you get enhanced endurance and stuff like that.
I feel like that's fair for the first time. I think it's okay.
That's fair for the first time.
So let's say the wedding night's going to be a lot better.
Take it easy the first night. Yeah, you never know.
This is true.
I think that it's a perfect distraction because she gave Lan the blessing to push him off in that direction if it was going to happen, kind of thing, before dismissing him. And I think that it's I think it's I hadn't thought of the timing of it before, but I'm pretty convinced that at this point in my own mind that she released it while they were getting busy because it was the perfect distraction. There's no way he's going to interrupt having sex to go see what's Moiraine up to right now.
Yeah, why can't I feel Moiraine? He's a little focused elsewhere. That's very true. Yeah.
Now I'm like, did she actually arrange? Like, was she like, hey Nynaeve, he's going to be down the street.
Nynaeve would never. If she maybe if she was like, hey Nynaeve, don't go.
Don't you dare touch my guy. And she's been like, I'm gonna touch him everywhere.
And I would assume that she masked it before, when she noticed they were starting to get busy, and then she probably released it while it was masked.
So he felt the courtesy masking, and then he's like, oh,
right. Oh, yeah. That's.
And considering he's probably never been masked for more than a night, right? It's probably never been that long. So by the time he finds her, because he says he can't find her as well when he goes off to look for her in the blight, and then by the time he finds her, it's been long enough that it's deteriorating for him, or feels like it's different than when it was just a mask. So he might have just not recognized the difference between the processes.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I did not expect to get into when the bond was masked or not masked, whether it was, pre or post coital or anything like that discussion based off some topless sword forms.
Well,
This is a good start. This
That's
is a
right.
solid start to a land appreciation stream. I approve. Shall we check out? Do you know what? Something I should have started with, folks. So last time when we did Elaine, we had a document that Kev put together that we've added to, obviously, when we're doing land scene. We track how many episodes the character is in, how many scenes they're in, and their total scene time or screen time, sorry, that those scenes come up to. Like Elaine, Daniel Henney playing Lan is only in 7 of the 8 episodes. There is no Lan in episode 5, which, a crime, And he has 35 scenes versus Elaine's 33. I can't remember the screen time specifically. In fact, 1 second, I can't just switch screens. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Elaine gets 41 minutes of screen time. Lan gets a whopping hour and 2 minutes. So, yeah.
So if you feel like he had more screen time than Elaine, you're right.
You are right. Dash says everything with Lan is going to get spicy. Yeah, I mean,
that's true.
There's a lot of potential. Yeah, this is true. Shall we bring up the person we all love who has a lot of Lan appreciation and enjoy the next scene? Yeah. All right. Let's kick this off. The
hangover.
Oh no, that's not playing for some reason.
I was wondering if we were getting advertised too.
You just need me to be Adeleas. I can just
1 second.
Oh wait, that's good. It's good. It's because I forgot to put my Hidori on.
Oh right,
Okay.
there we go. Yeah,
My
1
Kevdorian.
second. Let me just reload that. It decided to just freeze on us. Adeleas was too much for it apparently. So
she overheated the computer.
she
Yeah, she did.
overheated the computer. Yeah, she did. So this is having a real moment. 1 second. Right.
No problem. We can fill. We've got things to talk about. We're personable people.
And since we're probably not going to do an Adeleas live stream, I mean, maybe we will, but I could say like we could use this as a moment of appreciation for the Isodite we didn't know we needed.
Yeah.
For sure.
This
So true.
was a surprise, a change from the books, the switching up of the sisters, and it's just perfection. It's great.
Mhm.
I love it.
It's really like the only scene they have in the Great Hunt. Like there's like 2 or 3 tops, and this is one of them where they're kind of at Adeleas and Van Dien's house in the Great Hunt, doing similar things, researching things, trying to look up things about the Forsaken, looking up things about the dragon, and using their vast wealth of knowledge and library. And I think that I loved the idea to have Verin be part of that naturally as a Brown, and I think it was a great relationship
it makes
to kind of give
sense.
her.
It's a really nice choice. It's similar to the same in the same way that they took the off camera and then told in paragraph scene of the water pitcher for Egwene, making that an entire episode. Like this is one small scene that we were all like, how are you going to put Moiraine and Lan in the second season because of where they are in Great Hunt? And it's taking this little bit and just milking it for so much. It's a really lovely adaptation choice.
Yeah. It is. And shout out to Charlie, who was in chat, who put this comment in earlier as a fan idea being serviced. Charlie has a brilliant, she wore it to MercuryCon this year. I hope, Charlie, you bring it to other conventions. Back to MercuryCon in Prague later this year. Has a wonderful Adeleas inspired outfit that she wears. It's a lot of fun.
I
So
remember
hope she
that
does
one. It was so good.
It's really, really good. So,
It was really good.
but yeah. Let's hopefully it's reloaded properly. So let's kick it off and enjoy this.
Speaking at a perfectly normal volume. Could you move to the left a little? Perfect. Lan. It is so warm today. It must be unbearable swinging your sword wearing such heavy woolen trousers. Another one of her visitors.
Must be.
That's 20. Still no word from Moiraine about who they are, what news they bring?
Don't look at me. She doesn't tell me any more than she tells you.
What is going on today? Well, we'll talk about that bit to start with while I get that going.
He's pissed.
Yeah.
He is pissed. Yeah.
The phrasing of don't ask me. She tells me as much as she tells you. It's just dripping with so much. And it's Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. It's a really lovely. Again, it's a really lovely, quick catch up for us of like where they've been for 4 months, where he's at, where they're at, and it just establishes this amazing next scene that we're going to see. But it establishes this really beautiful, or this really quick way of letting us know where they're at. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
1 second. I'm going to switch players and see if I can get it play better on something else, because
Sure.
I think it might just be the player I'm using.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
supposed to. Am I supposed to be like? I'm supposed to be like frustrated with the fact that Adeleas is quite so just horrible. I mean, she really shouldn't be telling him to take his pants off. It's a little inappropriate. I should be a little more offended than I am.
But
it
we
is a
all
Robert
want it.
Jordan subversion, though. It's a very Robert
Yes.
Jordan subversion to do, and we
It
see that
is.
kind of thing happen. And there are definitely older women who are a bit vocal with their appreciation of the
Objectify
male
men.
form.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I when I see things like that, I see them as homages in a way that Robert Jordan tried to play off the gender roles and how they warders are naturally subservient to Aes Sedai through their relationship. So there is that power dynamic that you typically see in other kind of social situations. So it's a humorous one. I think it's played lightly enough to where it stays humorous, but it's a little
And not
bit
predatory.
sexual harassing. It's a little
Yeah.
bit. It's a little bit HR. I might
HR
call
could be
HR.
called. HR could
HR
definitely
could be called.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, this is true. Well, let's enjoy what I feel might be a HR being like, yeah, come in, you can go now, sort of conversation. Hopefully this plays properly now. I've switched devices, so to fix it. Switch players, even not devices. Here we go.
no problem.
Now the visitor is here for you.
Send him in.
This one is from Ilian.
Send him in.
Oh, that face.
Wherein should I?
Come. Sit.
My customers usually do be coming to me, not the other way around, especially this far from a good harbor.
And yet here you are.
I didn't have much of a choice, did I?
Oh, everyone has a choice, Master Doman. And every choice has a consequence. Door.
Ah. I remember watching this moment and I was just like, you did not just treat him like a servant. Like,
I know, it was so cold.
I was in the theater. I watched it early at Sony and I went really loud and everybody looked at me.
but it is his face, he sort of stood there like, this one's from Ilian, give me some information. And she's just like, send him in. Like, don't even look at him.
Yeah.
But I feel like, so this is the thing too, because she's obviously excellent at playing I hate you, and she's been doing it her whole life. Excellent at playing I'm not going to give you anything. But I also feel like they have such a bond outside of the bond. They know each other so well. No one knows her or can read her the way that he can. And I feel like she's protecting herself. If she turns and looks at him and looks him in the eye, she'll lose it. He'll read it and he'll see it. I feel like her break of eye contact is self-preservation because she knows that she can't lie to him. Even though, outside of the lying of the oath,
Right,
but
right.
she can't hide it from him. I think that she knows he may see the cracks if she engages at all. I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
I also think it's horrible, but it's also, I think it's part of it.
Yeah, that's fair. What did you gain from your hat piece there, Kev? Did you get any insight into Lan there?
I felt like I got an understanding that he's never had an issue with taking orders, and it's never about the taking of orders, but it's the clear choice in a way that I think we see other characters do when they're trying to push them away, where they just they stop treating them as an equal when they're making a request, and they make demands, and they just kind of try to establish as if there is a difference between the two of them to push them away. Like we see Rand do it with the other boys actually at the start of the Great Hunt, where he acts like he doesn't want to be around them anymore, like they're too peasanty for him, like he's a big important person now, but really he's just trying to push them away because he doesn't want to hurt them. And Moiraine is kind of pulling a Rand here, where she's kind of pushing Lan away because she doesn't want to hurt him. And I think it's tough because he's just never had to see that side from her, because she's never needed to do that to him. And he's kind of like a hurt puppy. He's just like confused. He doesn't know why he's being punished because he didn't do anything. And it's just confusing. And I think that's not to equate him to a dog, because I know that the Reds like to call warders dogs, but
Right.
When you have that kind of like intrinsic mental link, you can it just breaks down all those kind of like unspoken barriers, and whacking that on top of Moraine's being icy is just, it's tough. There's no winning, really.
Yeah.
For me, this scene is the beginning. For this entire season, I'm like, Lan gets us, like, he gets the raw deal, man, but he doesn't, like, he gives up, but he doesn't give up. Like, he gives up and he's like, well, I'll hang out with, your best friend in the Aes Sedai. If you have someone you could class as a best friend, I'll hang out with Alana, just to be like on the peripheral, like in the know, just for when you need me, I can be there, sort of situation. And then obviously, as we'll find out later, does what he does. Like this whole season, he demonstrates that no one is more reliable than Lan. No one is more dependable. No one is more faithful than Lan. And this for me is the beginning of that. Like, I could see regular people in just a regular friendship or situation with someone just being like, well, you're treating me like this. I'm trying to get back in. I'm trying to, break down the barriers you're giving me here, and you're just giving me nothing. You're not even looking at me. You're treating me like a servant. I'm off. I've had enough of this. You're treating me like I'm nobody. And I
wouldn't fault him if he, yeah,
I wouldn't fault him either. But he sticks around. So this is like the first part of this for me with him, and Lan is the person we all want to have and we do not deserve.
Yes.
When they laugh about the guys who say, "Oh, if you ever need me, I'll be there," and like they're never actually there, Lan is actually there. He's the reason why people can think they can say that. Like, oh yeah, he'll be there when you need him, even if you don't realize it.
Yeah, other people say it and they're like, "Oh yeah, I don't, I might be there," or they just say it because it's the appropriate thing to say in this moment. Lan doesn't need to say it because he's just like, well, he'll be there, like literal earth movements could not stop him type thing, so yeah, just that's my thoughts there. Meg, anything you want to add before we move on? This is like the round out the first scenes with Lan at the beginning of the episode.
Yeah, I just think it's really just setting up again his arc, showing that he is going to be loyal, he's going to stay by her even though she's treating him like crap. So I feel like it's just really getting that sympathetic feel for him. So
yeah, I didn't like Moiraine very much in this season because I'm like, stop treating Lan like that.
It's understandable. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's like, and nobody has to love, like, we don't want to have everyone on here that we don't expect you to be like, oh, well, this is my favorite plot of the whole season. But it's something to appreciate in a different light by trying to think of it as Lan. That's the whole point of this is, you're not trying to think of the perspective of Moiraine right now. We're not trying to think of the perspective of Adeleas or Verin or anybody else Lan interacts with. We're trying to understand Lan's head right now. And it really, it's telling because, man, he is put through the ringer. Seriously, old reliable. That's great.
That is great.
Really, really funny.
Also, apparently, Mom is in chat right now. Hi, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
I love that. Okay, so the next scene that will be coming up in a moment, because I'm waiting for something to end, shall we say, is Tomas is over your bullshit, Lan, is how we've titled it in our document. And this is Lan picks Thomas's brain about the state of his relationship, and Tomas picks tomatoes. So in a moment, I will play that scene. Just give me 10 seconds for something to finish.
I broke Prime Video. What? What are you doing?
Prime, yeah. But yeah, here we go. There was trying to load up after the end of it. Stupid damn thing. Wait, is this? Oh yeah, it is. But we should have some volume. There we go. I didn't want to listen to them.
Walking along with us, chatting away so we never had to. She's tired, she's hungry, she's angry, she's afraid. And now silence.
You don't strike me as a man who's afraid of a little silence.
She wants me to leave.
You can.
And I said I need some water.
Adeleas manages fine without one.
She has you.
So does Moiraine. Should she need me.
I'm not leaving.
Suit yourself. You're almost as stubborn as she is.
Almost.
I have thoughts here, but Meg, do you want to go first?
Sure. I kind of wonder if this is like maybe the moment where Lan starts to be like, how can I help? Like he starts to go on that path of figuring out, is she actually stilled or is she just shielded? Like, what can I do to support her? I feel like that's maybe where that path starts.
Yeah, I can see that. I hadn't seen that before. I like the fire right now. So much angst.
Yeah.
And Dash is asking, are tomatoes symbolic of their tough exterior but soft interior?
Ooh.
That's an interesting question.
Maybe the
I
fact
had
that, they straddle the line between vegetable and fruit, They're a little bit of both worlds.
Are we straddling a line between, being a faithful warder and just not taking a hint,
Yeah.
Nice. I like that. Jen, anything you want to add about this scene here?
There's a moment when he says you're almost as stubborn as her, that he starts to smile a little bit, but I feel like that's a moment of him letting his guard down, and it's the fondness and love of Moiraine that he's smiling about. Like I think he's like, she is stubborn. I love that about her. And then he kind of catches himself and pulls back. Like I think it's a little moment of like relaxing and back into their relationship and then like putting his guard back up. It's really beautiful. It's a beautiful piece of work.
Yeah. Kev?
Something that just occurred to me is that I wonder how much guilt Lan carries that Moiraine was able to sneak away because of his relationship with Nynaeve, and that he probably still feels the drive to go to her even now, which is why he's trying to justify staying, because Moraine's pushing him away. He wants to be away anyway to be with Nynaeve, but he also knows his duty is Moiraine, and he's conflicted with what he knows he really wants deep down, what he knows he should be doing, and what he has to do. I think that I was seeing that conflict a little bit, why he was kind of like verbalizing these things to almost convince himself, like, I have to stay. I'm going to stay. It makes me feel like he wants to go, and he wants to also give Moiraine what she wants, but also he's stubborn and doesn't want to let her win. And he also knows that it's against what he should be doing. So it is angsty. It's very, I don't know how to handle my emotions teenager thing, because there are a lot of, when you're a teen, a lot of emotions just happen at the same time and you don't get the chance to sort through them and understand why each one are distinctly what they are. So I think that's the thing that he's doing right now, is he's feeling all these emotions that he probably doesn't have to ever feel. His duty, what he should do, what he wants to do, and what he has to do are all the same thing always. Fight the shadow and win. And that's not the case anymore. He's not a dead man walking with nothing to live for anymore, and that changes how you live. So yeah, I can see him trying to just re-justify his old life values here with Tomas, and Tomas is like, "What are you talking to me about? Like, you know what you're supposed to be doing. Like don't. I'm not going to tell you anything you don't already know. Like if she needs someone, I'm here. If you got something to do, go do it. If you want to stay, you can stay. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, I have a problem with Thomas in this scene.
Oh,
Tomas, whatever you want to call him. I feel like his line of, so and so, whichever one doesn't has water, and then Lan goes, but she has you, and then Thomas goes, and so does Moiraine. It's a little bit like she's my Aes Sedai now. Like he's pinched his Aes Sedai from him to be like, I'll look after like Moraine's. I'm better than you or something. Like I get that he's trying to sort of say, go be free, go. You
I can
don't
see
have
some
to worry.
rivalry between warders. Yeah, I can see that.
It's almost like a rivalry thing, and I'm just like, dude, back off. She's Lan's in terms of being water and Aes Sedai.
Right.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
I felt like he was poking the bear though with that. Like,
yeah,
his Lan bristles, but I feel like I feel like he's like, if you're not going to get your shit together and stop sulking like a baby, which means you're not any good at taking care of her anyway, then fine, I'll take care of her. I feel like he's trying to get a rise out of him. Not like you're not going to get a rise out of Lan, but I feel like he's trying to get him to like step up, stop being a sulky teenager. I think he's purposely baiting him there.
Yeah, it's a test almost to see to test, like I was saying before, like clearly he can sense that Lan wants to go somewhere else. There's something else he wants to be doing, and that's to say, all right, this is your chance. If you actually don't want to be her warder anymore, you can take this offer I'm giving you and say, all right, you know what, that's fair. But if this makes you angry, clearly you still want to be here. And that's a moment where he's like, all right, you know what, that made me angry. I will keep trying. I will stay because I don't want you up in my territory.
Yeah, no, I do get it. And like Tammy just put in chat, saying like, she'll still be protected if you go. He is saying that, but it kind of came across like a, like, I got
gentler ways.
It felt like he was encroaching on, Lan's responsibilities.
Them's fighting words for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think it's benign. And his motives may be there or may not be there, but it's definitely like back off. It's a really aggressive statement for a warder to make.
Yeah, he doesn't own, like, Lan doesn't own Moiraine, but at the same time, like, he's sworn to protect her. And it's just like, no, I don't just pass that off to someone else. You can't just take it off me either.
Yeah, especially what Kevin was just saying about him still dealing with the guilt of like, she got away when I was distracted with a girl. I'm still distracted with the girl. Like all the guilt of like, he didn't do his job to protect her. And maybe she wouldn't have been stilled / cut off / whatever if I had been there. So all of that guilt. And then Tomas essentially saying, I could probably protect her better than you.
Yeah.
Is hardcore. Yeah.
Takes a brave man to say that to Lan, I gotta say.
Tomas is a brave man. He's a hardy man.
Still waters run deep.
Yes. Also, I feel like he's lived such a long life that he's kind of at the stage where I'm like, I'm gonna die at some point. It's not like I'm 20 anymore. So
I love if he's like 100 years old, but the water bond just makes him look like ripped. Like I don't know how, like, because obviously like Verin must be like hundreds, like multiple hundreds of years old,
right?
Based on like every way that they've talked about her. So Tomas, the warders don't get an extended life, but I'm sure that they get extended physique into their older age, because you don't typically have old warders anyway. So it's a
right.
It's an abnormality. So maybe he's like the exception that proves the rule kind of thing. But he's an old guy. He's seen a lot.
So what we're hearing is we need a topless Tomas sword form scene.
I'm not saying we don't.
Be opposed. Yeah.
I'm not saying we don't.
Just need like a whole range of warders of various ages. So there's someone for everybody. Just going through the sword forms topless.
Yes.
Because those wooden clothes, it gets real hot, so
maybe those are being filmed right now in South Africa by Daniel Henney and Yosha.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, I love that.
You need where those fans, folks? We need those fans. Get your fans out. Oh god, that's brilliant. All right, our next scene, a little bit further on, we're getting the last few scenes now for this episode, is peak sibling behavior. We've titled this one. So Lan tries to get Moiraine to confide in him and does not handle his emotions well. So yeah, this I love this moment when I watched it for the first time. So we'll stick it on and enjoy enjoy a bit of sibling rivalry as we've decided to explain it. So.
How did it go? Who was he, Moiraine?
Veiled Omen. The sailor from Ilion.
Why was he here? What did you want from him?
He's an Aes Sedai, not allowed any secrets.
Don't smile at me. Shut me out and try to drive me away. Don't you dare smile at me. As if everything is fine. As if you don't know exactly what you're doing.
I'll have my dinner up here tonight.
And have it wherever you want.
Talk about getting told off, right?
Man.
That was the first time she looked at him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
and
whole
then she
episode.
grins like it's a joke. It's like,
But she's also like looking at him like she doesn't, so that she does that movement where she reaches behind her to grab the stool so she can sit down and keep staring at him, which is A, like Aes Sedai stare, I'm not going to stop looking at you, but it's also B,
Or
like
prey.
he might kill me. He
Yeah.
might like actually attack me and I may die in the next 30 seconds because like she knows he's so unhinged at this point. And it's like she won't take her eyes off of him because she's afraid of what he might do next. I don't know. It's great.
yeah, when he hits the table and then she sort of looks at him again, she looks scared.
Yes. Yes.
Just a little bit. Not, I mean, she faces down some awful things in her life, but yeah, just a little bit scared. I mean, rightfully so, it's Lan,
but she also may not know she may not know what kind of handle he has on the berserker rage or if it's there. Like she still thinks she's stilled. So she feels like I've been cut off. Does that create the same thing in the warder bond? Like, I mean, maybe she just doesn't know if he's actually in control of his emotions or his, like, I don't know. Is he going to take it out on her if he goes berserker?
Yeah, because I guess there's no like precedent, or maybe there's not a lot of knowledge of what happens to a warder after you release a bond, and if there's any long-term detriments to that person, over time, and whether they do feel the effects as if it were like severed from the Aes Sedai being killed. It could be just something that they're not really knowledgeable enough, or they don't experiment with it enough, or it's just not custom to talk about, because that's a lot of things with Aes Sedai is you just don't talk about things.
Yeah,
and releasing a warder.
Yeah. And they clearly don't know. They don't know that much about. They don't know as much in show about stilling as they do in book, because the fact that Moiraine doesn't understand what's happened to her is fascinating to me. She has more knowledge than anybody, and she doesn't know that she hasn't been stilled. She really thinks she's been stilled. So because she says it, she couldn't say it if she didn't actually believe it. So I think that's really interesting. And I don't imagine there have been, if that's true, then there have not been that many women stilled in the last 200 years. They've been burned
and
out.
they always like ship them away, and they don't want to talk to them because it's painful to look at them. You know?
And being burned out.
There are Tower records, and Lan said he read Tower records about like the 2 that survived outside a year.
Which I'm assuming he would have had to have read those at Verin and Adeleas' house, because he hasn't been back to the Tower since all of that. Right. So I would imagine he got that information there.
Or from Verin, because when they split, Verin goes to Tarvalon and he goes with Alana, and then they regroup, and obviously there is a bit of exchange of information between the two of them.
So it's possible they could have gone there.
So it's possible that he asked Verin to look into it for him. Verin looks into it. She brings the information back to him when they regroup in Kyrian. That's one. I have actually wondered a little bit about how Lan got some of his information, and that was one thing that I came up with. Is there is that distinct split where Verin ends up in Tarvalon, he ends up going away, and then they reconvene, and he all of a sudden has this Tarvalon knowledge about like old weaves or things that he probably asked Verin to look into. That's how I kind of pictured that kind of going. So
yeah, I think that's valid. I love Pavar coming up with the great comments today. There's a little bit of the beast yelling outside Bel's door. Go ahead, starve.
Lots of Disney references today.
Yeah.
Old Reliable and this.
No, I love that. That was, it was just the way she didn't answer any of his questions and just stared at him, and then was just like, I'll have dinner here later. You can do that. Without saying anything else. It was, It's.
I feel bad for him though, because I know what's going to happen next. And I'm usually okay. Megan can attest to this. I'm usually on the losing argument of sibling rivalry, so she looks all innocent. And I would be the one who said, "Fine, then you can just make your own dinner." And then I would be like, "Do you want a hot dog?" And I'd like, it's accurate, Megan. You know it's accurate.
Wow. See, getting all the secrets here, folks. But yeah, we do know what happens in the next scene. It's Lan as if he's, actually going to just go ahead and let her starve,
right.
like, and the thing that pisses me off is Moiraine knows that, and as worried as she might be in the moment, as scared as she might be when he like slammed his fist on the table and she's like, oh my God, is he actually losing it? She knows that once that's back under control again and he's, storming off, that he might say, you can get your food yourself and eat it wherever you want. But she knows he's going to turn up. He'll wait an extra 10 minutes, but he's going to turn up with it.
He's old reliable. He's always going to come. Yeah. He's going to be there,
Yeah.
Poor guy.
It's a little bit doormatty.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. So, but say la vie. It is who Lan is. He's true to himself. So speaking of which, let's watch him not keep a hungry lady waiting, and enjoy him losing his battle of the siblings, as we kind of titled the previous scene. I love that Adeleas is like, do I have to wait before I can eat?
Yes. Tonight, sure.
Yes, of course. Soon, I'm sure. Perhaps he just stays uncharacteristically late. Lan, I think you're taking this all too personally. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. It only affects you if you let it. And I am unequivocally unaffected by it.
You are not her warder.
No. But living in my house. Our house? Technically my house if I allow you to live it. When a woman who can channel is cut off from the one power, it feels like the most brutal form of assault. Your body no longer feels like your own. Your mind reliving the trauma again and again, remembering what you once were and what you will never be again. Yes. Most women never recover. Most women die, but not Moiraine Sedai. Every single day she fights, she wakes up and she puts one foot in front of the other. She fills up those buckets, no matter how many trips to the well she has to make, no matter how much water she spills along the way. I don't look at Moiraine Sedai and see a selfish woman. I look at her and I see strength, or strength that any of us could possibly muster.
The bond between Aes Sedai and her warder is one way we communicate, but not the only one. The 20 years you've spent together are the common language you share.
Well, Moiraine's a righty, if we didn't know that already. Yeah, we have a lot of questions about why is it Verin's house. Do we want to tackle that first?
Sure.
Charlie reckons that Verin carefully saved her Aes Sedai stipend, and Adeleas spent hers on having fun.
Fair, accurate.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty solid.
Are they
maybe-
Era
They're not-
Domani or are they I'm sorry, Era Felon as well?
I'm not sure.
actually,
No,
I know
well,
Verin was from Farmadding in the books, but she
Right.
probably wouldn't
Yeah.
be in the show, so I'm not positive.
right.
Because it is near Arafel where they are, right?
They are, yeah. Well, is that like a commune area for like Aes Sedai to like retire or something like that? Because maybe Verin just retired first, and then Adeleas just latched on to where she was staying already. I'm not sure because I
didn't
thought
know
it could be a
if
family
it was
house.
like in their family, and then because
Yeah.
Verin is the oldest or something, then she would get it. I don't know. So
Maybe. It's very possible. But yeah, what do we think of that scene where basically Lan gets told, stop making us wait to eat food and just go give her a plate? I don't know.
you
For
go.
me, go Jen. No, go Jen.
I was just gonna say, it's a great instructional scene for Lan. He is still behaving like the teenager, and he's still the sibling who lost the fight. And there is, I love that she's just like, it is not about you. what she's going through is really awful. I know you're going through it too, but you aren't even considering the fact that she's absolutely out of her body right now. And it just sort of, it's great. I think it's really fantastic. And I think this is the turn where he starts to say, oh, wait a minute. Because if you listen carefully to Verin's line, she says, most Aes Sedai would die. Most have died. And so there's that information of like, if anybody knows about stilling, and of course it's Verin, like if anybody knows what stilling does to a person, it's Verin. So she has that knowledge. This is where he can get the information of like, oh, if I want to know more, I'm going to ask Verin about it. And so, you know, and she says essentially she's like, there's a chance, there's a hope, there's a something out there. And so I feel like this is the beginning of him saying like, despite the fact of everything, even though like later the dynamic changes again, I think this is the beginning of him saying, I'm going to figure this out for her.
Yeah, it is an abnormality. It's a little spark. It's a clue to say, and it's not to say that Moiraine isn't like spectacular and isn't like couldn't power through that difficulty and that loss if it actually was. I think, you know, in a way she demonstrated that, you know, she was effectively cut off and she was still able to stay strong even if the actual stilling didn't happen. But so it's not to take away anything of her strength, but it is a clue to say something about this situation isn't normal. It's you know, she is the exception, not the rule. So either she is, it's solely just her willpower, which again, that is a component of it no matter what, or there's something more to it, something that he can solve and something he can have control over, something that he can investigate, and it's a mission, it's a purpose, and it gives him a drive to start looking into things. And yeah, I think that's a great point where they give general statements about, you know, most women die, and then maybe after this conversation he's like, can you find out exactly how many have actually survived? How long do they survive? What's their timeline? You know, what are other possibilities? That, and you know, Verin, with her amount of knowledge, dubious or otherwise, probably found some things that I think that I like that a lot more, because they gave the general statements and then that would totally prompt him to be like, what else do you know? What else can you tell me? What else can you find out? Because this is the, you know, they know the situation. So
So Adeleas definitely felt a little bit like, you know, like she didn't care almost about Lan.
She's the comedic relief.
Yeah, she was just like, it's not about you, get over yourself, whatever, like you're making me wait to eat my dinner sort of vibes. Where Verin's just like, that ain't gonna work, little sis, you're in my house, slow your roll. Look, Lan, let me talk to him. And it's like, Lan, you know, here's the info dump that's gonna inspire you on your next mission.
I mean, it's probably telling that Adeleas doesn't have a warder. She probably can't handle them, because clearly how she talks to Lan, she doesn't know how to talk to him either. So
which says Tomas has a lot of patience.
Which, okay, do we know what Adeleas' Aja is in the TV show for sure or not?
I don't think it's
like
been...
She acts like a green.
She's a green. If she's a green, she'd have 0 warders, which obviously would also be interesting too. Because they were brown and green for Adeleas and Vandine. I can't remember which one was which, but
I want to say it's switched, because I want to say
Vandine is the green.
Yeah, Vandine is the green. Yeah, but obviously Verin is definitely the brown. So I wasn't sure if they made Adeleas green or if they kept her brown with like hints
she's not
of
color
green.
coded either. Yeah, like she's not a color coded Aes Sedai, really. Oh, does she have a brown ring in her stone? Okay.
Oh, somebody said that. Oh,
I'm
thanks, Pavara.
Thank you, Pavara.
Yeah, let's see. It's not giving any details about that. Damn you, X-ray.
I mean, browns aren't known for being tactful. They're bookworms. They're archivists. They're historians.
Yeah, that's true. So Charlie, oh yeah, there we go. So I've just in the chat. Charlie said that people zoomed as well. So I think it's hard. I love Screwy Spud he's here. I think it's hard for him being told it's not about him when he has 100% codependent relationship. He does not know who he is outside of Moiraine. Yeah, it's a very, very valid point. For 20 years, she's been his life.
And he made that choice to give up his path of whatever it was. I mean, like, you know, if we go back to New Spring, like he made a very conscious decision to, all right, I'm gonna give up who I was essentially to become this person for you. And
Well, and
now that's
they
taken
mentioned
away.
that in episode 7 of season 1. Like he says, I had nothing before you. I had no life to live before you, you know. So
Yeah.
He's a man who needs a cause.
Mhm.
Yeah. So after he's gone and very quietly delivered dinner, because apparently Lan is too noisy, according to our previous conversation. That has to be one of my favorite lines, because he just paused for so long before he even answered it. So he was quiet and then answered it, which just it was almost like it was passive aggressive, and I appreciated that from someone like Lan. But it being like, I think that's the first time in my life anyone's ever told me that, I need to be quiet. Just undervalued humor there, folks. It's a brilliant moment.
I don't think so. With this fandom, everybody appreciated that for sure.
But nobody talks about how Lan, there should be, and someone needs to write a parody about how Lan is secretly like a chatterbox and doesn't shut up. And stuff,
Yes, please.
All he does is talks about his, his 2 golden retrievers that he rescued from somewhere. And it was like, "What's your problem?" It's great. So, but yeah, after that, he discovers that Moiraine has gone off on her own, and now we get to see him run and save her, or maybe not.
It's so dark.
It is very dark, isn't it?
Lan!
What aren't you telling me?
And that was this season's Lan gets sliced 500 million ways and dies. Well, at least number 1.
It's also evidence that supports the no water bond still in place that was released,
absolutely.
because he has no shadow spawn sense.
Mm-hmm.
Moiraine yells to him to tell him the fades behind him. He doesn't instinctively
Yes.
turn and just know.
Yeah.
That's how you know that he does not have the bond.
Yeah.
I mean, and like Lan at 100% would not have been taken down by 3 Murdral.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Even
And
Lan,
even then.
even Lan at 100% pre-bonding. Like, let's look at Lan 20 years ago before he even met Moiraine. Probably would be fine.
Oh yeah,
This
because
is-
you fight differently when you're a man that's already dead.
Yeah, and you also
Yeah.
fight differently when you know you don't have those instincts. So he's okay.
Mhm.
Let's not say he's gotten soft because that's not true. But he
No.
has gotten used to relying on those instincts. But also he is heartbroken, and that is also creating a space where he is not at his best because the emotion he's not used to having these feelings, and that's making him just off his game. And I remember when this scene happened and so many people were like, no, Lan is so much better than this. There's no way he would have invested. And I'm like, Lan has never felt this way in his entire life. Like, his parents died before he was even like able to pay attention. Like, he has never had this kind of loss that when he is able to process it.
Yeah.
So it's, I think it was such a great scene to see. This is what happens when someone is going through the biggest grief of their life.
Yeah, agreed. Two things before we carry on. Firstly, Line Blind Paul was asking spoiler level in chat. We try and keep it to the first few books, unless there's something very small for later on that we feel is very appropriate. So please don't finish that sentence, especially later when we have Ali from Wheel Takes joining us. And the second thing, folks, hiding in the background, ready to come and join us, does not mean, Jen and Meg, that you need to run away. Please welcome back again from the previous stream our yellow Aja herself, Janya Sadai. How we doing?
Oh, good. I'm sorry I was late. My cat brought me a present that needed to be cleaned up.
Oh,
no.
Aren't they nice like that? Well, you've come at the right time because Lan's just been sliced and diced and he could use some healing. So,
Yes.
you know.
I think Adeleas has got that in hand. She would slice anyone who got there before her.
Fair.
Yeah, that's a good point. Who heals Lan and how much of like hold still I need to put my hands on you healing is
It's definitely Adeleas.
We know.
Oh, look, these trousers have been sliced up. I told you they were heavy, you know.
I have to see everything. I can't see. Let me just slice these
I
right
almost
off.
spit
of you.
taked on that, Rob. Almost.
You are very welcome.
It's like when the EMTs cut your pants off and they're like, we have to inspect and we can't open it. Adeleas is like slicing Lan's trousers.
I was like, no, it's just the torso. No, I see a nick on the ankle. The trousers must come off. You know?
I don't know how far up that nick goes. I have to see.
Charlie in chat, Adeleas slander. No, there's no slander. It's appreciation. We're appreciating her appreciation. You know.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
love Adeleas. She says what we're all thinking.
Oh my god, like blinded fool. Why does this hospital robe not cover my head? It will not cover your butt rock, sir. That's what
That's
we do.
right.
Yeah. Daniel, what are your thoughts? We've just rounded off the final scene of episode 1. What do you think of Lan's journey so far in the first episode?
Yeah. So one of the things that really struck me about, you can't really talk about Lan without talking about Moiraine. And so one of the things that really struck me is because as someone who is a woman on the autism spectrum, full disclosure, and someone who is a neurodivergent woman, one of the things that really struck me about Nynaeve first is that I feel like a lot of people feel like Nynaeve is on the spectrum. And when you look back at Moiraine, it seems like she is a little bit as well. I think Lan gravitates towards them. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because it's how people who are neurodivergent or who, even if you're not neurodivergent, if you're someone who really finds control, a sense of control essential in their lives, the way you process trauma is very different from the way neurotypical people process trauma. We don't look for support. We don't want support because the support makes us feel less in control again. At that point, we're clawing for control, we're scrambling for it. And the more people are sympathetic and the more people are like, oh, you should do this or you should do that, or tell me about it, talk to me about it. At that point, it actually helps us more to compartmentalize and push away that thing that has made us lose control where we do have control. And so for Moiraine, that is focusing on helping Rand, on, fixing the mistake she made at the Eye, on finding out what the Quendi are. It's like, if you look at it, everywhere that whatever she's doing, is she's trying so hard to regain that sense of control. And Lan, because he literally saw her at that moment where she was broken and defeated and literally crying into his shirt at the Eye of the World, he saw her at her lowest. And so every time she sees Lan, he's one of the few people who knows that she's been stilled, as she thinks. And so every time Lan is standing there going, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, it's literally taking her back to that place of trauma. It's re-traumatizing her, And so for her, at that point, what Lan really needs to do is stop asking questions. I understand why he's doing it. I understand why the people in my life do it when I'm feeling a sense of hurt or grief or loss or whatever. At that point, I know for me, I'm literally that person where I'm like, don't touch me, don't hug me, don't come near me. All I want to do is shut the door and not see anybody. Because every time you see that sympathetic look on people's faces, it makes you feel weak. It makes you feel powerless. It takes you back to reminding you that you have no control. And so I think that's what's going on with Lan. And Lan is like the neurotypical people in your life. You desperately want to help that person, but you're not realizing that the way you're helping them is not the way they need to be held. I think that's the crux of Lan and Moiraine's story this season, is she needs help, but she doesn't need the help that he's giving. And he's not asking her, how do you want me to support you? Which is the first thing you need to ask anyone who's going through a hard time, because they may want to just vent. They may want you to back off. They may want you to just support them in the way they need. The first thing you should do is ask, how do you want to be supported? Especially a traumatized person. This is something a therapist friend of mine told me when I was talking to her about a friend who had just come out of an abusive relationship. And I didn't know what to do for her because she was just shutting everyone out. And I asked this friend of mine, I said, how do I help her? And she said, have you asked her how she wants to be helped? Yeah. And I said, no. And she said, ask her how she wants to be helped and then do that. And even if that means doing nothing for now, do that. So I think that's
it's a great point too. And like you kind of mentioned, people who are on the autism spectrum have difficulty with verbal communication, like to begin with. And it was probably such a huge benefit to both of them that they could have nonverbal communication through the bond. Like being able to speak without speaking is probably really helpful if you were able to do that kind of thing. So that's why it's some autistic people learn sign language, because it helps them communicate their ideas better, or they speak better online because it's better to kind of write the words out. So different methods of communication are avenues that they feel that loss more now than ever, because it's become so second nature. So that's a really good perspective to have.
It's also, it's something that Robert Jordan, like, he uses that phrasing without I think maybe without knowing what the phrasing he was using, or what that meant. But he says so many times in the series, if somebody does something in front of someone, they're like, that person will, they've been doubly like cursed, because now like they'll never let that person forget that they've seen them in that place, or they'll never forget that that person has seen them in the moment of weakness. And so it's usually in a villain situation, like, if one of the Forsaken sees, someone witnesses them being taken down a peg, they're never going to let that person forget. But he uses it all the time. And this is a prime example of like what you just said, John, is amazing. Like that, because he witnessed her at her lowest. Now he is a reminder of that. It's sad.
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the communication thing, it makes so much sense that they've had 20 years of not having to talk, that now that they can't do it non-verbally, they don't know how to talk to each other.
Yeah.
And it's just, she's expressing it through indifference and hiding, and he's expressing it through angst and frustration and, smashing tables. It's,
So I'm going to pull an alley and pull my notes out, because I had to write a lot for this episode. And
good.
Yeah.
She came prepared.
Yeah.
No, it's because I have too many thoughts. I have to put them down. Yeah. So the other thing which sort of struck me again, which is, gay therapy, is there is a huge difference between trying to fix the problem and trying to fix the person. And what Lan is doing here is he's trying to fix the person. What he does later on, as we'll see, is try to fix the problem. But what he's doing right now is another thing is like it's a lot of the times when you're in conflict with someone, you really have to pull back and ask how much of this is about me and how much of this is about the other person. Both for the person who's feeling like they're the insult for Moiraine, she needs to pull back and be like, Lan is not trying to force himself into my space. He's not trying to re-traumatize me. This is him feeling insecure. This is him feeling on the back foot. Lan needs to realize this is not Moiraine trying to hurt me. This is Moiraine literally trying to, like, you know, I don't know how many of you have watched Outlander. Has anyone watched Outlander over here? Any Outlander? Yeah. So Jamie's Blade of Grass speech where he says, there's a part of you that you keep secret, which it's like your fortress. And so spoilers for Outlander, I guess. So Jamie Fraser, the main character, it's interesting because it explores male sexual assault. And he's trying to explain to his wife, Claire, what it feels like. And she's doing exactly what Lan is doing, pushing and like, why aren't you talking to me? Why aren't you telling me about it? Why are you shutting me out? And he says there's a part of every person that's like this little place inside which you show nobody. And it's like your fortress. And that's, you know, the core of who you are. And then when suddenly that thing is like exposed, he's like, it's like this thing crouching naked where it used to have a shelter. This little naked thing crouching for shelter. And it's like trying to shelter from a storm under a blade of grass. And you have to, and until you find that sense of shelter again, you can't bear anybody near you. And that, I think, is what's happening to Moiraine. And Lan is just not realizing that, you know?
That's amazing. Before we carry on, Meg and Jen, I am conscious of the time and you've hung around longer than we asked you to. So thank you so much for joining us at the beginning again. Hopefully you'll come back next month. I'm sure Jen won't mind. Meg maybe won't love it so much. We'll find out later. So,
is it Verin?
But yeah, thank you for joining myself and Kev, and maybe you'll see Meg and Jen a bit more often as we go forward, because maybe the three of us are, you know, got something in the go. So, but yeah, thank you so much.
Cooking something up.
Something up. Yeah, we might be. So, but yeah, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your days. And,
thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
It's been wonderful.
Bye. It was so lovely seeing you again.
Bye. So good to see you too again, Janya.
All right. Welcome to, how was it someone titled it a second ago? Malkia Talks, the psychology of thirst, as we break down thirsty.
Pevara said from thirst to psychology in 30 seconds.
That's the way it goes.
From thirsty psychology in less than 5 minutes. Yeah, it's incredible. But you know, we can make those flexes here. So we haven't started episode 2 yet. Was there anything else from episode 1 you wanted to bring up, or did you want to crack into episode 2, Janya? Like, you got all those notes there, which I'm loving. You know.
So I saw this quote a few days ago, which was, I think, apparently it's a William Wordsworth quote, and it says, "Look at you comforting others with the words you wish to hear." You know, and this is exactly what Lan is doing. For Lan, he's distraught. He can't stand what's happening. He can't stand the way he's feeling in this situation. And so all his efforts, if you look at the way he talks, it's always me when he's talking about this. He keeps saying, don't you dare smile at me. Don't you dare shut me out. Don't you dare push me away. If you look at his responses, it's all centering on how her actions are making him feel. He's like, I'm feeling shut out, I'm feeling lonely, I'm feeling isolated, I'm feeling disrespected, but it's all about his feelings. And he's trying to not fix the problem so much as fix her response to it. It's like, your response to this problem is making me uncomfortable, so I need you to respond a different way, which is again a very common response with people who have undergone a trauma. Is if you actually let them respond in the way that their trauma would indicate, it's a horrific and disturbing and sad and hurtful thing to witness for the people around them as well. And so the first response is, just can't you respond in a slightly better way? Can't you let us in? Can't you talk the way that you used to? Can't you interact the way you used to? Because it's not about, if you really dig in, it's about making the people around you comfortable, not making you comfortable, you know?
Yeah. That's
Absolutely.
very, very true. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. I just love how every month you just keep bringing all this insight. It's really beautiful. So I very much appreciate it.
Baby, go to therapy.
Yes. Having done therapy for the first time myself last year, I can say absolutely yes. If you have the opportunity, whether you need it or not, folks, just go anyway, because
It helps.
It was just it was incredible.
Again, to quote Alice, and she's going to be coming on later. Get thee to the therapy, Aja.
Yes, definitely. All right. Speaking of that, Kev, what did we title this episode? Or this scene from episode 2?
Staring into space is part of the treatment plan.
That seems appropriate given the discussion we've just had. So what do we see, Kev?
What was that?
What do we see in this scene?
This is right after the Fade attack, after they've been healed, and Lan's kind of recuperating and just kind of like he's there witnessing conversations that he's not part of. He's still being excluded from conversations, but they're just kind of recovering after the Fade attack. They've been healed. All that kind of stuff has happened off screen, so we're seeing the aftermath of that.
Oh, quickly, before we go into that, see, another thing that I noticed is if you notice Lan, the whole time he keeps backtracking. It's like especially the dinner scene that they had, it's like Lan is full of good resolutions, but the moment this is again something that happens with people who have been traumatized. The people who are around them are like, okay, you know what? I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll ask them. But the moment they're faced to them, so for instance, he's not listening. Moiraine has told him, I want to have my dinner in my room, and he sets a place for her at the table. Verin and Adeleas have literally spelt it. They're like, it is not about you. Please don't make this about you. And he goes up to Moiraine and immediately makes it about himself again. So it's like for Lan, when he's not in the situation, it's like he says, meditation is hard for me. It's difficult for Lan to pull himself out of the situation. He keeps listening and trying to resolve to do better. And then he just backtracks the moment Moiraine is. It's like she's his trigger point. He just can't help himself at that point. She just knows how to push his buttons so well,
Yeah, after 20 years, I would hope she knows. I hope they both know how to push each other's buttons after 20 years.
Daniel
If you don't know someone.
Yeah,
if you don't know someone that well after.
Without all the fun parts.
Yeah. If you don't know someone that well after 20 years, you're doing it wrong. So, but yeah, here is the first scene from episode 2, folks. Where Lan is just recovering from the Fade experience.
Oh, Lan. You sure you don't need more healing? I'll get you some water. You're in luck. My sister and I decided to accompany you. I assume you'll head to the White Tower first.
I have been exiled from the tower.
I know.
We need to leave if I'm to make it to the docks before sunset. I've lost too much time already.
Where exactly are we headed?
The White Tower.
You can't.
Have Tomas ready, my horse. They're still weak from the healing. And I don't want my saddle to slip.
Yeah. As Pavaris pointed out, Adeleas goes straight to Lan in this scene. Doesn't even address Moiraine. So the Adeleas love is very strong still. But yeah, they are both healing in the show is clearly different to healing in the books because while they're tired afterwards or like I need to eat a lot type things, say myself. Here, I mean, Lan gets up like I do these days. Like, you know, when he gets up from there, it's like, oh, my bones creak. You know, everything. He got up like he's a 90-year-old man struggling to get out of his sleeping chair.
That's all of us on a Monday morning. Like, no.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So much better, actually.
Take my own death and not go to.
It's like, oh, when did I go and get old? It's kind of how Lan's reacting there.
Well, who knows? Maybe they had a giant breakfast because the healing of obviously in the books makes them really hungry. So maybe they just finished a massive breakfast and they're just like having like that like comatose like.
got a what's it like a food baby on the go? Like
yeah.
You know, Daniel Henney with food baby still has like half a six pack on the go there. It's like, dude, did you ate a big? No, you didn't eat, dude. You look at you, like no.
17 pancakes. I'm so full.
So one of the first things I noticed about this scene was that if you look at when Adeleas, and so I'm going to kind of push back on the Adeleas thing, she's actually doing what Moiraine wants. She's not constantly, are you okay? Are you okay? What should I do? Are you okay? You know, Adeleas and Verin get it. And they tried to tell Lan. I think because they are channelers, they kind of know how it would feel better than Lan would maybe. Because when you have, yes, it's still not as much as someone who's actually cut off, but they can imagine better than Lan can what it feels like. It's like, as she says, it's like an assault. If you haven't gone through it, or at least a woman would understand it better than a man would. I'm not saying that men don't get assaulted. I'm saying men would probably understand what a man feels like better. A woman would probably understand a little better than a man what it feels like to be assaulted. So they have been telling Lan all along. It's like Tomas says, you need to listen. It's really interesting when Tomas says you need to be quiet and listen. And Lan just ignores the listen part. He's like, no one's ever told me to be quiet before. I'm like, but I bet people have told you to listen. And this is not the first time. You just skated right past that one. So over here also, if you notice, so Lan's not watching Moiraine. He's not paying attention to her. He's so absorbed in himself, because if he did, he would notice that when Adeleas is busy flirting with him, Moraine's like clearly exasperated, clearly irritated. Why would she be if she didn't care about her bond with Lan anymore? Why would she be if she didn't still consider Lan her warder? You know, if Lan was paying attention, he would have seen that. And in older days, when he was always attuned to what she was doing, instead of being so wrapped up in his own misery, he would have noticed. You know, that was one of the first things I noticed about that scene. Then the first thing he says to Moiraine, as soon as they're up, is not, how are you feeling? Not, are you okay? Where are we going? What are you doing? Where are you taking us? It's exactly what he's been doing all along, and he's jumped right back into that pattern again. Don't ask her. Just be there for her. If she's leaving, leave with her. What is she going to do? Like, until the part where she tells, like later when she says, I'm going to have a Lana take your bond. But until then, you could go with her. You just need to stop constantly asking her questions right now when you can see she's not ready to talk. But he literally jumps right back into that pattern again. It's like he can't help himself.
Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose for 20 years, that's kind of what has been doing. He's not used to, the way she's responding to him currently and needing that space. So he's stuck in his routines, which is not helping anybody, not helping him, not helping her. You're right. It is to ask someone how they are when they're not doing well is always something that's, can be something that they want to hear, can be something they don't want to hear. Be like, some people are terrified by the question of like, how are you? But to just like go straight to like, well, what are we doing? Where are we going? Yeah. It's not supporting her either. So
I mean, when she's clearly shown you that she doesn't want to discuss that right now, it's like for her, all the plans she made failed spectacularly with the eye of the world. And so now she herself isn't sure what they're doing. She herself isn't sure where she's going to go, what she's going to do next. And Lan asking her is like, yes, I don't have a plan. Like, do you want me to say it? Do you want to hear that out loud? I don't have a plan, It's just more irritating.
I'm winging it, Lan. Let me do that, Some people are
you
good
have a better
at that.
idea.
It's a frustrating thing. I've seen it in a few different books, and it's something that I enjoy. I appreciate it, even if it's intentionally frustrating. Is you see a character who does 2 steps forward, 1 step back, so they're always moving forward a little bit, but then they're falling back into those same mistakes. And I think it's very frustrating because it's very realistic. It's something that we're all it hits a little bit too close to home for most people. Is you want to be making good improvements every day, like the good habits that you started today. You slip next week, but then you keep trying, you go a little bit further, and then you slip. So it's frustratingly realistic, and I get that. That's the reaction you should have. You should be frustrated because you see that in yourself, and you're like, why do I do that? And then you look at a different character doing the same thing. Why are they doing that? But then when you're looking at yourself, like, why am I doing this? And it's all about the perspective, and it's just like, all right, Rome wasn't built in a day. You can't learn how to communicate in a day, but you have to keep trying. You have to keep making the effort, and eventually you got to listen.
Yeah. In fact, even at the end of the Fade fight, they're like lying on the ground, sliced 500 million ways, as you put it. And the first thing he says to her again is like, I'm like, dude, you're both bleeding. What aren't you telling me? I'm like, Lan, give it a rest. Please, give it a rest.
I mean, if you're about to die, which I suppose there was potential at that moment, even with Verin being there. If you're about to kick the bucket, so to speak, does that really matter at that stage? It's the whole bomb defusal squad guys, where it's just like, this is either the right wire or it's not my problem anymore. Dude, whatever she's not telling you at that stage may not matter because you might be about to kick the bucket. So yeah, very valid. Yeah, that's fair.
He's a fixer. I think the problem with Lan is there's 2 problems with Lan. One is he's a fixer, and this is the thing that happens when you have people in your life who, like I said, have undergone a trauma. Something. The tendency, I think Jess talked about this last time. We talked about it with Elaine and Egwene. The tendency to jump in and be like, I can fix your problem for you, when sometimes they don't want you to fix it. I think Jess and you kind of brought that point up, Kevin. Like, you don't always have to try and fix it. Sometimes actually when you're trying to fix it, you're making it worse, so that's the problem.
Love this. I don't have enough time to tell you what I'm not telling you. That's why I didn't tell you.
God, but that's
my oxygen, Lan. I don't have a lot of it left.
That is neurodivergence too, though, because sometimes you're like, how do I turn the words that are floating around in my head? How do I convert those into words that I can speak? How do I make you understand without having to go into every single avenue? Well, you have to understand this part first, and then I can move on to here, and then here, and then here, and then by the time you get to the actual point, you're like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
I think the problem is, like I said, one is Lan is a fixer. He can't help himself. He wants to fix things, And the other thing is, it's like what Lan says in I think episode 7 of season 1 is he says, before you, I had nothing to live for and nothing to die for, and you gave me both. So for years, his entire purpose and sense of worth and sense of meaning and sense of direction has all come from Moiraine. And now he has to figure out a purpose and a sense of direction without her. And he doesn't know how to do it. He can't. He's like, I don't know how to. What am I doing when you're not telling me what to do?
Surprise everybody. It doesn't get easier to figure out what to do with your life. You just kind of fall into things and hope a habit works.
Yeah. And so for him, he just can't,
To speak what you're saying, before he met Moiraine and, I didn't have a purpose. It's very clear when you read New Spring and you see some of his history, so to speak, that he was just wandering from battle to battle. He was like a traveling hermit almost, that was incredible with the sword and went where his sword was needed, almost, as long as it was fighting evil in the Blight or close to the Blight. That was he didn't know what to do with his life then, and then he found Moiraine and was just like, done, attached, in. And now that's lost, he's 20 years back in the past again, and being like, well, now I'm just an untethered boat in a stormy ocean. I don't know what to do, because that's what he was. So it is I can understand why he's so it makes sense why he's so reliable. As we said at the beginning, like, he is the guy people say, I'll be there when you need me. Lan doesn't have to say it because he will just be there. That is his MO. That is his go-to. But Yeah, thank you, Charlie, for using it. Yes, well, language. I did. Yes, building up. Yeah, at some point we might do a swan stream, and then I will have to just hate the headdress for an hour. But that is because he needs purpose in his life. He was raised without a country, without family, without friends. He had no direction other
He had
than
followers. That was it. No
yeah,
friends.
followers. Rather, basically it was like kill evil. That's what you got to do with your life. And Moiraine came along and gave that a focus, and now he's just like, well, I have no focus again. So it makes sense that he is always there and always doing what needs to be done because he didn't have that before Moiraine. So.
Yeah, he's like, you have to find focus and you have to find a plan and you have to tell me what to do because I don't know what to do. That's the unwritten subtext over there. That's why he's so desperate for Moiraine to tell him. He's like, tell me what we're doing. Tell me what your plan is. Because for him, he's like, if Moiraine doesn't have a plan, then I don't have a plan. And what am I doing? He's flailing.
Nobody has a plan.
He's definitely not Gru with the chalkboard there. Like, so first we do this, and then we do. He's not that. He's the kid there with like tell me what it is. So
yeah, and that can actually. I mean, we're laughing about, it, but it can be a really frightening feeling. Actually, it's like when you graduate, and you're like, well, now what?
Yeah. Yeah, and anyone watching this who is not still studying and thus graduate has graduated or just chose not to study and did not graduate, we can all definitely appreciate that. Like, what am I doing? Like, when do I become an adult? And when does this make sense?
When do I walk across the stage and get my adult diploma and be told, all right, congratulations, you're responsible enough to have a mortgage now.
So suddenly how to do everything. Like when is that moment? We all understand that very much, and that is absolutely what Lan is going through. I didn't like. It's not like I didn't like Moiraine in season 2, but I felt like she was so unnecessarily mean to him. Damn you, Daniel. Now I'm starting to understand her a little bit more. It makes me feel a bit more empathetic.
Yeah, also, I'm not saying that what she does is right. Because I've been told, when I'm going through a tough phase and when I push people away and I'm like, well, this is what I need right now. But people have told me, they're like, when you just shut us out without telling us and without explaining to us why you're doing it and they're like, it hurts us. Mm-hmm. And that's something I had to deal with in therapy, where my therapist like, it's okay to do what you need, but it's not okay to hurt other people in the process of doing that. At least explain to them why you're doing what you're doing,
Mm-hmm. Half the battle is just understanding. Like having that explanation saves so much of that hurt, because it's when you don't explain and they don't understand, everybody's hurt because everyone's confused. But it's tough. It's not to say self-care is important, but also remember that other people care too. And it's just it's different languages and of expression, and we're all just trying to get through it.
Yeah, the unknown is terrifying.
To rob another one from Gus, communication in my Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Communication, not in my Wheel of Time. Very good. Yeah.
It's
Love
tough.
that. Yes. So there's not a lot of scenes for Lan in episode 2. He just has what's this?
They have the conversation around the fire.
5,
and
yes. So
we have the great goodbye in episode 2. There's actually a lot.
Yeah. So there is like a longer scene, which is brilliant. But these next couple of scenes, we've described them as set dressing, haven't we, Kev?
Yeah, they're pretty much just like, oh, here's the transition. These are transition scenes to show that time has passed and that they're somewhere else now.
Yeah, basically that's what it comes down to. But we're going to play them for you anyway to enjoy. Just make sure it's not playing adverts instead. And make sure we have sound, because that's always helpful. Here we go.
You can see the tower from here, isn't it? Adeleas and I promised each other we wouldn't return there until our history of the world since the breaking was complete.
And yet here you are.
Yeah. History needn't be written when it's being wrought. 3 Fades hunting a single Aes Sedai. The eye of the Dark One is upon you, sister. Did you not think we would ask why? I assume it's one of the boys you brought back to Tarvalon last autumn. The dragon.
Who else knows? Adeleas? Tomas?
That's close enough. Good. I wanted to know how far you go for the dragon if you're to lead him to victory. My sisters wish to cage the dragon, to clip his wings. Their fear that he will break the world again blinds them to the truth. That after all these years, our world is still broken. And what we need is to make it whole once more.
Well, what's broken cannot always be healed. I need an oath of allegiance, sister.
An oath declaring what? That I will never betray you. That I will never betray him. Neither of us knows what the future may bring. Either of those things may one day be necessary. And even oaths have loopholes one can exploit. And now, you will simply have to trust me, and I you. There are books in the tower that may prove useful. Prophecies that speak of Toman head, of battles in the sky, of a sword of flame and a brand.
I think that is all of Lan's set dressing, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah. Yeah. I think not a
Just
lot to
lurking.
say about him there.
just lurking. We wanted to play that because he is there. But the next time we actually see him is about another 10 minutes into the episode. So 1 second while I move it along to there. No, don't minimize that screen. Switch to that screen.
I will
There we
tell
go,
you that
that's
I
better.
wonder how hard Lan was listening to try and hear what Moiraine was talking about.
I was going to ask that question, like, how much do you think Lan was just like, I'll pretend to have this conversation, but hear what those two are saying over there to get, is he snooping on Moiraine potentially? Like, I feel like he might be.
Like, damn, where's that water super hearing when you need it?
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. So, but yeah, the next scene up follows on from a wonderful moment where Matt and Min meet each other, but we won't. We'll do that one another time. At some point, we will do a Matt's live stream, maybe a Min one. But yeah, here's the fun. This is the campfire scene we all really want to see.
Tomas, he was delicious back in the day.
I love her so much.
She is so thirsty, even though she's a brown. It's great.
And that was the end of his life.
How about you two? You've never told us the story of how you met.
Come, sister, it's late. We should
It was in the borderlands, wasn't it? You probably saw him prancing across the desert on a black steed, sword out, hair.
It was outside Chachin. I'd been following him on the road all day. He kept throwing glances back at me. I thought he was a dog friend.
I thought she was a mercenary, sent to kill me by my chimera.
Chimera.
Oh, in Malkier, older women take young men's virginity to show them the ways of love.
This is getting good.
I found him by a pond, meditating. His face was still, but so much rage beneath the surface.
Meditation's never come easy for me.
Especially not when you're planning on killing an Aes Sedai.
I didn't believe you were an Aes Sedai. I'd always heard that they were all cold and sour.
He'd left his sword sitting on a rock nearby. But the moment my hand touched the scabbard, he crossed the 10 yards, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, and tossed me in the water.
You threw Moiraine to die in a pond.
It's unwise to try separating a man from his
Well, that's when you knew, huh? Any old warder can protect you from a Trolloc, but the right one can protect you from yourself.
I think that might be one of the most beautiful scenes in season 2.
I love that. It has so much like when they get the chances, because you can't always, like, words in a book are clunky sometimes spoken on screen, and you have to change phrasings, change wording. Sometimes when you try to say the lines, they just don't work out right, and you have to try rewrites. But sometimes the words written work perfectly in a scene, and this is one of those times where you have words ripped straight out of New Spring, like word for word, or even from, I think in The Great Hunt, when they're actually recounting this story as well in The Great Hunt, some of the same phrasing, never separating a man from the sword, kind of thing. That's word for word from the New Spring scene. I just wish they had included that she dumped the pond on him afterwards that same night, because I love that part of New Spring. It's so, she just empties the entire pond on his head while he's asleep. It's so funny.
And he just then sits there.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, and then after the pond's been dumped, he's just like, you know. It's great.
My favorite part of New Spring is actually, like, when you first meet Moiraine and Lan in Eye of the World, like, they're these sort of mysterious, all-knowing, you think they are exasperated with the Evans feeler because they're like, you stupid teenagers. And when you read New Spring, you're like, you people who are as petty and as stupid, and game recognizes game,
That's why I love to start my any reread that I do. I start with New Spring because I love going into Eye of the World, remembering the people of Lan and Moiraine, not like the warder in the Aes Sedai that we see. I love having that insight already in my head of like we see with the show. We see them as real people, not just these mystical figures. It's very fun.
Yeah, and I feel this is so not only are we getting an info dump about, My Curie Customs, how Lan and Moiraine met, things like that. It also felt very therapeutic for the two of them. They felt relaxed in the scene next to each other, reminiscing. There was a touch of nostalgia that came across in the scene. There was, surprise knowledge for other people like Tomas, like, you threw Moiraine Sedai at a pond, There was definitely a bit more like
Tomas had a sex life.
Yeah, to be honest,
revelation for me.
The funniest bit for me was when Moraine's like, he like crossed the 10 yards, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, and you just see Adeleas being like, oh, I like where this is going, and threw me in the pond. And she's like, she laughs and she thinks it's funny, but she's also like,
yeah.
Damn it, that's not how I wanted that to end,
Did not want that to end with a cold shower.
No. And there's so many little moments like that, and it really works so well.
And coming to Adeleas, I feel like she knew what she was doing here. When you said it's therapeutic, it really reminded me of like people who go to couples therapy, and Adeleas is like the couples therapist then, who's like, okay, tell me how you met. It's not that she actually wants to know how they've met. She is trying to remind them of the common ground that they had. She can see this chasm gaping between them, and I think, Adeleas comes off as this goofy, horny, thirsty, old lady with a cocktail in her hand, which I love. But she knows what she's doing, I think, in this scene. She's like, you know what? They won't talk to each other about their common ground, so let me try and remind them. It really reminded me of like a couples therapy session that was going on over there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's and all 5 of them feel a part of it. Like only 2 people are telling a story, and clearly another story has ended. Pavara's putting in here this. I love this. I kind of got the impression that Tomas was getting down with both Adeleas and Verin before Verin bonded him, because you imagine that was the end of Tomas's sex life. Maybe Pavara, maybe he was only with Adeleas, but then was just like, I've got a chemistry connection with you, but like a spiritual connection with your sister that wants that I want to be her water type thing. So maybe he chose the other sister to spend his life protecting and gave up physically looking after the younger sister. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's like the non-scandalous version of like when you meet someone, you're like, actually, I prefer your sister. Like, that's maybe it's the non-scandal water version of that. But yeah,
But no. If it was really an Adeleas Tomas Verin throuple, that's a spin-off I want to see. The prequel that I want to see. I mean, a lot of us would want to see.
that would be hilarious, actually.
That'd be
Yeah.
fantastic, actually.
Oh, maybe
I could think of
and
one reason. Oh,
and
go
I
ahead.
can't say because of spoilers.
I was just gonna say I had the same realization. I was like, oh, that's probably why he chose. Oh, that's why he chose Verin.
Yeah,
oh,
that's why.
Okay.
Okay,
We're not
right.
gonna talk about that.
We're not going there. We're not going there.
No.
No,
No.
If you know, folks, and we're just going to leave that right there. So
We're gonna keep it up to the
keep that
first
on
three
lockdown.
books. First three books, everybody.
First 3 books is what we're going for.
Yeah. And the other thing is, again, if Lan wanted to pay attention, for instance, Adeleas is trying to push Moiraine to talk about how they met. And Moiraine could have just not said anything. She's very good at not saying anything when she doesn't want to. And then wild horses couldn't drag it. And Verin gave her an out. She was like, no, it's late. Let's go to sleep. And Moiraine could have just said, yes, I'm tired. It's late. I don't want to go to sleep. But she starts talking. It's like she's trying to tell Lan, like, yes, I know I'm pushing you away, but that doesn't mean I don't. It's like she's telling him in code. Like, I still remember what we meant to each other. It's still there. I still remember. I haven't forgotten. And so if Lan is listening, it's there. Moiraine didn't need to tell that whole long story. She had no reason to, but she did. And I think she's not telling it for them. She's telling it for him, She's
It's
not
the
looking at
unsaid
them
words,
when
yeah.
she says it. She's looking right at Lan as she tells the whole story constantly,
And
Yeah,
if he had
I
the
agree.
bond, he would have felt, he was like, man, she's just sending me the message to let me know that she still cares. I just can't do this. We just can't do the thing that we normally do right now. But without that insight into her emotions that he telepathically would have, he's just like, I remember that story too. Isn't it great? Why are you being like this right now, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, because
It's tough.
you know
It's
the
tough. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, I thought he was the dark friend. He's like, I thought she was a mercenary. And it's like this whole conversation about mistaken identities, almost about, not understanding where the other person is coming from. And then when he says, I thought all Aes Sedai were old, and then he pauses and looks at her and he's like, and cold and sour. And it's like he's telegraphing, I thought you were different. Why are you being like this now? There's that little bob underneath there,
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. I would absolutely agree with that. It's tiny little dig of being like, hey, why? Like, this is what you were like. Is it because I threw you in a pond? Because you did a lot of things in return to me, like got ants to bite me simultaneously. What a weird, on a side tangent, having learned that in New Spring, what a weird weave for someone to have invented. Like, who needed a weave of that particular nature where you could make ants or small insects of that type crawl somewhere and then all bite simultaneously? Like,
Yeah, because it's pheromone based. Ants are all like pheromone based. Like they're basically tiny little computers. Like effectively, because they perform a very simple function. Obviously, there's not a lot of external thought. Like there's no things like that. But they're very very algorithmic. They perform a function, and if you can influence that with pheromones or electrical signals, I could see how they would make the weave. Like I can envision what the weave is, but why you would have to make it or how you would think of it.
Why you would want to make ants go replicate? Because suppose they're attacking your food stores, if you could make them all just march away all together, that would be great.
Yeah, that would be great. But yeah, the biting simultaneously.
Want to make them bite someone? I don't understand.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So sorry, that one just occurred while we talked about things that Moiraine did in response to Lan.
And even
just trying to get a kick out of him.
About Lan saying that the whole stories they're telling, it's like they're telling the story, but at the same time, like I said, another barb from Lan is like, it's unwise to try and separate a man from his sword. What he's saying is my role is as protector, as defender, as the fixer, and you are trying to take that away from me. Why are you doing that?
Great subtext. I hadn't picked up on that. Well, oh my gosh. He really is like, you are, what he's saying is you are the warder. I am the sword.
I am the warder. You are the Aes Sedai.
Yeah, but he's, like a man and sword type thing. Yeah, he's saying, I am your sword. Don't separate me from you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my role. That's my purpose. Why are you not letting me do that? Why are you separating me from what I'm meant to do?
Yeah.
You know?
Very, very true.
And I think that there was another little bit of subtext that I know that there's never happiness whenever any of the Valkyrie customs are brought up, because there's a lot of ick to it, and there's a lot of subtext, a lot of connotations to it, and many inappropriate aspects. However, I know it was seemingly played for laughs when Adeleas, was like, "Ooh, saucy," but reading into the subtext of it, if you think about this person that he's talking about, the fact that they would send mercenaries after him tells you more about the culture. It's not just that these women, take small, young men's virginity. It's that it's an antagonistic relationship. It's not a good thing. Like
there's a level of control.
He's fearing mercenaries that she's sending people to kill him or capture him. So like it's definitely like it's played softly for laughs to introduce the concept, but the subtext there is this is not a positive thing, and that's I think people mistake that the fact that it exists means it's a good thing, and the fact that it is mentioned is not. It's meant to highlight the hypocrisies and the failings of the borderland cultures in a lot of ways. So
yeah, I would agree with that. I did enjoy the irony that it was Verin who explained it to Tomas just after Adeleas has been like, and he bonded Verin, and then that was the end of his sex life. So the little sister's being like, my older sister made him celibate, but she's the one who explained sex to him in Valkyrie. Like, there was some irony to that, I'm sure. So talking of
because Verin, she doesn't like the whole bit about the fact that they're teenagers when it happens. And, I'm hoping that because Verin just said it's that younger men are taught about, sex and love and romance by older women. I'm hoping that we're going to fix this a little bit in the show and make it more of a voluntary. Because actually, if you look at the Carnera thing, if without the non-consensual part of it, if you could make it the same way for young men as you make it for young Valkyrie women, where they choose their lover, and if the young man can also choose his lover, it's actually and it's a consensual thing. It's actually not a bad thing, because it's like so many young people go into marriage not knowing what the fuck to expect. Sorry, can I say fuck?
Yes, you can now.
Not knowing what
you can now.
So
there's no 7-second delay. Sorry, I can't do the bleep.
Yeah, if it was a consensual thing, the Carnera thing would actually be not a bad thing at all, because it's good for young people to explore their sexuality and learn about their bodies and learn how this all works before they, hitch their horse to one wagon and get married. It's good to do that. And it's good to do it where it's not like 2 16-year-olds and it's like the blind leading the blind. They have no idea what the hell they're doing,
Yeah,
it might actually be good to explore that with someone who can show you and explain things to you and teach you, If you take the non-consensual part out of it, which please God, let the show do it, fix it,
Yeah, or just never mention it again. Also,
it can be a throwaway line. Yeah, it doesn't.
And then we can have the whole bit about her sending mercenaries to kill him. Maybe it's because she has ambitions to marry her daughter to him, that thing happens and he doesn't want to, and she's got designs on the throne of Malkier. Okay, that could be a separate thing from the whole Carnera thing, and not because I have your lock of hair and I control you, and please let's not do that.
Yeah.
So fix it, Rafe.
Just wanted to address it because it's the only time it comes up, and I know that it's a very sensitive thing. Understandably, people have a lot of strong feelings about it. So.
Yeah.
Well, as Charlie's saying, like, we can, if they never mention it again, then we're just going to take it the way January is saying.
Exactly. Your head canon is whatever you want it to believe. Nobody can stop you. Not.
Hybrid, just to address that again, we're trying to stick to the first few books, or in this case, obviously talking about the prequel for spoilers, just to, try and maximize how many people can enjoy this, because a lot of people might be watching this either live or later on and have only watched the TV show and unfamiliar with the stories, and we don't want to spoil too many things.
Yeah. So New Spring and through Dragon Reborn, chronologically,
so we're getting close to the end of episode 2's scenes, and it's a rather long scene at the end of episode 2 that we get to enjoy. But before we do that, speaking of saucy, why don't we bring in a couple of wonderful people who I'm sure will bring the sauciness up even more. Please welcome to the party. And this does not mean you have to leave, Janya. Obviously, if you need to, you can. If you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. Please welcome to the party this afternoon, Jess of Tavalon After Dark and the Amelin Study. And as mentioned earlier, the woman who keeps Kev and I under control to create these dreams, Pavara, our favorite red sister, Rafe's favorite as well.
Welcome.
It's funny. When you mentioned that, I was like, yeah, it would take a red to keep a couple of men in line, you know.
This is so true. Yeah, folks, please get round of applause for Pavara because she does remind us. Actually, hey guys, have we done this yet? And Kevin and I are just like, no, sorry.
You got to know your strengths, and Pavara has a lot of strengths that I don't have.
Speaking of which, do either of you need a break?
Do either of us need a break? Well, I can't take a break just yet because otherwise we can't put any episodes on anything on the screen because I'm the one doing that still. Kevin and I have not done that trading and sharing thing yet, so but we'll get there
It's
at
on
some
the
point.
agenda.
It's on the agenda. I
I'm
moved
sticking around
homes.
for this scene, and then it's really late, so I'll dip after that. But this scene, I really want to get into.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, folks, this is a long scene. This is probably one of the longest scenes that most characters will get. It's 4.5 minutes long. So we're going to get to enjoy that. I probably should have, while we were gas bagging, lined the scene up, but you know, I'm very clever like that. Luckily, it doesn't take too long because we did work out the timings of everything prior, so that does help us. And there's no adverts coming up for it, which is also really good. So enjoy, folks.
I should have sensed the Fates were coming. I should have. I'm sorry.
Do you know when I actually decided you'd be my warder? It was after Chechen. We were on our way back to the tower and we stopped at this little village. I can't remember the name, but there were 3 Trolloc heads staked on spears outside the town. A warning. But it didn't faze you. You'd faced so many in the Blight, and I couldn't imagine the courage it took to face the shadow with nothing but a sword. And that's what I knew. Because I knew that when the time came, you'd be able to survive on your own. You'll go to the tower, and I'll continue alone.
I'm not leaving you.
I was wrong, Lan. I was wrong about everything. The last battle's coming, and we're already losing it. The Quaindiar that broke at the Eye of the World, that was the seal keeping Ishamael imprisoned.
Ishamael, the Forsaken.
We didn't defeat the Dark One. We set his strongest lieutenant free. The Forsaken are 3,000 years old. They're the strongest channelers that ever lived, and Ishamael may be waking the others. What they can do with the one power make the Aes Sedai look like tavern magicians conjuring birds from their sleeves. I mean, he cut me off with a flick of his wrist.
Eight Aes Sedai to cut someone off. Alone he couldn't, no matter.
You have no conception of the power they use.
Then tell me. You and I walked this path together. Every step of it. Every choice, every sacrifice.
We've never walked this path together. You've never seen the forest for the trees because I have never shown it to you.
I know what you're trying to do. You can't push me away.
Rand's alive.
No. You said he was dead.
You assumed. I did what I had to do to protect the dragon reborn because my loyalty is to him. And him alone.
I took an oath to defend you. To give my life for you.
Without the bond, you're unable to fulfill that oath.
I'm still your warder.
No, you failed me. Without Verin and Adeleas, I would be dead.
I'm not letting you walk away from me again.
I know. Alana will see you to the tower. I'll have her take your bond by force if I must.
I swore myself to you because I trusted you. Because I thought we were in this together. Equals. That was never true, was it, Moiraine? And I said I cannot lie. So tell me the truth.
We were never equals. Light protect you. Lan Mandragoran.
Yeah, that's hard.
Help if I was unmuted. Jess and Bavara, you've come in probably.
I'm muted. It's so sad.
One of the saddest scenes. Welcome, by the way, again. But yeah, what do we think of that scene?
There's a lot going on there. There was their parting, and a lot of exposition, and I think the thing that stuck out to me most was continuing Janya's metaphor about the sword earlier, where Lan sees himself as a protector. Don't part me from my sword. Is she's reminding him about the moment that she actually, decided to bond him, and it had to do with his strength as someone who is a protector. And I feel like she is telling him, like, I've always valued that, but it's different now.
I think too that because the situation with Moiraine being severed from the source, like, it's really ambiguous at this point. Like, they haven't ever explicitly said that she's shielded, not stilled. And so I think that there's some really important information that we're getting here about, like, what the situation is and what is happening when somebody is shielded and what happens to their warders. So he says that he should have sensed the darkspawn, the Murdrals. He didn't. So we know now that, okay, Lan is actually at a big disadvantage now because his warder powers are apparently gone. I can't remember what my other point was. But yeah, we're getting important information here.
Yeah. So I think, Kevin, you're muted.
More, yeah, I was saying that was more confirmation that the bond was released. It wasn't simply masked. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, two of the things that kind of really struck me is one ties into the previous scene. It's like, so Moiraine and Lan were actually kind of talking. They were talking about the time they met, and then suddenly what shifted? If you look at in the previous scene, sorry, the sneeze can't decide whether it's coming or going.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the moment you see Moraine's head go up and kind of she shifts back is when Adeleas says, the best warder can protect you from yourself. And you can see Moraine's head go up, like she's like, but I don't want to be protected from myself. I want to protect Rand. And she's realizing, and then Lan's whole thing, don't separate me from my sword, and talking about all that. She doesn't want to be protected. She wants to put Rand first, even if that means putting herself in danger. That's her mission. And she's realizing Lan's never going to do that. Lan's always going to put her well-being first. And even if that means, and then the other thing is, I feel like she saw Lan take that out of her saddlebag. She can't not have, because she wouldn't just leave that unwatched. I feel like she saw it. And I feel like that confirmed for her that Lan is not going to obey my orders or maintain my trust when it's a choice between doing that and putting me in danger. She's like, I want someone who will not put me first, who will join me in that mission of putting Rand first. But as things stand now, Lan's not going to do that. And that kind of confirmed that for her. And that's why she's now like, okay, now I have to push you away again. And I feel like the story that she tells, one, of course, as Pevara said, is she's telling him, yes, I do acknowledge your role as protector, and I do acknowledge your role. And as she said, as Pevara said, she's saying it's different now, because she's saying now, when she said, I knew you would survive, and she's telling him, you have to find a purpose without me, because it's very likely this mission will kill me. I do not want you to die, and I do not want you to be adrift once I'm gone. I feel like that's what she's trying to tell him. And again, he's so wrapped up in his own grief and his own pain that he's not hearing the message she's sending him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that you're really onto something there. But my interpretation of it is not so much that she doesn't want to be protected. I think that you're right that she wants a partner, and that she doesn't think that Lan is going to be able to be that partner. But I also think that there's a big part of this is that she's trying to protect him, because she knows at this point that it's a suicide mission, and she cares about him. She knows that he can have a life without her, because now he's met Nynaeve, and there's obviously something there. Absolutely. And so I initially, like up until just now, I thought that maybe she didn't know that he had taken that paper from her saddlebags. But now I think that maybe she planted it, because it's about Lanfear, right? And so what this is going to do is it's going to plant doubts in his mind that maybe she is Black Aja, right? And so this is just another way that she's trying to push him away and get him to be like, I don't want anything to do with this. And so she's just like throwing everything she possibly can at him to try and get him to basically get mad enough to be like, you know what, fuck off. I'm done. I'm done with you. Yeah. And
because we saw how Alana and her warders responded the moment they saw that paper. The first thing they said was, do you serve Lanfear? Are you a dark friend? I think, yeah, you're right. Moiraine probably was hoping this would be one more thing to shove Lan away, you know, for his own good.
Yeah, and I think that it's, and I mean, obviously, like we know how things end up panning out at the end, but I think that she doesn't give Lan enough credit. And part of the reason that she isn't getting the feeling that he is going to be a partner, like an equal partner to her in this endeavor, is because she's not giving him the information that he needs. And I think she's not communicating like what she needs from him as like a partner in crime, as it were. And I know that that's ridiculous, and the idea of people not communicating in the Wheel of Time, I know that that's really just bonkers, but it's not like that's ever happened. But yeah, I think what we're seeing here is everybody being extremely human, which you know, that's really kind of what the whole series is just people being human and sucking at stuff, because that's really what we all are.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we see Moiraine is constantly crippled in a sense by what she thinks she knows, and what all Aes Sedai are, what they think is the truth, and what has to be the case. And we see Lan is getting a lot more of his detective clues, like all the crumbs that lead along to his eventual revelation. He is astonished that Ashamel by himself cut her off. Like if in his mind, if it was the Dark One that severed her or cut her off or shielded her or whatever it was, that is, I guess, beyond the realms of understanding. That's possible. But when he finds out it's a person who does it, it's one person. It takes 8 sisters to do that to a single Aes Sedai, and then she reaffirms the Forsaken know how to do things we don't even have an understanding of or conceptualize. That's where I think he's getting all the seeds that say they can do something like tie a shield, like little things like that. And he's getting all the little bits of knowledge that he eventually asks Verin to maybe look into. That's kind of my running theory now is. So I think that it was a good scene for that, where he's getting those little bits from Moiraine, exposing her overconfidence in what they know, while simultaneously saying she doesn't know what they know. So she thinks that things aren't possible that are possible, and then says anything is possible. So it's a very it's just a funny moment for her to reflect on her own humanity, and then fall victim to it too.
And to speak to what Jess was saying about, the reason I didn't talk about, the whole, Moiraine is pushing away for his good is because, that's it's so blindingly obvious to all of us except to Lan, and I don't know why. And he even says it. He says, "You're pushing me away." But then the moment she wounds his pride by telling him, "I lied to you. I didn't disclose everything to you," it's like he forgets that he just had that revelation. He takes his 2 steps back again. And then even when she says, "Ishamael cut me off," again, Lan is not. I think the reason she realizes when Lan's like, "No, but nobody can do that. It takes 8 Aes Sedai." And Moiraine is like, "Shit, this guy is not taking it seriously. He's not realizing what we're up against. He's going to get himself killed because he's going to probably chase after Forsaken. Like, they can't do this and that. And he's going to get himself killed. Even now, he's not realizing the gravity of what we're up against. I have to fucking push him away for his own good before he gets himself killed, you know?"
She keeps doing that. She's been spending these months trying to push him away by treating him like a servant, and then through this whole conversation, she's like, "Well, here's another piece of information you won't like. Oh, you said you're never going to leave me. Oh, I didn't tell you Rand's alive. Now I'm going to tell you that Alana's going to take your bond from you. Like, just everything except I don't want you to be my warder anymore. Please go away."
Yeah.
Well, because
and even Lan, he would have been like, "Well, let her take my bond. I don't want to be your warder anymore," you know? But he doesn't.
Yeah. Sorry, Jess, you were going to say something?
I forgot.
Yeah. So great observations all around. And I think with that, I shall tap out because it's really late here and I have.
Thank you so much for coming again, Janya.
Yeah, appreciate
nice
you
joining
joining.
Janya.
I might sit in chat for a while I'm in my pajamas, but otherwise I'm going to turn in.
That's totally fair. Totally fair.
Enjoy your evening.
Take care.
Bye. See you.
Always great insights. I love her 2 appearances now. I hope she's able to continue to make it. Did we cover the "we were never equals" line yet while I was gone?
We have not.
No, we have not.
No. Okay. By a show of hands, and you can do this in chat, who believed by Moiraine saying that line that she was in she thought she was greater than Lan?
0%.
Nope.
I never bought it.
Absolutely.
I knew it was set up. It was such an obvious setup. It's such a good payoff. But it's a setup, yeah.
Yeah, it is an excellent payoff. And I think that for show only people, like people who haven't spent like 14 books or whatever with these characters, they might not clock that, because I think that without having the more in-depth knowledge about Moiraine and her motivations and stuff like that people who've read the books have, like, I can see where Moiraine to them would be coming across as like this arrogant person who thinks that she knows everything and thinks that she's better than everybody else. And so, you know, they're not gonna clock that she's like, "Actually, I fucking suck and I'm an idiot. And you are so much better than I am. And like, I need you around because you make me better." Like, you know,
it's so
but at the same time, go because I'll get you killed.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want you to die. I actually love you very much and would rather that you didn't die. So get the fuck out of here.
My partner is a show only person. And there was a point about midway through the season where she had to be like, "So I should not be accepting that Moiraine knows everything at this point." Because up to that point, she was like, she just took everything Moiraine said as gospel. Like, why wouldn't you? That's how she's the Gandalf of the story. Everything she says should be true. And then, like, I think it was after, like, maybe after Onir and or maybe the Land Fear stuff had really kicked off. She's like, "I shouldn't be trusting her words for everything, should I?" And I'm like, "No, you shouldn't. She's not right about everything." No.
Nope.
That's so similar to how it is in the books too. When you first start reading, Moiraine is this all-knowing, mystical person, and it isn't until you get later in the series that you start to see how she's just human. And
every single person is an unreliable narrator. Like, you cannot take anything that they say or feel or see. You can't take any of it at face value, because every single one of them, they're viewing it through like the lens of their own biases and what they know and what they don't know. And it's like, I feel like that is part of, I guess, the genius of what Robert Jordan did with this series, is that, like, you know, I said it before, everybody is just so incredibly human, and, you know, it makes it so relatable, because I don't know about the rest of you, but I also am an idiot. So
guilty. Yeah.
Saying I'm dumb as hell, man. I say it all the time. I am dumb. I'm smart, but I am fucking dumb.
Oh,
I'm dumb as hell. Oh man.
No idea what's going on.
This is the way everyone has like a niche at like trivia nights. You know, they'd be like,
Yeah.
I have a weird niche because I'm dumb at everything else. You know, so.
It's like
Sorry,
if I'm in
Kavara.
nerd trivia and they ask what Worf says is a warrior's drink, I'm all over it. BT dubs, it's prune juice.
Kapla.
A warrior's drink.
Sorry, Pavara, I cut you off before. You were going to say something.
Oh, speaking of things that are very similar to the books, Lan's characterization is similar in that in the books he does not have a lot of I'm going to call it emotional maturity. Like he does not give good life advice usually. He doesn't read people very well. He's good at all the things that he does because he also has his niche. And he's very similar in the show, especially here. Like she's telling him that she failed, she was wrong. She tells him all these things that we can clearly see are not the truth. Like we know she doesn't think she's better than him, but he just doesn't. He doesn't get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think a lot of that, like, I agree with you that there's a certain amount of, I mean, emotional maturity or just sort of like having lived his life the way that he has is basically in a warrior society. Because I mean, we've seen what the Shinarans are like, and
he's stunted as hell.
Big time. It's sort of it's giving toxic masculinity for sure.
I was going to say the same thing because like the books, he's full of toxic masculinity platitudes. Like he gives the boys these advice, and we're like, oh, he's very wise, he's very sagely, but no, he's just stunted in his growth, and he has no idea how to address his emotions or handle things.
Like he gets it right a couple of times, where it's like actually that's genuine advice that's going to do good for anybody type thing. But like a broken clock is twice. It's like
exactly. It's right twice a day, right? And it's sort of like the thing that really springs to mind as sort of like good advice is when he tells Rand that whatever happens, face it on your feet. Like I feel like that is excellent advice. Like
that is excellent advice. Yeah.
You know what? Just try to be ready for anything and just do what you can. I appreciate that, but yeah, absolutely. And so it's definitely giving toxic masculinity. And so, you know, he doesn't necessarily have the tools to deal with the fact that he is feeling extremely hurt by the things that she said. And I think that because he's feeling hurt and doesn't have the tools to effectively deal with those feelings, he's known her for 20 years. He should be able to see through all of that shit. Like, my friend Darcy and I have known each other since 2001. Okay? If she starts to bullshit me, I can tell because I've known her for a billion years and she's like my sister. So he should be able to see that she's talking out of her ass 100%. But because he is feeling so hurt and isn't able to effectively deal with those emotions, he is not seeing what's actually happening here. So like, stop being such a dumbass, dude. Like, get it together.
and that goes the other way as well, because Moiraine knows him so well that she should be able to. She knows the way that she is behaving is just gonna set him off the way he is, reacting to her. But she can't help it because of the trauma she's gone through, because of what Ishi's done to her. So it's like it's a two-way street where they're both driving the wrong direction.
Oh yeah, everybody is hurt and they're hurting each other, and it's just like everybody needs to go to therapy and just take a nap.
Take a nap.
Absolutely.
I saw somebody posted, like, I think on Threads or something. It was like, if you hate everyone, take a nap. If you hate everyone, eat something. If you think everyone hates you, take a nap. And I feel like that's pretty solid life advice, to be perfectly honest.
So then most days I should just eat and nap.
Yeah. That's what I do.
Exaggeration. Oh my god. Anything else we want to add for the end of episode 2, or do we want to move on to the very, very few appearances in episode 3, or anything you want to add from episode 1, perhaps, that you were like, we were talking about earlier, and you're like, actually, I noticed this in episode 1, I want to mention it in case we hadn't crossed it.
I do think that we should touch on what she said about giving his bond to Alana,
right, without
his consent, and I am feeling a little bit like that might be foreshadowing of what might come.
We are, I was gonna say, we're keeping it to New Spring through Dragon Reborn as far as, but yeah, I think you're spot on for that as well. I think it's very, very much set up to say that that type of thing. There's another character that I think will be replaced with Alana for a certain role as well, in particular.
Oh, I'm very interested to hear about that. We should talk about it when we record next week.
We should, yeah.
That's
a good idea. I'll mentally write that one down.
Yeah, write it down.
Look, having like I don't even need to listen religiously to know that the two of you say that so much, and it's just like it doesn't get written down.
Or it doesn't forget.
That's
I mean, I've got a notebook right here. It doesn't help.
I know. Oh, there we go. Look at them getting the notebooks out. I love this.
I have gotten addicted to a program called Notion. It's difficult to explain. It's a very kind of open source, like organizational type of workflow kind of thing. We use it at work, and now I also use it for myself. And so, like when we say something during TVAD recordings, I'm like, "That's the show title," and I go in Notion and I type it in there so that I don't forget.
Brilliant.
Sometimes I remember that it's there.
That's great. Yeah, no, it's a very it is, you know, sort of it's a setup there for show watchers, for people who haven't read the books, but also for me, it kind of it's another barb that Moiraine's throwing in there. Be like, I would just casually pass you along, like, you know, I have that power. I will do that if you don't just go.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Yep, and Leia's right. It's very book Moiraine too. Book Moiraine is constantly saying, "By the way, I've set this. I've set up this thing."
Like,
sorry, I'm not sure if Rob is frozen for me. Okay, there he is. Oh, he's caught up. I think we're back now.
Am I back? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about. I thought you had stopped talking, so I was like, "Oh yeah, let me jump in." You're good.
No, I'm just frozen. My internet connection is popping in and out for a second.
Yay!
So.
That's
I love it.
Yeah. Moiraine is constantly like, by the way, I've set up this thing in case I die. You'll have your bond passed to another. Hey, just so you know, you're my parcel. And he's like,
FYI.
What am I, your parcel?
Yeah. It's like I've got a prepaid shipping label for you in case I fucking kick the bucket. Like
a prepaid shipping label.
It's already printed in my pocket.
Not to be too much of a red about it, but that's just one of many points that illustrate why bonding is kind of unethical.
It is, yeah.
I mean, there is an enormous amount of power given to the person who has bonded the other person.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that they can do stuff like that and the other, like the bondee, does not know that it's happening. Like, yeah. Like you have to trust that person to treat you ethically, and that is a big leap. Like
it's custom alone that prevents them from using the compulsion aspect of the bond.
Yeah.
And that custom only goes so far.
Yeah, it's sort of
law.
like anybody can make an excuse to not like follow custom, like just this once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know, it's like I think the only way that you could make it ethical is if you added to the oaths, the 3 oaths, you added additional oaths to say I'm not going to do bullshit to my warder, like. But then, of course, they would find loopholes with that too. But
yeah, I mean, alternatively, you could always try to like refine the water bonds so it didn't give you that ability.
True. I mean, we can we can see that weaves can be experimented with, but man, Aes Sedai hate innovation. They absolutely cannot stand innovation.
No, they cannot stand. So, and that is one of the things that just cracks me up is when like the Wonder Girls come in and like start shaking things up, and they're all like, "Oh my god,
you can't do that!
You can't do that!" Well, I just fucking did. So call a cop.
I love that. All right, well, we will move into episode 3. The first scene in episode 3, it's we see Lan, but we don't see Lan. This is you know. I don't want to explain too much because I feel like I'll give away the scene. I mean, everyone's watched it, I'm sure, but you know, we'll put it up and we'll talk about it afterwards. 1 second. Here we go.
I'm going to miss you so much.
Horse snorts.
I do love the closed captioning sometimes.
What are you doing here?
Lana told me you're going through the arches. I came as fast as I could.
You couldn't do it.
Where will you go?
Home. To the Two Rivers. I don't know what's left for me there, but I know I don't belong here.
I could come with you. If you'll have me.
What about Moiraine? The bond? Of course I'll have you.
Are you all right?
I thought I heard something.
Nynaeve. What's wrong?
I don't know. It was a strange feeling, like this. This was all a dream.
I love that they gave us that moment because it's really unlikely that we will get a moment like that in real life with him like galloping up gallantly on his beautiful horse and they run to each other and it's so romantic. Like that's not going to happen in real life. Like
and cleverly set up.
Go ahead.
Let's say cleverly set up for the bait and switch like they did on the close of the previous episode where he's being abandoned by, being left with a lot. There are enough crumbs there for you to for a moment to be like, oh my gosh, is this real? And then you're like, oh my gosh, it's not real. But it was believable enough. It was well set up, and I appreciated that.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh shit, she's staying.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It was like Lan, but not Lan, obviously, because like you say, the crumbs were there before, so you could buy it. But ultimately, it turns out that it's the Lan of the Archways, shall we say, or Mirror World Lan, something like that. I don't know. But,
it's very much Adeleas's like fan fiction version of Lan riding up on his
Yes.
Was this the thing that you noticed? Was this the thing that you noticed? Because you're so right.
It's one of them. There's another one.
Oh my gosh, you're so right.
This is Adeleas fan fiction. My God, that's incredible. And yes, Johnny has also just put that in chat. It was exactly what Adeleas described. Oh my God. And Leia's like, I got so mad at Rafe and Sarah the first time I watched this because in my head, all I think was, well, Nynaeve said he just thrown the whole book plot in the trash.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I too was convinced.
Yeah, I was very much like, okay, I'm gonna let them cook, but what the fuck?
Yeah, I think for me, I was 50-50 when he came gallantly, sort of like galloping up. I was like, I mean, this could be them taking the story in a different direction, but it also feels like a slight fake out, so I'm not sure what's happening. And then it was all just like, I'll go where you go. And I was like, well, no, that can't be real. Obviously, this must still be in the archways, And it depends how well I think you bought the previous scene with Nynaeve where she's like, nah, screw you, I'm out. If you bought that scene, then I think you were more likely to buy this scene. I'm sure there were people out there who didn't buy that at all and was just like, no, she would never leave the tower, leave Egwene. But yeah, it is less fanfic. I can't get that out of my head even now.
It's interesting because I feel like Lan he feels almost sinister. Like it's really weird, like this undertone vibe I got this time watching it, where it's almost like the archways, the way that they're designed, they're trying to trick you to stay. Like they want you to stay. They're trying to trap you. Like that's part of the test in a way. And it feels almost like that ending hug. It almost looks sinister. Like his face is like, it's the test saying, we've got you. We've won. Like it's almost like a battle of wits in a way. I never got the sinister vibe before, but obviously it's like a very wooden. It feels very kind of like dramatic, and like it does feel dreamlike in the sense that it doesn't. Something feels off, and it's almost like there's a much later scene in the series, probably towards the end, but so I won't get into details, but it's almost where like the people are described as hollow and wooden, like they don't have the light behind their eyes anymore. That's kind of what he feels like. He just feels like a facsimile of what you'd expect land. It's like like you said, fantasy land, Adeleas land. It's not real land. He wouldn't do those kinds of things. And it's weird how I kind of feel unsettled. Like for the first time watching those scenes, I'm just like, man, that's the test kind of being insidious and trying to honey trap you into staying. It's weird.
Yeah.
And you know what? I never clocked it when I watched it, and I've only watched it the one time at this point, but like I never clocked it until you just mentioned it. And you're absolutely right. There's something kind of uncanny valley about him. Like he's Lan, but he's like weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like that was good looking out because I didn't clock that the first time.
Yeah, we spent 2 episodes watching him being like, I'm not going, I'm not leaving you. What about this? What about that? You know, we're a team, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, and that then absolutely follow Moiraine wherever she's going, be like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I'm coming with you.
Yeah,
like,
and even with the end where she's kicked him to the curb and been really vicious and, you know, dug in the barbs and that, it felt so hollow is the right word, that he would then suddenly be like, well, I'm done. So where are you off to? I'll come with you, Nynaeve. You know, like,
and he didn't even answer the question about the bond. He was just like,
that was the other thing I noticed. It is even in her dream, he's like so conflicted that he can't answer that question. He doesn't know what to say. He doesn't have an answer for it.
So yeah, it was a well put together scene, I have to say.
Yeah,
like it, you know, like all good lies, it had enough truth in there to make it believable.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
But I also want to say that it's very, it's similar to Rand's scene at the end of season 1, where he's kind of offered the same deal, where he could stay with Egwene, and he turns it down. I think it's really interesting that Nynaeve buys into it. I know this stream isn't about Nynaeve, but she buys into it.
Yeah, that is so true.
She buys into a world where Lan, like this Lan has not consented. Like I say consent in the sense that like he's created for the vision, for the purpose of the vision. He doesn't have choice. He's not a full person. He lacks that depth to say no. He lacks the depth to say, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. This is not my mission. This is not who I am. He is a fake version of Lan, like just a honeypot Lan.
Honeypot Land is so dreamy and hot, you just look past the red flags.
It's true.
Honeypot Land. That's a name. That's
episode 3, Honeypot Land. Yeah,
that needs to be a t-shirt. That needs to be a t-shirt out there. Someone, folks. Honeypot Land. Just like him on the horse, being like, you know, yeah, just that Honeypot Land. You know,
make it a sticker. I'll put that on my laptop.
Oh God, yeah. Daniel Henney, if you watch this, I do apologize. But also, you earned it.
Like, listen, dude, you have to know that you're so good looking.
He does.
Like, his wife is so lucky. Like, girl, you get to wake up next to that every day. God damn. Well done.
I know. Now, just remember when we watched the scene, I was like, "Oh, poor Zoe having to kiss him again." You know, like,
oh, poor girl.
Boo-hoo.
She must have been like, "Oh, I don't feel that take was right. Can we do it again, please?" You know.
That was like me when I played Ado Annie in Oklahoma when I was a sophomore in high school, and I got to kiss the 2 cutest senior boys, Roykin Ass and Wes Warren, and I was 15 and I'd never kissed anybody before in my life. And bless Wes's heart, he took me to the back of the gym and kissed me, and it was awesome. Thanks,
Love
Wes.
That's all they need.
Sometimes that is all you need. But yeah, let's run with this for a second. Like the Honeypot Land scene is, you know, it's obviously a lie. But I think it's for me, it also throws in, I don't think this is like, you know, if I keep it vague, it's not a spoiler, but throws in like mirror world stuff as well. And like you say, like, you know, the scene you mentioned earlier about like people being hollow and things like that. It's this will be something so small, and the focus was there to be like, actually, did you see Nynaeve's still in the Archers? She hasn't actually finished the test yet, but it will pay dividends later with other storylines in later seasons and stuff. And I think I don't know if it's accidental clever writing or deliberate clever writing. Maybe Sarah was like, hey, you should do this or do that, make him like this, or make it feel this way or something. But I think it's going to pay dividends later when you, like on rereads, where you pick up small details. People are going to watch later episodes in later seasons of Mirror World things or tangential stuff from that, and see this and be like, wow, it was there in season 2. And you only appreciate that on rewatches right now. Like, the detail we're going into, I was like, I hadn't thought about that until watching it again. I was like, God damn. So Knuckles is having fun in chat. This is brilliant. Honey Butt Rock sounds like a show about not suitable for work Fraggles. I mean, the Fraggles are definitely not suitable for work. But yeah. All right. This is one of 2 scenes that Lan gets in episode 3. And the follow-up scene is a dream-like situation. So let's move along almost to the end of the episode, basically, and bring you a little bit of Lan. And why not, just for fun? Oh God, 1 second while I play something and get it off.
All right, I've got the.
We need to vamp for 41 seconds while something else plays.
So I'm gonna say
I am not paying for that. Sorry, folks.
Each arch in the accepted test, it tries to get you to stay, because by staying there, you keep that mirror world. In reality, it exists as long as you're a part of it, but as soon as you leave it, it doesn't exist. So it's a self-preservation of the world version itself. It's like it wants to keep you there, because as soon as you leave, everything in that world ceases to exist, because it's created from your brain. So it wants you to stay so that it can have its own so it can exist and be a potential turning as it were.
Well,
So,
and it makes sense too that it would be that way, because the whole point of this test is to make sure that people have the fortitude to become Aes Sedai, which is honestly, I feel like my opinion about the tests is that they're a little much, because you're putting people into virtually impossible positions and losing potentially important people just because they got lost or whatever, and that just seems wasteful.
Yes, but if you think about when the tests were implemented shortly after the breaking and the kind of people they would want to be Aes Sedai, people who would be able to fight back against the Dark One, who they might not have been sure was really locked away, or fight back against other Dark Friend Aes Sedai, it really makes sense that they would put them through so much to become an Aes Sedai.
I don't know.
I find it actually interesting that there are sisters who are able that become obviously Black Aja, that were able to also pass the accepted test in a way. It's interesting that never tempted them. That they didn't fall victim to that temptation to stay in the world, and that didn't weed them out naturally. Maybe it did used to weed out dark friends or unfaithfuls or things like that. But it's interesting that maybe they know enough about it that they can kind of get around that safeguard. Maybe that's what it was initially for, was to weed out anyone who was aligned with the Dark One, and over time they gamed the system and they just kind of figured out a way to make sure that they survive. It's just interesting. It's interesting to think of how it is wasteful, where we see it as now, but I can see how it's a necessary thing when it was implemented to set a standard, almost to set the high standard of what the Aes Sedai were trying to be. It's interesting.
I guess I just feel like there are other ways to set a standard that doesn't involve major trauma.
Probably
for people, as somebody who has experienced major trauma, it does actually affect your ability to function effectively. So I feel like it's kind of short-sighted from that standpoint. And people who don't necessarily have the fortitude to make it through these terribly traumatic experiences, it doesn't make it so that they don't have value. There are other things that they can contribute. Your value isn't predicated on whether or not you can like withstand the bullshit long enough to go through a door. Like it just, I don't know. It just, there are people who don't come back. There's enough of them who don't come back that they're like, okay, well, this isn't an anomaly. This is actually a legitimate risk, which means that enough people got lost. And it's like, to what point in purpose? Because now you've just lost somebody, and you want to know what? They might have ended up having some kind of really important talent. Like maybe we would have gotten somebody who figured out Quindiar or what those Terangriel mean or whatever. It's just sort of like, I feel like it's wasteful. It's wasted talent.
Yeah. We did talk about,
you have to be so strong. Like,
yeah, we did. This actually came up in the lane stream, didn't it? We talked about how afterwards, like it happened, and they were just like, "Nope, we don't talk about it. Nope, keep it silent."
So you don't even get to process it. You just have to sit there with this bullshit that happened to you. Like, and really, it's your biggest fears, right? That are coming at you, and so you experience all this terrible shit, and then you come out. They're like, "Nope, can't talk about it," and so then you just get to sit with that and not process it or whatever. So healthy,
clearly
really good.
They've never
not toxic at all.
They've clearly also never managed to have someone before who was in there for like 20 years and then comes out and then has to like live with that lived experience. Like usually they're in and out within like however long it takes, but
yeah, like half hour or whatever. Yeah, this is true. So speaking of 20 years of trauma, shall we watch some of that 20 years of trauma?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. We'll start off with something nice though. We'll start it out with Donal Finn dressed up.
I love that.
The only occasion we see him so far in anything other than a rag. So, bless the poor guy.
He cleans up nice.
He does clean up pretty good, doesn't he? So there he is.
My lady. Forgive me, I did not realise that we have a blade master in the Two Rivers.
It's me.
Oh no! When did you get so grown up?
Welcome home, stranger. How about we see if your father needs any help with the honey cake? Yeah?
Honey cakes!
Nom, 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 nom. Right, come on then. I'm going today. She and the other Greens are headed north. Trollocs have invaded Saldea.
Saldea's a far way off.
Not far enough.
Egwene said I can handle a few Trollocs. Do you regret leaving the tower?
Can I have another honey cake?
You have had plenty. How about you go give Matt and Perrin a hug goodnight, and we get ready for bed? Yeah?
Mummy?
Shut up. Now,
Yeah.
go.
We need you to be a brave girl. Just stay here and wait for me to come back. Need you.
Mummy?
Because this is focused on Lan, and also I don't want to traumatize two people. The next bit's real rough. We'll save the trauma of that particular moment for when we talk about Nynaeve. Yeah, I decided we should cut that there. Firstly, Light Blinded Fool, thank you. Thank
you so much.
Incredibly generous. Also, Pips, yes. Not why I put him on screen, but thank you. Yes, and Isle Royal Roof Mistress literally put in chat what I was about to say. He dies well, Daniel Henney, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he looks great.
He looks good dying.
Yeah, he's basically cucked it like what 3-4 times now in the couple of seasons, and he does it so well every time.
Yeah, he's great at it.
Yeah, he's very good. I had to say that. And there was another one here. Side note before we talk about Lan. Charlie putting in, I wish Matt could see that in Nynaeve's ideal life, he is there and is friends with her daughter and has a nice outfit. I wish Matt could see that he is loved. And it's just like, oh. So, Charlie, can you, when we eventually do the Donal stream, could you come back and put that back in chat again, please?
Yeah.
But yeah. Another great scene.
I think Leah made a really good point.
Mhm.
Another way, this is a mirror world, Lan would have fucked this fight up, or he wouldn't have fucked this fight up. He would have laid waste, even without his border powers, because you're not going to make me believe that even over the course of however many years, he's not out there doing like his border meditation stuff. Because like, that's what he does, and that's who he is. So he's still going to be able to fight, and it's only like 3 Trollocs. You think Lan can't take out 3 Trollocs? Like, that's just not even realistic.
This is very, very true. So, but yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
Oh, and that kind of made me wonder if Nynaeve has really seen Lan fight yet. I know he was there on Winter Night in the first episode, but I don't think she really had time to watch him at work at doing what he does best. So I don't think she's really seen him.
Oh yeah, because she was dragged off. You're right.
Yeah, she's never actually fully seen him in action, so she does not know.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that in her dream she doesn't give him like amazing fighting powers. Because like it is her dream, so if this is an idealized version of Lan, like why doesn't she make him like incredibly good at what he does? I just think that that's interesting. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah. I think it's in a way that because I was mentioned that the sentience of the vision itself, it realized if you noticed the second he realized that Lan says, "Do you regret leaving the tower?" the Trollocs attack. So as soon as there's a seed of doubt that she made the right decision and that she should stay there, the Trollocs attack. So that's like the antibodies of the vision coming to attack and say, Lan isn't enough to keep you here anymore. And it tries to get her at the last second with Eleanor. Like, is she enough to keep you here? And that's we're not going to go into the depths of that because that's even crazier. But I feel like the vision realized that Lan wasn't a strong enough hold on her anymore. Like she realized that there are things more important than just being with Lan forever in a cozy little life.
Well, yeah, and I think that she maybe subconsciously, when her friends died, her husband died, and she realized that like she didn't want, like that was, they meant enough to her that she wanted to be back with them. She wanted to go back to them. I think because they were talking about how Trollocs had invaded Saldea, and she was worried about that. And I think that this was maybe her subconscious telling her like, hey, there's a lot of stuff that's at stake and you are needed. You can't live in this perfect fantasy world anymore. There's stuff going on. You need to get out of here. You need to go.
The only thing this scene was missing was I win again, lose Theron, because it felt like the end of the mirror world where Rand is like dying. But go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Oh, what was I going to say? I think my reading of it was this was the moment where she realizes that she wants to be able to protect the people she loves, and she can't do it unless she becomes an Aes Sedai, and so she makes that choice to go back.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. That's very, very true. So, aside from admiring Honeypot Lan, he doesn't do a lot in the scene. But do we like the hair down look? Is Honeypot Lan working?
I like his hair up better, personally.
Yes.
It really accentuates that jawline.
It is funny that we see him with his hair down in the next episode, though. Like, they set it up like, oh, here's Lan with his hair down. And then you're like, oh my God, his hair is still down.
Is this still a dream? Oh,
it was
maybe
funny
that was the point.
Because even Daniel Henney, I think he was like, one thing he was nervous about for season 2 was people seeing his hair down. I think he said that in an interview.
I do think it's interesting that they put his hair down in this dream version of him. Because usually that kind of symbolizes that a character is like they're relaxed and they're having a good time and they're happy. But he's anything but in these scenes where he has his hair down.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Rapunzel Lan. Just been put in chat. I like that. Oh, let down your hair. As fans, we do get stuck on some things occasionally. So it's not outside the realms of possibility that fans could be like, oh, Lan with his hair down is not okay. You know?
I mean, Lan with his hair down is absolutely fine. I mean,
Yeah.
if that's how he wants to wear his hair, that's totes cool.
Yep.
I think it looks better up, but my opinion doesn't matter because it's his hair. So
this is true. This is it's his hair. Let him wear it how he wants. So,
I
go for
do
it.
think you're right though. That like maybe it's because we're not used to seeing him with his hair down. We're not used to thinking about him. It's like when a man who has a beard shaves for the first time. It looks really weird for like the first week.
Yeah.
And so maybe we're just not used to it.
when I was like 11 or 12, my dad shaved his mustache for the first time, and the dog freaked out. She did not recognize him. She like was barking, and like she did not settle down until she heard his voice. And then she's like, "Oh, I know you."
Well, that's it. They actually tell new fathers, because my friend, he said got 2 children now, but when he had his first child, like 7 years ago, he was actually, he said to me one day, he's like, just means I can't shave again for like the next 8 years or something stupid. And I was like, what? And he's like, no, seriously, like if you shave your beard while your baby is very young, they won't recognize you and it will terrorize them. And I was like, my God, I hadn't considered the difference. Yeah, and he's a different man with the shaved beard. So no hair as opposed to just the facial hair. So bless him. Love you, Steve. All right, we are on episode 4 now. There's just those 2 scenes for episode 3, short and sweet. So,
but it put us back on track for the timeline, though. Yeah, it
did. Yes, which is great because I knew episode 2 with those couple of longer scenes would just be perfect fuel for discussion. So we're gonna kick it off with the first scene of episode 4. And what did we title this one, Kev? Do you remember?
Where does the third one go now?
Interesting. You would say where's the third one go now? Because, ladies and gents, please welcome a third guest right now, Roof Mistress Leia. So where does the third one go? Right there in the middle, folks.
Right
there.
I had all the sound up at the same time, and that was probably really confusing.
Leia, you have arrived at the perfect moment. You look fabulous.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're about to find out where the third one goes.
I am so excited. I was really hoping I got the Alana scenes.
Just in time.
Yes, literally the perfect timing. So here we go.
too, but it's Ivan you have to convince.
I eat.
I told you, huh?
If anyone says anything about the salt, I'll set you on fire.
I'm fine, thank you.
You heard what I said about fire.
I'm still full from breakfast.
It was 2 hours ago. What are you two smoking about? It's been a while since you brought a new man home, huh?
We thought maybe you were slowing down in your old age.
Where does the third one go now?
And we'll leave that one for a moment. We'll talk about the opening and then we'll come back to that bit there.
Okay, well,
so
the first
Pavara
one
and Jess, you don't have to rush off, by the way, so feel free to hang around still. Just saying that. But go for it, Jess. You were going to say something.
Oh, I was going to say that I have just clocked why I didn't like his hair down in the arch scene. Because it was straight down and it didn't move. It was weird. But like Lan in the next scene where he's just like walking around and it's just sort of like doing stuff that normal hair does, it's fine.
It's much more better taken care of. Like there's a little wave to it. It looks like it's like actually been blow dried.
Yeah, it's like he just looked like very just straight down and very kind of, again, like uncanny valley kind of just hair doesn't move like that in the real world, by which I mean hair moves and that hair didn't. So
Almost like an effect they didn't apply to something else that doesn't move in the books, but glad they didn't, because that would be way too weird and way too expensive. So well, what do we think, Lair? You're new here. What do we think about Hippie Lan as he's being dubbed currently?
I still like the hair up better, but I agree with Jess. I do like it in this scene more. But that's not the most important part about him in this scene. He actually looks relaxed and at home. So in the past 2 episodes, in honestly the past 6 months, he's been through so much and he finally gets a break. And you see in episodes 6 and 7 of the first season, when he's with families and when he's with kids, like he's very joyful. Like he does love being with these families and parts of these families. And you can see that transfer from the first season to this season. And it's just like Alana has brought him to the perfect place for him to heal. And I wonder if that's her motivation for going back home, is just that healing quality and also shoving food down his face. Like, you will eat. You haven't been eating enough. You will
Food
eat
is love. You need protein. I also think that to a certain extent, and I mean, he's already a naturally kind of taciturn person, but I also feel like he's holding himself apart from it. Like he's observing, but he's not participating. Yes. Almost like he's not 100% sure what to do with this big boisterous family that's all up in everybody's business. I think that Leia's right. He likes being there, and I think that it's like restful and healing for him, but I also feel like he just sort of like is watching everybody and like, this is a completely foreign thing to me, and I don't know where I fit into this. So
yes, absolutely, because he's never had a family except for the people who raised him, and they raised him in a very military style. And Moiraine doesn't ever go see her family, so he would have no experiences like this probably.
Well, and Maureen's family would absolutely not be like that.
No, yeah,
it would be
she
very
doesn't
much
have like
buttoned up, sitting at a
50
table, like
grandnieces.
cutting your meat and whatever. It'd be real uptight.
Keep him down with the servants.
I'm curious. Do you reckon after we see Maxim and Ivan teaching the kids how to fight with swords and such? Also, I love the way that Maxim's like, you gotta ask Ivan, and Ivan's like, dude, you know? Great fun. Do you think that Lan, if he'd stay there long enough, would eventually also be teaching the children how to fight?
Yeah.
He'd be
Absolutely.
like Uncle Lan, Uncle Lan. You know, it'd
Well,
just be
and
so
just
cute.
because we don't see it in the scene doesn't mean it isn't happening. I think it's just a very funny interaction between Maxim and Ivan. So it like doesn't preclude Lan from interacting or participating with the children in the off camera.
True. In a better mental state, I could see him doing it on camera, but because of the mental state he's in now, I don't see that being something he'd be like, yeah, camera's on me. I'm not playing with these kids now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is interesting because it's funny because you get to see also like Alana clearly spends her stipend on caring for her very large family, and Ivan and Maxim, I feel like they're so different, but I love the way that they talk to Lan. They both talk to Lan in very different ways, and I'm really excited I didn't even realize how excited I was to get to their scenes, because I think the scenes that they each have with him in this episode are some of my favorite scenes that Lan has in the season. So it's so funny from him. It's like shell shock go from the other house where the only person who wants anything to do with him is Adeleas, but otherwise he's basically just existing. And then you go to this huge, lively, alive house, and everybody wants to know everyone's business, and everyone wants to hear what you're doing. And it's such a hard contrast that it's like exposure therapy almost.
Yeah,
it's like he's being thrown into a vat of snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I definitely agree.
For the healing purposes, he can't be alone. Like with that many people around, it's almost impossible to find alone time, which I think is what Alana, jumping to the next scene, so I don't want to get too ahead, but like that really is their goal, is to make sure that he's not alone, because they're concerned that he's gonna
they don't want him to sit and brood and do the things that warders do when they don't have their Aes Sedai anymore. I think it's really interesting too, like going back to what it was like at Adeleas and Verin's house, that he did talk to Tomas, but it was I think that there might be a connection here, that Tomas is an older warder. He's been doing this for a really long time, and he's also an extremely taciturn person, and he has wisdom to share, but he's not necessarily going to be really open about it, and he isn't going to allow himself to be vulnerable and talk about his own experiences or anything. Whereas, again, not to get too far ahead, Maxim and Ivan are younger men. They are with a very different personality with their Aes Sedai. And I think also, to some extent, the fact that they're in a polycule, which requires so much communication, they're just way better at talking about stuff.
Well, and to add on, Tomas and Lan aren't necessarily friends. So just because they're warders doesn't mean that they have that pre-established relationship, that you could have that type of open, frank communication about a very serious personal topic. Whereas even if Maxim, Ivan, and Lan hadn't really known each other before they met up with Logain, they traveled for at least a month, if not longer, together then, and were forming those deep bonds. So even if that is just the basis of their friendship, they do have an established friendship. And I do personally believe, because of their interactions in episode 4 of season 1, it's very obvious that they are friends with each other ahead of time. So,
I was going to say, I got the strong impression that those three had spent time together. Previously, kind of frequently. Sure. They were already friends. So that definitely makes a difference.
We kind of had this this sort of moment discussed earlier, didn't we, Kev? Because I had a small bone to pick with Tomas, because it felt like he was kind of digging barbs at Lan. Not just a case of dude, get over yourself. She's fine here. You can go do what you need to do. I'll look after her. But it was more of a case of I'll have your Aes Sedai, because she don't want you no more. I can protect her. It felt like a little dig. So when you say they're not necessarily friends, I can definitely see that being the case, because it's you're a warder, I'm a warder. There's professional respect, but that's it. That's where it draws. There's so I could definitely see that.
I think so, yeah.
Nice. Anything else to add before we see probably one of the most
Well, we didn't go over
Interesting
the
things.
famous line.
The famous line.
Oh,
yeah.
I did actually. Thank you for because I think that there is a component to when a warder loses their Aes Sedai. Sometimes the way that they try to comfort the man is to, in some cases, bond him into another Aes Sedai, or have him have sex with another person a lot.
Sexual healing.
So I would not be surprised, because obviously, they're keeping tabs on him, making sure he's not suicidal. But I would not be surprised if Alana, in her mind, was like, if he needs me physically, I'm here. Like not in a creepy way, not in a gross set way, but in a sense that like she took that as like I'm going to be here to make sure he's rehabilitated in whatever that means it needs to be.
Mhm.
And I think that she was ready to do that if she had to. So the question, while very funny, I think it was something she probably thought over in her mind at least once, not for all three of them at once, but just Lan, maybe this is what he'll need. And it wasn't, but
honestly, that kind of intimacy, even when it isn't in the context of like a serious long-term relationship, can be really healing. Like, I'm trying to decide. After my ex-husband and I split up, I went into my slut era, and there was one particular partner that I was with for a while, and just like spending that time and having that intimacy with him. Like, I did not love him. I didn't want to be in a relationship with him, but I enjoyed being with him, and we had a good time. And that really did a lot to help heal my heart. I think that it's important to highlight that sex can be, under the right circumstances, can be really, really good for you.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I think that Alana's possibly onto something.
That's what I mean to say. It's on the table, but she's not forcing it. If he were to approach her, I think she would acquiesce.
Yeah,
she'd
go for it.
I mean, we've already discussed, I think, multiple times, who's turning Daniel Henney down.
Not this girl.
I mean, I think even the red on the stream right now would be like, yeah, I'd bond him.
Would.
Yeah, which I don't think he would, because that's not his culture.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But I love his face after. I love Lan's face after that said, because he had to expect some sort of comment like that. And the rest of them, Alana is laughing, Ivan and Mac are laughing, and he's just mortified, but also trying to be like, funny.
Oh my god!
Why would you say the thing out loud?
Yeah,
it's so awkward.
He used to very Kyrian and Moiraine with that very like repressed culture, and this is probably very different than he's used to.
This is true. This is very true. Something else just occurred to me actually before we move on. This was also a very subtle, it's not a Lan thing, but it is a very subtle drop in there that, we thought you were slowing down in your old age, that you look at Alana, and you don't think of her as, quote, an old woman. But obviously to her family, she's been around for a very long time. And, thought you were slowing down your old age, which implies that, she's what, like 60, 70, 80, 90.
So she and Moiraine were novices and accepted together. And they actually said that in the first season when they kept that from the book. So she's at least 70, 80, 90, because they're kind of Onir is Moraine's younger sister.
Right.
Well, and you see there are some women at the table who are older, which I have the strong sense that
not the aunties. Those are not her aunties.
They're aunties, but they're not Alana's aunties. Like, those are her
You mean
her sisters, yeah.
You mean those ladies?
Yes.
Yeah.
I assumed the same thing, that they were her sisters, not her parents, not her grandparents. Those
not
are her
her
sisters.
aunties. No, those are her sisters for sure.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And one of them's like, I'm glad that you can have a third one to put it, and the one on the right is like, another one. Like, seriously? Like,
she's demonstrating where you could put the third one.
Oh man,
that is brilliant.
Oh. Well, and
right,
the one on the right, like in this
Yeah.
particular facial expression, looks a lot like Priyanka. Like, I'm sure that wasn't an intentional kind of thing, but there's just something about that facial expression that says Alana to me. So I just think that's kind of fun.
I love it. That's great. All right, let's play the follow-up scene to this moment and enjoy something that I know a lot of people felt was strange.
What's the third one go now?
Ivan and Maxim busy. Well, one of them always checks on me when I step away.
How does it usually go?
Well, they open with a joke. Maxim at my age, Ivan at my hair. And then, warm memory, something worth living for. And at that point,
So we're going to skip all of that. I don't think you're going to kill yourself. Your bond wasn't ripped from you, she took it. So have you decided what you're going to do now?
I've worn out my welcome.
The three of us, we're going back to the tower tomorrow. Will you come with us?
I don't know.
Nynaeve is going to the Arches. Fastest anyone's done since Katswain Sedai. I suspect it's only a matter of time until she's looking for a water herself.
I'm not looking to repeat my failures.
I wish you could have known Moiraine before.
Before what?
Something happened to her about 20 years ago now. A year or two before she bonded you. One day she was simply changed. The way water becomes ice. You look at it and wonder how it was ever water before.
Was she happier then?
I don't know. I don't know if she's ever been happy.
Ah. So aside from the beginning of the scene, which I think the majority of people are like, not needed.
Listen, I've heard so many times that people complain, when do people go to the bathroom in these shows? When does anyone take a big nasty shit in these shows? Well, there you go. Lan just peed on a tree for you.
Lan just
Congratulations.
took a big old piss. Are you happy?
Big stinky one.
And then everybody complains about it. I don't need to see that.
Were people really complaining about it?
There were a lot of people commenting on it, like, "Oh, I don't need to know that he's peeing on a tree. That seems weird." You know, like, yeah. That's why I made a point of saying something about it. Go, Pavara. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. My only complaint about it is that he didn't wash his hands afterward. In a post-COVID world, I feel like that's important.
Yes. Yes. In fact, Kev, how do we title this scene?
Oh yeah. It should be noted Lan did not wash his hands. Yeah.
That's how we titled this scene.
That's hilarious.
Oh God. Charlie's right. The peeing shows how Alana does not worry about personal privacy boundaries, like her not putting up a do not disturb sign on her room, which is
so true.
Very good.
I love that. Yeah, this is I think this scene, it shows a lot of how much Lan doesn't know. He doesn't know who Moiraine was before 20 years ago, before he met her. And what he did, how he's out of the loop of what's happening in the tower. But it also then shows he is, I want to say, afraid. He's like, I'm not looking to repeat my failures. So which is like it's almost like he's, at the stage of, those stages of grief, like he's at acceptance sort of thing. He's had anger, you know, where he's like banging on the table in episode 1 and stuff like that. And, you know, tell me, Moiraine, tell me what's going on. And now he's almost like accepted, I done fucked up, you know? So,
well, and I think that Moiraine really got into his head too with like her whole "we were never equals" thing. And he's already in his own head because of the whole fighting the Murdrolls thing. He didn't know that they were coming. He wasn't able to defeat them. And it's sort of like, well, you don't have your special border powers. So it's not like you did pretty good considering that you're now a mere mortal. So, you know, I think that like she is absolutely in his head and he's thinking that this is all my fault. I did a bad job. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. When in point of fact, you know, he didn't fail at anything. He was put into this position where he's at a disadvantage because he doesn't have the abilities that he used to have. And he's at a disadvantage because she's not giving him critical information. So he hasn't actually failed. He's done the best he could with what he had available to him. It's just that, you know, she kind of fucked him over.
Yeah. Any other takes from this scene?
Well, it's just so sad because it shows how much he cares about Nynaeve, that he, in the thought that he's failed Moiraine, he doesn't want to fail Nynaeve. And it's just so backwards. But like in a weird way, it's kind of sweet, sort of. That he does care about her. And like you do see that he pauses and he thinks about it, like, oh, should I? And then he's like, no. It's too soon. And I think if the whole situation had evolved, that Moiraine had been stilled, that he would eventually, like if it wasn't the end of times, he eventually probably would have gone back and eventually become Nynaeve's warder. It's just too soon. She just became an accepted. She's got a couple, hypothetically, again, like in a mirror world, she would have years before she became raised to the Shaw, and he'd probably
and I mean, he's still too close to what happened with Moiraine. Like he hasn't had enough time to reflect and process and all of this other stuff. Like it's like kind of the only thing that I can think of that is close is like somebody who lost their spouse and then asking them to get married again right away.
Absolutely.
That's not something that a person is usually going to be like emotionally capable of doing.
I think that's definitely how they're treating this.
Yeah, I also agree. It's like, you know, losing a pet and being, you know, I genuinely know someone who, you know, was, you know, losing their pet. The pet was at their end of their life stage, and someone said to them, "Be like, well, just get another one when they die." And it's just like, that's not how pets work. That's not how partners work. That's not how the bond works. You know,
absolutely not.
So, yeah. But I also think we get very easy exposition about the differences in how the bond can be removed and the consequences. So, like, you know, Alana saying that you didn't get it ripped away from you, she took it, you know, and then saying, I don't think you're going to kill yourself, gives a show watcher the information of, oh, if they, you know, have the bond ripped away from them somehow, you know, then they go suicidal. You know?
Yeah.
And in just a sentence, you know.
Like Steppen did, so we've already seen
that's
it.
Like that's important information.
Yeah,
you know, and a reminder of what happened in season 1. Like
exactly, yeah.
And it's not explained in season 1. It's just given to you visually. No one explains, oh, because she died, he went suicidal. You know, you just see him react that way, and someone who doesn't know, who hasn't read the books, could think, well, maybe that's just how he chose to react. You know, whereas now you get confirmation that A, there are consequences to losing the bond, and B, having it ripped away is, you know, as we saw demonstrated in season 1, you know, usually a suicidal response. So yeah. Oh dear Lord, like blindfold, I'm not responding to that in chat.
I was gonna say, going back to what you were saying is that I think it shows too that Alana's paying attention. Like she gives off this flighty air, but she's paying attention. She realizes Lan is not suicidal. You know, the nature of this bond exchange. I don't think she knows the full extent of Maureen's truth, because obviously Moiraine asked her for help, but I don't think she told her, you know, that she thinks she was still. Maybe she's inferred that that Moiraine is just being cold and she just took the bond away, and like she doesn't know that it's masked, or it shows there's limited knowledge there. But it's more clues to the puzzle. Like we keep saying, like their situation's not typical. You know, the bond. If she had been stilled, the bond would have snapped. So that's a clue. It says that it was a choice. She released it. It would otherwise he would be behaving very, very differently. And it's just more pieces that he's building towards his final conclusion as well. So it's good little bits.
Yeah, I agree. And let me hunt down. Oh, I'm going to have to vamp for a little bit because the next bits that I skipped to is going to require watching some bullshit first.
We also get a little bit.
I'm going to pop off before y'all move on to the next one. But
thank you so much, Pavara.
Thank you, Pavara. Appreciate you so much. Once again, folks, if you are watching, please, if you stumble across Pavara in any way, shape, or form, be that digitally or if you bump into her at a convention physically, please thank her from Kev and I, because she keeps us on track. And these literally, like, you know, how are we doing on scheduling, guys? How are we doing on this? Have we got that done? You know, like Pavara went through and listed some of the time slots for these.
It's so helpful.
In the episodes and such. Yeah, it's so helpful. And it makes such a difference to being able to bring this to you and be able to talk about these characters that we love and do this like episode pick through or character pick through, like a character POV only read through of the books. So yeah,
she's organized like
so much.
her name.
Got another 45 seconds.
Organized girly.
Yes. Charlie, I am not going to be voguing to kill time.
Why not?
That's not how this works. You know?
No, we're not.
You just do another 27 seconds.
I think Leah and I might be showing our age.
Well, I know how to vogue. I don't do it, but I know how to vogue. So, you know.
I was sucking my cheeks in to give that like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Winter's Lady. Yeah, we're trying to keep it to the first few books. So try not to throw spoilers in after that if you're able to. And New Spring, obviously, yes.
Yeah, well, and that was one thing that I also liked was we get a little bit more of the contextual history of Moiraine and Lan. So they've been together like just under 20 years. So the events of Kiserai that we see in one of the cold opens happened just before Moiraine and Lan meet. So even though Moraine's aged up in the show a little bit more, their timeline still is around the same. So it's post Aiel War,
right?
Post Katara.
Yep. Yeah. 1 second. I'm just making a ticker so we have that because I wasn't. There we go. Sorted. Right.
I love when it's like deep spoilers to these books. I'm like, I don't fucking know what happens in these books. I don't know what happens in any book. I know shit happens.
Stone of the Tear. Stone of Tear. Stone of the Tear.
Yes.
Stone of Tear.
All right, let's watch the next scene with Lan, where he's reading his stolen note.
And he's horrified.
I hear a kitty cat.
I've already started making dinner. Help me with the water.
How much water can they need for bread?
Doing really well. You know that, right? Usually the first few weeks after the bond's been broken. I don't need to tell you.
Well, I've had my share of practice without it. Moiraine has left the bond mast for the last 6 months or so.
I thought I was the only water who could get that wrong. When Lorna first bonded me, it was miserable for everyone. I didn't like having an audience in my head, and she didn't like the show. So the three of us talked it through, and we decided that she would mask her bond with me. except in battle. In bed. What does the tower know about this? Have you ever known a marriage that is exactly the same as another? I know the others will tell you can't go back to Moiraine, but I'm proof that you can, if you want to.
And that goes back to what Jess and I were saying earlier about the intimacy that Lan has with Maxim and Ivan, that like, the conversation is very different than when he was talking with Tomas in the first 2 episodes. Like that open communication, sharing personal stories, personal details, things that like, oh my God, does the tower know about that? Like,
yeah,
holy
I
shit.
think that it says a lot that Maxim shared that with him, because that is, he made himself extremely vulnerable by sharing this, because this is just something that it's not done. And, you know, ultimately every relationship is different. And if that's what works for them, then, you know, why not do that? So, but again, with the tower being like, oh no, we don't like innovation, like people would probably freak out about it.
Yeah. I think it's a beautiful analogy to show it as a relationship that they have, and also that it doesn't have to be exactly the same. Like every Aes Sedai in Water have a different way that they use the bond together. Yeah, there are certain things that apply. Yes, you get enhanced strength, enhanced healing, you get to know where each other are, you know, things of that nature. Those are immutables, they can't be changed. But how you choose to use them, how you choose to, like, when you mask and don't mask, do you have privacy when the other one is intimate with someone else type thing? Do you not worry about it? Do you know, mask the whole time except battle like they do with Maxim? Like, you know, how you work it is totally up to the 2 people involved, even if, like in Alana, Maxim, and Ivan's case, there's 3 people in it. It's like what Ivan and Alana have is different to what Maxim and Alana have, and it's like the 3 of them just talked about it, and it, you know, it's every single pairing is different, even if there's multiple people with multiple people in pairs. If you get, I'm explaining that badly there, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, and I think that potentially, even if Yvonne weren't in the picture, Maxim and Alana might end up having the same arrangement, because, you know, he says he doesn't like having the audience, which means he doesn't like having Alana in his head all the time.
Right.
And, you know, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with Yvonne. That's Maxim. Maxim doesn't like that part of it. You know, and
so didn't at first and grew used to it eventually. Like adapted and overcame.
I mean, Ivan became, as it's explained, has it been explained by this stage? With yes,
I think it's earlier that Maxim's telling Nynaeve that
Ivan became a warder because he fell in love with Alana, and Maxim became a warder because he fell in love with Ivan. And maybe that's why it's just like, no, I don't want her in my head, because all I'm sensing is the 2 of them in love, when really I love him. You know, but I do want to be with her, and I do want to be part of this trio sort of situation. You know, which is totally fair. I mean, I feel like that if I was Maxim, I would definitely feel miserable in his situation.
It's reasonable, yeah.
So
absolutely.
It's interesting that the relationship between Maxim, Alana, and Ivan might be one of the healthiest relationships we see in the show up to this point. Like, they've demonstrated that the Waters have autonomy. They have decision-making power. They have the power of, they have their own internal voting system, where they might not be equals, but they value each other's opinion as if they were equals. So even if to the world they're not equals, to each other they are. And that's really an interesting dynamic. And I think that Maxim is really very emotionally intelligent in the way that he chooses to connect with Lan at this moment. You know, like relating it to a marriage. Obviously, for them, it is more of a marriage. It's more of a love thing than a companion thing or a platonic thing. But it's good perspective because Lan only knows the platonic side. He doesn't know how to view it in that scope. And I think it's a good perspective shift. It's to say, think of it like this: no two friendships are the same, no two marriages are the same. Like your relationships are going to be different, and you have to decide for yourself how that's going to manifest itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes it extremely relatable for anybody watching who doesn't read the books and doesn't understand the water bonds. A reader would understand it. You know, someone watching could look at it and be like, well, why is it like that for you and not for them? And then Maxim goes, have you ever known anyone's relationship with someone to be the same as someone else's? And you'd be like, oh, well, fuck no, I haven't. So, you know, light bulb comes on and you're sorted. And apparently my, you know, quality of screen disappears at the same time. My camera is so stupid. But yeah, it's a great moment. And these two, they're just great in scenes together, aren't they? Seriously, like Taylor and Daniel. Yeah.
Well, and kudos to the writers also for packing so much information in such a personal scene. So like you're getting a massive data dump, not just about their relationships with their Aes Sedai and their other warders and how all of that exists. You're also getting a technical history of how the warder bond works. So, even in the previous scene with Alana, they were packing that in, and all throughout season 2, I thought that the writers all did such an amazing job of not lecturing you, but putting all these pertinent world building information details in without seeming clunky. It flows so nicely.
It really does. Sometimes when you have somebody who's trying to do like exposition through dialogue, and it's just sort of like, okay, well, this is really painful, and it's like you said, it's very smooth. It flows really well. Like they do an amazing job of getting people the information that they need. And when you watch it the first time, you might not necessarily pick up on it, but you know, when stuff happens later on, it might, you know, tick that box. Like, oh, I remember that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it really is. It does, like you say, it flows so well. It feels appropriate, not just to the story at large, but to the scene. It feels relevant to the scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, to tell that little tidbit of extra information, it feels relevant in that moment. You know, like when Alana was saying, like, you know, you didn't have your bond ripped, it was taken from you. That felt appropriate to explain something from her to Lan, but in the same breath, it explains, you know, it to viewers as well.
Yeah,
you know, it didn't feel it. You know, it's not like I'm going to tell you something, Lan, that you know, so that those people watching can know it as well. Like, you know, it just felt like you haven't realized this, so I'm going to tell you. And as a byproduct, we found out too, and it really, really worked. So
yeah, and Lan even like Lan, whether it's just because he's afraid of saying that she released the bond, or if he still believes he's masked, we further get the exposition that it's a conscious decision by an Aes Sedai to mask the bond of a warder, and that can go on for however long it needs to be. It can be indefinite. It can be they can pick and choose. It's a conscious decision. So, and I'm not actually sure. I've thought about this when we're leading up to the show. I don't know if we have examples of the book of where the bond is masked and it has any otherwise effects on the person. Like I've been saying this in chat, but like masking the bond doesn't take away the powers. It doesn't take away the enhancements. He can send shadow spawn if he's masked.
There's some really good examples in further on books, and of course we're not there, but it's with Elaine.
Yes.
And yeah, so there's a lot of bond masking going on there.
It doesn't change the existence of the bond. It doesn't take away the powers. Yeah, so it's further cementing proof for us that Moiraine did take the bond away entirely. It's not just masked, and you know, whether she was that was the thing. I don't know if you can if they show in the books if you can unmask a bond while you're shielded. That's something I couldn't remember if that exists in the books, but whether it does or not is kind of, you know, it's a moot point regardless, because they can shift mechanics like that, like insignificant mechanics like that if they need to. But
I'm doing my re-listen, so I will keep an eye out for that, because I'm
let
right
me know
at
if you
that
notice
point.
that.
I will.
Because it could be that if she had just masked it and she was shielded, she could have unmasked it. Maybe I'm not positive, but
I think it's a mental trick. I don't think it's a thing of the power. I think it's just a mental check that the Kiserai, as the owner of the bond, has. But
that was what made me think of it too. Yeah, but so I think that's just further proof that the bond was never masked; it was completely taken away when she left. So,
Charlie's asking you a question. Has the show actually told us about the waters being extra strong, fast, resilient, or is that something we're inserting with our book knowledge?
I think that they haven't explicitly said it, but we've seen it. Because, like, we've seen what Lan is capable of in terms of battle. We saw it in Emond's Field. We've seen it in other places, I think, that I can't think of. But then when we see him fighting those Mandrgoran, and he's slower, and he's not as good, and you can tell. And then later on, when we get to the end of the series, when we get to episode 8, when they get platonically remarried on the beach, then all of a sudden he's taking down all of these dudes. So it hasn't been explicitly said, but it's been demonstrated.
I do think they said that the warders can sense the creatures of the dark.
The shadow spy.
I'm
trying to remember.
Lan did say I should have sensed them.
Yeah.
He didn't say I couldn't because of the bond. So again, an implication, not an explicit explanation.
Yeah, I'd have to rewatch season 1 to see, because I feel like there's some stuff in the camp, Logain's camp, maybe where they dump a little bit. But I'll have to go back and rewatch and check. Yeah.
I also think that maybe in some of the origins, that they might have talked a little bit about the warder.
Oh, maybe I might be thinking of that too. Maybe
yeah.
I missed the origins. Anyways, we're getting off topic.
Yes,
that's fair. The next scene is also, I think, the last scene. Yes, this is the last scene.
Before you start that, I'm gonna have to dip because
that's totally fine.
I've got to go to the Genius Bar because the screen on my laptop is fucked up. So
yes. Well, I hope those geniuses are actual geniuses and can fix it for you.
I hope so, and that it doesn't cost $1 billion.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Thank you for joining us, Jess. Really
all right,
appreciate
you guys have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, just the three of us.
Yeah. My other favorite scene of this.
Yes.
I mean, because where would you put the third, right?
Well,
the question never got answered.
Right
the ear, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know, like on the second sofa. I don't know. On the no
on the futon.
I was going to say something else.
Rob to continue. Do tell.
Something very different. We have had one therapy session with Maxim. Now let us enjoy a therapy session with Ivan. Hopefully, if this plays and doesn't try and give me another set of adverts, which I don't think it's going to do actually. 1 second, I've gone too early. Here we go. Something I could never do because I can't sit cross-legged.
This Maxim in this scene cracks me up so much. I love it because that was me learning to meditate. I can't sit still.
He lasted 10 minutes this time. I think we're wearing him down.
Pretty soon he'll be old and wise like us.
Oh, yes. He's still working on that wisdom.
It's something she said. You keep saying it to yourself over and over. 1,000 gods for her one. People don't understand that we quiet ones. Quiet because the conversation's always playing out in our own heads.
She said that all these years. She'd never considered me an equal.
We are not their equals, Lan. We're not supposed to be. And I said I can call down lightning, raise mountains. The rest of the world only sees their power. We see their weakness. We remind them that they are not gods.
I wouldn't think that Lana needed a reminder.
Well, she knows we want the same thing as her.
What's that?
The triumph of the light over the dark. And the desert after. What about Moiraine? What does she want?
Maybe that's the problem. I don't think I know anymore.
All right. So, firstly, kudos for the two of them for what I'm sure wasn't done in a single take of sitting there cross-legged.
Yeah.
Something I am actually not able to do physically. So kudos. Clearly, I can never be a warder.
You would just be like Mascom, so you just sit there with his legs up around his ears.
I'd have to meditate, just sort of laying back, like, oh,
You don't. That's not how. You don't have to meditate in that way. That is just the way yoga people do. There's other ways to meditate. So
yes.
Anyways,
but yeah, a great scene. It's again showing the dynamics between the three of them and how they are so different. Like Maxim said, like, have you ever known one marriage to be exactly the same as another? How different they are and how Lan connects to the two guys differently. Conversations with them and stuff, and he clearly respects and likes both of them. It's just, yeah, it's and the way that Ivan snorts at him was like, oh, she said I wasn't her equal, and he's just like, dude, like, they have all this power, but also like we know who they are underneath as well. Like, we're their swords, dude. Think less of yourself, please. Be a little humble for once.
Yeah, it's like we were saying with their relationship. Like, to the world, they're not equals. To each other, they are. But like to everyone that sees them, they see an Aes Sedai with their warders. They don't see the warder as an individual. That comes on their relationship level. But he knows that by taking this job effectively, that's his lot as far as the way society will see him. As far as with that job is concerned. So it's interesting that the way that they see it differently that way.
Yeah. It's it's just, I don't know. It's and again, this is, the two sides of everything they do, like the reflection thing that has been a common theme throughout the seasons, of like callbacks to things, of the balance and the reflection. You see this with Ivan and Maxim, like two different, one is like, we're doing work of getting water so they can make bread, which by the way, making bread probably takes a lot of water, depending on the type of bread you're making. Yeah. Sorry, dude, like it does. But also, one is like work and getting water and such, and the other one is like meditating. One's a young guy, one's an older guy. Like he said, the one makes jokes about my hair, one makes jokes about my age. It's all that reflection. It really does. It works so well. I love these guys.
I did too. I remember when I finished the episode, I made a post about it because I really love those two scenes so much because they're like opposite sides of the same coin kind of situation where like Maxim is obviously he's definitely more of the extrovert of the two, and he's giving that extroverted mentality of like, I can't have all those people in my head. My head's already messy enough with me alone in there and how I have to handle my situations. And then Ivan's like, he doesn't need that masking, but again, there's still a lot going on in his head, and it just displays itself differently. And most of his stuff stays inside his head. Maxim, he expresses his emotions a bit more openly. So it's great to kind of hit him with the 1-2 punch of like, here's two different perspectives. Whatever one resonates with you, even if both do, maybe you'll get something out of it. But it's really, it's a great tag team against him in that way. Even if they're, there is like some snooping in Lan's room, which I think that this conversation hinted too about the doubts of like, what happened to Moiraine 20 years ago? Did she turn to the dark 20 years ago? Like they're planting those seeds of doubt too. So, but it's still a good healing conversation that he got to have with both of them. So I think it's great.
It is. Yeah, I think from Maxim he took, the fact that every relationship, have whatever level it may be with someone, is different to any other relationship. I think he takes that from Maxim's, and then from Ivan he takes, be humble about yourself. We're not their equals, but also like, dude, stop thinking about what you want and think about what she needs, and focus on that instead. That's our job, protect them and, help them get what they need. But I would be curious to hear what another person thinks about this. So folks, please welcome a last minute addition to the roster, the wonderful and very knowledgeable Sue Lan. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Sue Lan.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. I thought about doing like a grunty voice, blokey voice, and realised that it's not quite in my wheelhouse.
Hello.
That's fair. Oh, okay. Wow. People are happy to see you in chat.
Hi, guys.
I'm glad you realized too, like how much it helps to have the hat to put you in the mindset of the character.
It's really the thinking Hedori.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we're all appropriately garbed so that we can get in the proper mindset of Lan. Yeah, this is lovely. Yeah. So we were just commenting on the two different styles. I don't know if you call it that Maxim and Ivan gave in their therapy sessions of Lan. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add from those conversations that he had with them.
Just that there's, I think, I can't remember which of you said it now, but about how like there's two different styles, and the sort of the refocusing back on what it is to be a warder, and actually it's about her. Like you took this, you took this oath, and you need to refocus on, it's not you failing at this point in time, it's you need to persevere for someone else. Like Lan is almost getting too introspective, and it's about me. And it's not saying that it's not like a selfish thing or anything, but because he's been disconnected from the bond, it's probably harder for him to as naturally think about her and the struggle that she is going through, because it's not as intuitive anymore. If it's something as easy as breathing and then you lose that ability, it's going to take work to sort of get yourself almost like back in the habit. So which is what it's what essentially what Maxim and Ivan are sort of trying to point out, and then we see how Lan does with that advice later on.
Yeah, and that's a great point of how what he takes, not just those two, but Alana's advice. Like those conversations help him completely redirect where his energy is going, and I don't notice the moment when he like it seems like at the end of his conversation with Ivan, he hasn't quite made that decision yet that he needs to go to Suan, who probably more than anybody else knows Moiraine, like even more than him. And so like he's getting all this good advice as opposed to with Adeleas and Tomas and Verin. So besides just like, oh, suck it up, you'll be fine, hun. Like he's getting the good vibes of the family and some like emotional relief, and also the relationship discussions. Like you can't just mull it over in your head. You need the perspective, some other people to help you reflect. And I think from the three of them, he's getting that. And in the next couple of scenes, I'll be interested to see if we can maybe identify whether it's off screen or if we see a moment on screen where he's like, I need to go do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Having just listened to you say that, I would kind of argue that, I mean, especially Adeleas was just kind of, thinking with with her flirtatious side.
What appendage is she thinking with, Rob?
With her
She's-
ovaries.
Yeah, she's just thinking with her ovaries. Yeah, fine. And Adeleas is trying to just be like, dude, like, do this, do that sort of thing.
Take off your shirt, take off your pants.
Yeah, it's it kind of feels like they sort of said to him, here's the advice, it's right, take it, follow it, do it. Whereas Maxim, Ivan, and Alana are like, here's different situations, here's different ways things work, here's what we do, like, here are, I'm gonna nudge you, be like, have you thought about this, have you considered that, to give him perspective on things so that he can make the decision. And it just feels like there's growth in the way that he's receiving advice and receiving therapy, from people that he knows. At the beginning, it was all a case of like, dude, just do this, which is funny because that's what he's doing to Moiraine. Like, just tell me, talk to me, tell me what's wrong. I need this, I need that. Whereas now the others are like,
and he's communicating with them also. It's not just listening, it's talking.
Yeah.
He's talking to them.
I mean, they're doing what you would act like, you as a person. It's what you would want from your friends if you had a problem. You wouldn't just want them to say, oh, just go and do this thing, here's the answer, right? When you go to your friend and you've got an issue, you want like that back and forth. You want someone to bounce ideas off of. It's like a good colleague, or you don't necessarily need them to tell you what to do, but you need them to help you figure it out in your mind.
Sort the puzzle pieces.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You've got the puzzle pieces, you just need to figure out how they go together.
Yeah. Whereas other people are like, this is the puzzle, this is where this piece goes, that's where that goes, whereas now, they've got him in like this piece, that piece, this, and they're like, the others have gone to him and be like, actually, look, have you seen, here's the edge of that puzzle, here's the edge of this, here's the edge of that. Like, can you now see the bigger picture and then see how the puzzle goes together? And it's a nice growth in his journey of understanding the position that he's currently in.
Yeah, and it's interesting because
really
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, my comment was an A, and I was just saying I'd really like a scene where they're just sitting doing a jigsaw together. It'd be really cute.
I would love that.
That would be the bloopers, that would be like our that's like the Avengers having
I was just thinking that
shawarma,
after the first Avengers movie. They're just sitting there like.
And as the only warders that we see that demonstrate agency, like again, they have power in the relationship, they have the ability to make decisions. They're reminding Lan that you have agency. You're a person. You can make decisions. You don't just have to wait for Moiraine to tell you what you're doing next. You have the power to choose to go back to her if you want to. And Lan he has no sense of agency. He has no sense of control. And they're like, you do. You can make choices still. You're still a person. Just because you're her warder, you can still do things that you need to do. But also, think about it. What does Moiraine actually want? And then help you. If you want her decisions to guide your decisions, think about what she actually wants. So they're the best people for the lesson, really.
Yeah, it's very healthy, and it's it's only by this discussion right now that I've noticed the difference between the two. Because at the beginning we were talking about Adeleas and Verin's advice, and being like, Adeleas is just like, I just want to eat my dinner. Why have you set a place at the table? Like, stop thinking, And then Verin's actually giving advice that makes him then be like, well, I will, actually take food up, and and the progresses from there. But now I'm looking at the way that Alana and Maxim and Ivan have given him advice, and it's like, wow, it's almost like Verin and Adeleas were like, this is how you should not give advice. And now we've had, this is how you should give advice.
Again,
how you should support your friends.
Different types of relationships. I think for not Adeleas, but I think Verin, with the type of relationship that she had with Rand, was doing the best that she could. She just didn't have that personal connection with him. So it wasn't that her advice was bad. It's just, it's not necessarily coming from the most helpful place. So, and I think as people, especially me, like I know I sometimes overgive advice, and especially when it's not wanted. something I've learned, but it's like I potentially in the past would have been a Verin giving unsolicited advice that may or may not have actually been helpful. Like, even if it's helpful, the person receiving it might just be like, well, go fuck yourself, because I don't need to hear this. Like, who are you to tell me that? Then when it comes from a place of like, we know you, we love you, and this might be hard to hear, but here's what it is. And then it's a conversation. It's not a one-way, like, let me tell you what to do, kiddo. It's very different. So, and again, I think it's both well-intentioned. And then if it wasn't somebody quite as stubborn as Lan, they might have a different person might have received Verin's advice and been like, oh my gosh, yeah, Auntie Verin, thanks, you're so right.
True, yeah.
But Lan's
this is true. I think that we need perhaps an absolutely true Melkiri's perspective on this. And as such, I would like to invite to the conversation the one, the only, Melkiri themselves.
Ah.
How are you?
Hello.
What do you think about the advice that Lan receives so far in the show?
Has he been talking to fellow Melkiri?
No, not yet.
They're all dead.
Shit.
Well, they're not all dead, but they're just not there.
Shit advice.
They're mostly dead. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I love it. Welcome to the stream. It's an honor to have you here. I love so good.
It's just gonna be a silent stream from now on. Cheers.
Yeah. I think we should ask Melkiri what happens in episode 5, the episode where we do not see Lan. We do not see Lan again until episode 6, where he is confronted by Alana, Maxim and Ivan, and he spills the tea about the note that he's stolen from Moiraine. So what do you think happens in episode 5, Mel? That's oh wow, that's incredibly insightful. I am wow. Okay. Yeah, the researching. Yeah, that's such a good point about the researching. Yeah, that he has gone off and just researched about the bond and such. That's such a great point. Thank you, Melkiri, for raising that up. That is why we have not seen him on screen, because he's just spent the entire time in libraries finding out about the bond. And what would we have done without this insight? Thank you so much for that. So I hope I'm just translating for the others on the stream in case they didn't understand that, or folks watching at home. They might not speak Melkiri, so you know. Yeah. This is beautiful. Okay, so now we've established what Lan was doing in episode 5. Shall we move on to episode 6?
Yes, please.
Also, I love it. Yeah.
Great face.
Yeah. See, Live Blind and Fool understands. Winter's Lady is enjoying it, you know, and the one eyebrow, they're appreciating it. So, Melkiri, you are being loved by the crowd. So, all right, let's look episode 6. This, as I say, is where Lan is being confronted by the other 3. I think the volume's down. 1 second.
This is a temple to the Forsaken. Interesting choice.
Shelter.
We'll need the Amulin's permission for me to return to the tower. Moiraine's banishment applies to me until our bond is formally removed from tower records.
The Amulet won't be back for another few days yet. She's returning from a visit to Camelot.
The Forsaken. Do you believe they had powers the Aes Sedai have lost? Weaves the sages forgotten.
They were the generals of the Dark One's army. The things they did, our Aes Sedai would never even consider.
What you're willing to do changes, depending on what you're faced with.
I love this part.
It's rude to leave while your friends are sleeping.
Ruder still to use your weapon against them.
I don't want to fight you.
Rejection's a relatively new experience, so you'll have to forgive me for asking. Oh. Where are you going? Old friend.
That is my business.
Blood feeds blood. Blood calls blood. Blood is, blood was, and blood shall ever be.
Answer the question, man.
Please.
Do you actually believe?
We don't know what to believe. Because you've told us nothing. You risk our lives, Alana's life, and why? We have always supported you. But if you are dark friends want to land fair, you should not leave this place.
I fought the Dark One. Move aside.
The Amelin did not banish you from Babylon. You know that. You wanted me to tell you where she is. Why?
I need to find her.
What do you want from Suan Sanche?
It's about Moiraine.
You will tell us the truth, Lan Mandragoran. People will kill you where you stand if you don't.
We found the Dragon Reborn.
So pretty heavy scene there.
There's a
after
lot
an
in
episode
that.
By the way, Kev, Malkiri explained to us while you were away that Lan was not present in episode 5 because he was busy researching on the Bond and other related subjects. Yeah, and that's why he was unavailable for filming because he had to study up. So, speaking of which, Mel, after such great insight for episode 5, I'm curious about your insight for this opening scene here with Lan, and if you would care to share your thoughts, I would appreciate that.
Dark.
Wow. Yeah.
So insightful.
Okay, so you're saying that you weren't you feel that Lan wasn't sure that they weren't dark friends in this until they actually tried to kill him. Right. Wow. I'm translating for people who aren't Malkiri, Kev, just so you're aware.
It's very helpful.
Yes. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah. So, folks, Malkiri is telling us that initially Lan thought perhaps that, and looking at chat, Ruth Mistress Leia also thought this, that perhaps Alana, Maxim, and Ivan were dark friends. Did anybody else have this thought about this scene?
No, but I can understand why they thought he was. And I've seen, even Late Blinded Fool mentioned that, Lan, you've been faithful to Moiraine for 20 years. How did someone turn you now? They don't get it. So it's when you have a friend who clearly something's happened. There's lies by omission. There's a lot of subterfuges, a lot being unsaid, and you don't understand why something's different, but clearly something is. And then you find a note about the devil or something akin to that in their bag, and you're like, oh, are they a Satanist now? So it's more like you don't know what's going on, and so the first chance you're presented with at least explanation, a possible explanation, even if it's the least likely one, you're going to explore it because it's the only thing you have at this point. Like, they don't understand what has happened to them at the Eye of the World. They don't know anything about the fact that they found the Dragon Reborn. They don't know that there's Forsaken even at foot. It's just, you have to try to remember the limited perspective they have up to this point. Yeah, Melchior is something to appreciate at every moment. But
Kev, we had to get a true Melchior on screen at some point. So,
it's true. It's true. True blade of Melchior. So yes, it's you have to. It's annoying. It's upsetting. Maybe it's like, why? How could they think this is Lan? It's more like, what else do they have to go off of? They don't have anything. If they had found a different note in his bag that suggested he was working with the White Cloaks or something like that, they would have obviously explored that avenue instead. But they found a note talking about Lanfear. Like, what else are you gonna do? You have to at least question him. Like, you don't know. Like, and they've also just recently gotten confirmation that the Black Aja, like, they deny it exists, and they're going to be getting confirmation soon. So it's very much uncharted territory. It is the end times. It's the apocalypse. Like, things are happening now that haven't happened in thousands of years. So you have to.
And in episode 4, Alana even says, like, she believes that they're marching towards Tarmangaiden. Like, so she's already laid the groundwork that she and her warders of being of the Battle Aja are preparing for this last battle. So and like, they're ready. And they're
like, if your friend was the Dark Friend, like they stated their goals. Like, our goal is to stop the Dark One and have dessert after. Even if we've been friends for 20 years, if they found out in that moment Lan was the Dark Friend, that's that relationship done. Like, that is their mission, that is their goal, and they're not going to waver for friendship to let the Dark One win. It'd be foolish for them to, from their perspective. So just try to remember that.
You would question every aspect of that friendship. Is it a friendship because you're using me for some reason? Like, was this, like, I felt like it was a true friendship, but is it? And can it be? Like, I don't know. Like, and from their perspective, I don't know that they feel like they could be friends with a Dark Friend. Like, that is, it's an impossibility.
Yeah, it's like, I think that this is a test someone on the upper political divide. Sorry.
Yeah. You know, it can, when the gap is too large, it becomes hard to understand how that can be possible. But it's tough, and I think that I think we'll see that their bond is going to be much stronger moving forward because they have that. They've cleared that air. They understand that that's different, and they have a trust now because Lan finally opened up a little bit, even if he shouldn't have for some perspectives. But it's that or die.
Melchior, how do you feel about how the warders are behaving in this situation towards Lan? Okay, interesting. Yeah, right.
Totally
okay. So Mel is saying that Melchior says they're not very good warders if they haven't figured this out previously. That Lan is, not actually dashing off to join the Dark One. So. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Is my Hidori too thick? I'm not. I feel like you guys are picking up this Melchior.
It's a bit of a chode Hidori, isn't it?
It is a bit. Yeah, it's from my robe.
From my robe. A chode from your robe.
I don't have leather cords around my house very much. Hang on.
Yeah.
Of course you don't have leather cords around your house, Kevin. Sure.
Not very often, I said.
Not very often.
Here we go.
Light blinded full, it's fine. This is I did have to brush up on my Melchior, so don't worry. It wasn't it's saying oh no. There you see. Melchior has just told it. Kev, you got tricked. That's what Melkiri is saying. Someone's tricked you into thinking that was a real Hodori before. So thank God you were on this stream so you could, learn.
Well,
and
hang on. Let me test the validity of this. Does your Hodori end with a USB and a? Because that was the backup that I had. How'd I get this? There we go.
There might be some toe involved.
All right, we'll see.
We'll
see if that one does any better.
There.
Okay.
Okay. So, Sulan, your thoughts on this scene? It's quite an interesting scene.
It's quite a long scene.
It is a long scene. Yes. Lan does get some long scenes in this. Now you've said that. I've had to point out. Lan. So that scene was 3 minutes.
Take
40
a short
seconds.
time.
No. And actually, Lan has scenes that one. He has 3 scenes. Have I frozen?
You're back. You're good. You're good.
You were a bit laggy.
Oh, right. Okay.
Just for a second. You're good.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So in episode 1, he has 2 scenes over a minute and 1 scene over 3 minutes, and a scene over 2 minutes. That's one of the first episodes. A minute, 1 over a minute scene in episode 2, then a 2-minute and a 4-minute scene. Episode 3, there's a 2-minute scene, a 3-minute scene, a 2-minute scene, a 1-minute scene. Like, he has very, very long scenes. He just disappears for like a whole episode. Yeah,
that's fine.
And
yeah, it is a long scene. Yeah,
and he's Lan, so he doesn't always say a lot during them.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, you are quite right. Melkiri. Lan does have a lot of stamina, and well, we no, that's rude to say that that's an unstable Skytronic butt plug USB, Melkiri. You can't be saying that. So, Sulan,
at the very start of the scene, there's a moment where like Lan's walking into the forsaken temple. Is it a temple, a shrine, whatever? Because apparently they've just not been knocked down for no apparent reason.
Well, it's to ward them off, you know.
Gave them like national heritage status and left them standing.
Status.
But so he walks in and you sort of see him do this little sort of twitch with his eyes, like he's like, shit, I need to think of an excuse, or like I need to think of what to say. At which point he goes in with the, oh well, because of the bond, I'm also banished from Tar Valon. And it's like, I can't work out in that moment if it's something he's been like thinking of and building up to, or if it's like he's seen the temple and he's like, I'm not sleeping here. I need an excuse to get out of it. So I thought that was interesting. Like if you watch his eyes in that moment, like they sort of look around. It's almost like he's making a judgment call at that second.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was interesting.
That's why I thought maybe Alana and the warders were dark friends. Not gonna lie, was his reaction like, what the fuck am I getting myself into?
Where have you brought me?
Why are we staying at Satan Inn? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
This has 1 star on TripAdvisor. What have you brought me to?
Okay, yeah, Melkiri. That's a possibility. He was just scoping out the exits. Melkiri says. Okay. Interesting. You think he was actually going to go to Alana's tent before Ivan stopped him? Okay. I mean,
to bone her?
I mean, why not?
I will say, I do really like the fact that Alana has a weave specifically that makes the sound of them having sex, because they were not in that tent, but they have a weave that makes it sound like they're having sex in the tent, which is very funny to me.
That is a great point. I hadn't considered that. I mean, what better way to gain privacy than to have that weave playing near your door, and then you can sit in the room and have a conversation that people are assuming you're not having a conversation. You're actually just having sex. That's actually a really good idea.
Because they can hear you. Yes. Like, obviously we know what's going on. We can hear it. We don't need to eavesdrop.
There's so few uses for that weave that like, you'd think Alana would like, I don't know. She must have spent a long time as a youth Aes Sedai coming up with that weave, and then you sort of think, what was she doing that she needed to put that into use?
I could think of some clever
so
examples.
many uses. Yeah, because honestly, like, who's going to walk in on a room of people like getting it on? So, like, any shenanigans you want to do that people aren't going to walk in on and be like, yeah, I was in that room. Of course, I was in that room. Didn't you hear me? She can tell the truth. She can say I was in there. Didn't you hear me? And
Valkyrie,
then she can do whatever she wants.
Did you recognize the sound as a weave or
bird?
Oh, it's a specific warble of a borderlander bird, so you knew that it was fake. Okay, incredible. That's very, very knowledgeable. So I'm surprised Lan didn't know that. Maybe he's been away from
Winter's
Borderlands too
Ladies
long.
made a good point. Like, there is a soundproofing weave from the books. So is Alana?
But that's later.
Like,
That's
her
later,
playing
and that's
that.
yeah, that's a later weave.
But it's a bit like if she's playing a weave, she's doing it on purpose. If that makes sense, because you know, you'd think so. She's either doing it on purpose because it's a trap, or she's just obnoxious and doesn't care if people listen to her and her warders get it on.
I think we established earlier that she purposely doesn't leave up like do not disturb signs on her door when she's getting busy, because now that gives her plausible deniability for when she uses that weave. People already know she's always having loud sex. You don't want to walk in on her because the door is going to be unlocked. You know, it just fits with her whole kind of like
It's
vibe.
consistent.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent. I also, while you guys were chatting about that, I was pulling up a map of Ranland because I was curious to see where Arafel sat with relation to Tar-Valon and Cairhien, and it's north of Tar-Valon, and then Cairhien is like southeast of Tar-Valon.
Yeah, there's
so
like
it's like
opposite directions.
yeah. So like, but they
it's
converge
right
at
there.
this point. Yeah, exactly.
It's right
just right there. Yeah.
I'm pulling up a map. You just ask me.
I forgot. Yeah, you're right.
It's directly north.
It is directly.
It's
It
not
is
that
directly north
far.
of Tar-Valon.
It's
Yeah,
like
so it's not too far.
It's like half the size of my pinky finger.
It's not too far from Tiffin's Well, which is right on the border as well of RFL.
And that is
so.
where Verin and Adeleas live. Tiffin as well. So yeah. Sorry, what was that, Melkiri? The sex warble attracts Jumara. Oh. Okay,
Ooh,
so we
that's
should
not
be
good.
careful when using that near the blights. Only experienced warriors should
Definitely
try
don't want
that out.
Jumara. Nope.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a party that nobody wants. So thank you for that little tidbit of information. I appreciate that. So. God, I'm so glad I brushed up on my Melkiri. I think I would have struggled otherwise.
I think I almost caught the end of that one. The USB. I think I have to plug it in real quick. Actually, hang on.
You have to plug it in real quick. Yeah,
hang on.
That's fair. That's fair.
There we go.
So okay. Was there anything else from this opening scene that we find interesting? I actually, now that we mentioned that, you know, like Sulan said, that this forsaken shrine, temple, whatever, is still there. Like, did it get national heritage status as, you know, like can't be knocked down, it's a great listed building or something, and, you know, we just decided we would leave that? Like, why is that still there standing? Intrigues me.
Yeah. So if they're on the edge of the borderlands, because Arfel's in the borderlands, so they'd be right on the edge, so they'd be right near the blight-ish, and they obviously use the statues to ward them away, like Steppen was doing in the first season.
I was going to say, yeah, Steppen.
Yeah, it must be some kind of like, this keeps the power of the Forsaken locked to the blight, almost like it's like a barrier of like, hey,
almost like your gargoyles, like we use gargoyles.
Kind of. It is a little interesting that's a cultural thing that's kind of popped up a couple times now, which I find quite interesting. Yeah.
Ooh, somebody
because the way it came in. Sorry, go.
I was going to say, if somebody is like has a Q&A with Rafe, remember to ask that. Like, why are there statues for the Forsaken?
Yeah, like, because as you say, Steppen used it as like, you know, let's ward them off or something. But the way that came across definitely implied that it was, you know, a temple where people would come and worship the Forsaken. That was the vibe I got from it, as opposed to, you know, oh, this is a site where we can help ward them off. I don't know. Should we watch that scene again, perhaps? And
yeah, I'm seeing if there's like anything about like Steppen's heritage or nationality. Maybe he's from this area. Maybe like I'm trying to wonder if the statue thing is a his culture thing, or if it's a kind of a widespread like we make these monuments to keep them away from us, to like maybe seal them away from us in the way that the seals are locations too, kind of thing. Or maybe there was a seal that used to be there for all we know. Who knows? I mean,
maybe.
I'm googling where it's unknown nationality.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god! For his eyes description, it just says sad brown.
Oh. Yeah, let's watch the beginning. Maybe not the whole scene, but the beginning of that scene again, and just see, because I felt like it was use the word temple. It came across like it was a place of worship for the Forsaken, as opposed to a way of warding them off. See how you feel playing it again and going from there.
Here's as good a place to stop as any. I'm dying for some tea.
This is a temple to the
does the
Forsaken.
X-ray say where they are?
Interesting choice.
Kyrian countryside.
Okay, so they're closer to Kyrian. Okay.
Yeah, the grasslands outside the capital of Kyrian, the place where many lords and ladies of the country maintain their large personal manor houses and estates.
Okay, I see the path they're following. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Did that come across as like a temple where you would? Sorry, what was that, Melkiri? Pour one out for Steppen. Yeah, pour one out for Steppen. Yeah.
There's just so many different types of temples and shrines that I don't think that we know enough about the culture to really say whether it's a temple, or again, like I think of those more as gargoyles that we use on churches to ward off the evil. So and people love their gargoyles, but
if this is a temple in the Carienan countryside, is this where Lanfear was reborn? Is this where her statue?
She was in a cave. That was in a cave, like it crashed down. Like
But when they say like the moonstone was broken, when they talk about the thing, the Quendia,
the moon dial,
yeah, they talk about that being in Carrion, right?
Yes, that is in Carrion.
So
but
I mean,
unless
like the
cave was
complex might be like underneath or something, or like in that big, like the mountain
range.
Side.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah.
I don't think it's impossible, but I do think it is just a coincidence that they happen.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, but not to say it's not possible.
I will say they're giving a wide berth to Tarvalon if they're considered in the Kyrian and countryside, unless it depends on which side of the river you're on, of the river Verin, in which case I get it.
Right. Yeah. I know. It's just interesting.
I'm obsessing with the map pathing. Yeah.
That's fair. No, I'm still on the vibes of this. Felt like a place of worship of the Forsaken, as opposed to a place to ward them off. That's Melkiri, do you have any experience with temples for the Forsaken? Right. Oh, that must have, as the Aiel would say, Numashi. Sorry, Melkiri was just saying that during the Aiel War, she kicked down many of these temples with her bare feet. So, as the Aiel would say, much G. So, well done. But I don't know. Well, hopefully we get more information on this. Like you said, Leia. Let's write that one down, dude. Rafe, tell us about the statues. What's going on? Like, I don't get this.
I also
Kevin might
getting
like
back
to that question.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Getting back to the last scene, when I was wondering, based off of the 3 conversations, if Lan made a decision on what he wants to do, and if we'll see it on screen or off screen. I think he's already made this decision by the time they get to this temple shrine, whatever we're calling it, that he needs to find the Amarylline seeds, and for better or for worse, Alana sees through his attempt of koi talking, because Lan is not talented at the koi chit chat. He doesn't play the game of houses very well.
Yeah. Kev, do you know what I thought about doing earlier, and I've totally forgot about? We got some goodies.
We did indeed,
from Amazon that we were going to share, and I had the idea of that I did not share with you of showing the goodies when they were relevant to the episodes.
I almost said the same thing.
Because there are multiple ones that apply to multiple scenes.
I almost brought it up too.
I totally forgot to do that, and I'm looking at 4 of them. I'm like, they apply to like 3 episodes ago.
Yeah.
Or whatevs. Folks watching at home and our wonderful guests, would you like to see some behind-the-scenes photos from filming of season 2, specifically around Lan?
Hang on, let's get what Melchiori thinks. Hang on as well.
Yeah. Melchiori, what do you think of this?
Good.
Wow. Thank you for using common tongue so everyone can understand that. That's amazing. So we're going to kick it back a little bit to the Archway episode, folks. And please enjoy some filming of Daniel and why did I want to say Maddie?
Oh.
Sorry, Zoe. Zoe having a little bit of smooch time. Although not specifically smooching in that picture.
Keep it on screen. I need to zoom in.
What are you zooming in on, dare I ask?
Don't ask.
Don't ask. Okay.
Oh,
it's so cute, isn't it? So
it's sweet. Their chemistry is amazing.
I love Charlie. Like, ooh, Lan, show us your goodies.
Why is there a sheet on the floor?
It must be a reflective thing, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's for light and for the shot and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So
I know it just makes me think like Lan's put a sheet down and it's like, here, baby. Let's have a rumble in the. Oh.
Yeah. And the closer one when he's holding her. Now, this is the scene you were talking about earlier, Kev.
Yeah.
It's like it felt like just holding her type thing. Like this is the archways being almost what's the words?
Sinister and like
sinister
and yeah. Honeypot Lan.
Honeypot Lan.
Yeah, this is the honeypot.
I'd let him
Just
pop my honey.
We know.
the different the 2 different cameras, one on the track and one on a crane, to get the 2 different types of shots, which is brilliant. And then the actual smooching. Now, what is the camera that's to the left filming? I don't understand. Maybe the archway.
Maybe he's taking a little break. Maybe he's taking a little. Oh yeah, that's for the archway. Yeah, for the perspective shift.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because that's the angle. Because it's behind Nynaeve when the archways briefly appear, and it's during the kiss she hears the whispering. So yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Maybe Rima Tewiada is like hiding behind the tree and whispers, "Playback will come." But what? Well, while they're smooching. Yeah.
Now, do you know what I think we should do? Let me take this picture down because it's loaded up manually. But if I actually open up the picture on a different file, just the file itself. Oh God, now I've got to remember where it was when I downloaded it. Because I got.
Don't worry, everybody. We'll post these after the show. You'll get to see them.
You will get. This is very, very true. Don't worry. I think is it that one there.
The benefit of watching live, you get to see it first.
Yeah.
Yep. No, it's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Okay. So if I share this instead. No, that. And then we can pop it back on screen. I can, by the power of Grayskull. Also, firstly, we can just do that. Oh, look at just smooching. This is what happens when you get really good quality photos.
Yeah, you can zoom in real close, count his
Yeah,
pores.
like you just basically you can count pores on that there. That's brilliant. But also, like, if anyone wants detail on like any of the outfits, look at that.
Oh my god, no! Just look at the guy at the side, just in his coat.
I know, right? It's cops in the back, police or something. You know,
I was thinking fire marshals, but yeah,
fire
Yeah, or
marshals,
first aiders.
yeah, paramedics maybe.
Sorry, can you say that again, Melkiri? Oh, that is such a good point. His top knot is off. It's not right. So apparently, Nynaeve cannot imagine a Malkiri hairstyle accurately. So, yeah, good point, good catch. I hadn't realized that. So, yeah, the sheet is ready. This camera is insane, by the way. Like, how many wires and shit is on that camera? I've just noticed that. That is ridiculous.
The door frame isn't even there yet. Like the arch isn't actually there. It's CGI.
But yeah. So this is an example of some of the pictures that we got to share. We have 3 more pictures. Shared all these 4 because they're all, one by one. They're all the same scene. But the other 3, let me try and figure out. We've already talked about that scene. We have not talked about that scene. Okay, so there is one other we can share. This comes from, I think, from the fireside scene when they're all hanging out, and Lan is kind of like just set. How did we describe it earlier? Costumes? Set dressing.
Yes. Yeah. Right outside Tarvalon, before he gives him she brings Alana to take Lan away. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's obviously Wraith, and that is Thomas Napper on the left there, one of the directors. Also, I love the fact he's wearing bright green socks. That is so cool.
I was literally going to say that, like, mad sock game.
Yeah, I love a good sock game. That's a weird statement, but it's accurate. So I don't care. Yeah,
also
such cool
the little
photos.
2 rivers lanterns on the side.
Yeah,
yeah. They are very, very cool. So, yeah, 2 more photos to go, folks. You won't get those until much, much later because they apply to later episodes. So I'm going to leave that there. So, I know. So
life is tough.
It
Waiting
is
for stuff. Hate waiting for stuff.
Guess I'll just have to stick around and watch.
Yeah, you will.
Oh man,
what a shame. So chat, yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. I appreciate that you've stuck around with us. Hopefully, because last time we got 1 photo, didn't we, Kev?
Just the one.
And then this time they sent us 7. So who knows? Maybe we'll get some kind of
1 photo for every episode lands in this season.
Yeah,
lucky him.
So if
Lucky
we keep
us.
promoting, Kev and I are going to do this every month. If we keep promoting it, well, maybe not April. I don't know. Traveling Jordan Con, things like that might make it difficult.
We'll figure it out.
Live at Jordan Con.
No,
8
I'm not
hours.
doing.
That's
Oh,
way too much. I know.
8 hours at Jordan Con.
Do it the
You-
Monday after Jordan Con when everybody's so exhausted.
No, because I won't have
Scooters
I won't have the energy to do that on the Monday. But I think if we did it during the stream, my God, can you imagine that, Kev? People just come and we'd have to have a TV to display stuff, wouldn't we? Like,
Yeah.
Tangential. We'll move on from that.
Oh, I think you
For
guys
the
are probably
future.
giving Savara palpitations trying to think about the logistics for that.
Well, I was like, I'm not going to be there. I don't even actually know. Are we be there? Let us know.
let us know.
Yeah, we're going to do this every month, folks.
Yeah.
And Wheel of Time, Amazon and the Wheel of Time have been so great that they're sharing stuff with us, and I really appreciate that. So hopefully, if you keep liking this stuff and subscribing and sharing and all those good things, then they'll give us more things and greater things, and maybe even real things as opposed to digital things.
Who knows? You never
Maybe.
know.
Is
The
this you
world is
trying
ours.
to say that you want people to like and subscribe so people will give you stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real
I want
things.
stuff. I want stuff.
Like
People.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
People.
I would love that.
Picture.
That's the ultimate goal, to be like, let's just have.
I'll say the things that Rob's not going to say aloud. Let's get the people.
You need.
Like,
Hang on.
please
So
more.
Leia is
Look.
translating for Rob, and Rob is translating for Melkiri.
Look, let's be honest. Donal Finn could do 8 hours of a live stream. Let's have it happen, okay? I'll just tell him to bring his guitar and we'll jam for 8 hours while talking about his episodes. It'll be great.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
We'll do a second Elaine episode if Kiera comes on. I'll do it. I'll do it
Yeah.
myself. I don't even care.
Yeah.
No guest, just me.
Yeah.
I think Mel's saying a lot right now, and we're just talking over her. So.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry. Mel is talking
this one's
about
not
how-
working out, guys.
Yeah, Lan was very proud of doing a galloping down the road scene, talking about the behind the scenes stuff. So it's just well, you know, he should be proud of that. It was a great task. Let's go back to scenes from the show.
Yes.
Now that we've caught up on all the photos we should have shared. Leia, are you passing? Yeah.
I am. I'm going to pass the torch. So we've got
Okay.
Mel Carey, the very verbose Mel Carey, saying a lot, and
Mhm.
Sulan. So I leave you in excellent hands.
Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your time. So.
Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
Leia. Thank you so much.
I I subscribed, I gave stuff. I'm still wondering what your show is about, which is why I'll probably contribute more.
Yes,
thank you.
please, Amazon. See this.
Yes,
I got a new
Amazon, please.
Hidorian, so hopefully this one
Okay.
helps.
Keep giving us more. Keep giving us more, Amazon. We are extremely
All
grateful.
funds will go towards buying Kevin and a Dory that is
Dory.
able.
I feel like I need to actually. Kev will have words because, you know, yeah, I'll sort you out.
Well, hang on. Let me just click around on myself to try to find my.
My God, you.
Hang on, yeah. I think the translation on this is working a lot better. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Mel loves it. That's what they just.
Yeah, that is the face. Kev, can you do me a favor? I'm just going to put a
Yes.
message in the chat. And then I will get up the next episode. The next scene.
Yes.
So
you got
this
it.
is Lan meeting Swan Sanche. So with a much better head pace.
Lan. Leave us.
Mother,
What's happened? What is it?
it's Moiraine.
So very simple scene, that one. I want to start it off by saying, finally, Swan has a headpiece that I approve of. So, yeah.
It's a good one.
What is that, Mel?
Hats.
Melkiri? Okay. Wow. Bold take there, Melkiri. Very bold take. You wish that... wow. You wish that she daggered him? So he could have fake died for like the millionth time. Wow. Okay. I mean, bold, but he does die well. We did decide this earlier, didn't we? We were
That's
chatting
true.
about this. He does
Makes a
die
great
very
corpse.
well. He makes a great corpse. He's such a pretty corpse. So yeah, totally valid. Totally valid. Sulan, you're
someday.
Wow. I didn't know you knew so much of the common tongue. Thank you, Melkiri. That makes my heart sing. Swan with those knives isn't that's a great desktop picture. Sulan, not much in this scene, but do you wish that Lan had been stabbed?
No, I it's my favorite. I think it's probably my favorite piece of channeling in the season. Is Swan doing the spikes looking like, because I think it looks like a school of fish when they like come round, and I just think it's such a like perfect little thing for her. But like, all right, Lan has 3 words here, but his first word is mother, And in my head, I just kept going, what he's actually saying is, Mummy, Moiraine did a naughty thing. Like, it's like obviously we know that he's gone to Swan because of Swan and Moraine's relationship, and because Swan is the Amyrlin, and for multiple, and they're in this together, and she's the only other person who actually knows about Rand. But it's almost like, he's had advice he didn't take from Verin and Adeleas. He's had more helpful advice, but it's like he needs to very quickly double check things with Mummy, which I am here for. I have all the time for that.
Yeah.
It definitely plays off the sibling rivalry thing that we were talking about in the early episodes, like how they're kind of like go into battle a little bit in the way siblings do.
Absolutely. That was we discussed that heavily when we had, ironically, siblings on Mel and Jen. So it was good fun. I want to point out, like, did Lan get through all those guards because they recognized him, or is he just that good? No, because there was like two next to him, and they didn't like leave until Swan's like, leave us, so that kind of says to me that he was still under guard, but like, if they recognized him, why is he under guard? And if they didn't recognize him, why was he allowed to gallop up in the way he did without being at least, held at sword point or something?
Well, Alana's there, right?
She can't be far behind.
No.
Yeah, like Alana's probably with him. So like they've seen there's an Aes Sedai. So even if like the guards on that journey don't specifically know who Lan is, they'll see Alana.
Yeah, maybe she's just like holding her ring out, like, stop, we're good, we're Aes Sedai kind of thing. Yeah, like
right, yeah. Okay, so maybe they've all ridden up together, and initially they're like, stop, blah, blah, and it's actually, no, look, I am this. And they've still gone with him because they're like guarding the carriage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't considered that. So that's a good point. Do we agree with Lan going to Swan behind Moraine's back? Which obviously gets revealed in more detail later, but at this stage, with what we know of his journey that he's been through, how do we feel about that? Do you think he's done the right thing with the information he had?
It's interesting because he thinks to himself, well, not only is Swan probably the only person who can effectively get through to her at this point for an intervention, which is basically what he's trying to enact. He also somehow, like, he's surmised that if anyone is going to be able to figure out where she is, because he has no idea where she went after they left, the only person who could possibly know where she is Swan. And we do actually see that she had a letter from Swan in the scene right beforehand, because the seal was broken with the Amyrlin stamp. Scene transitions, we see her stamping a different letter. So she knows how to get letters to her. So she does know where she is. And that is important for Lan to figure out, because Swan is not only the only person that can maybe get through to her seemingly manic behavior, but also she does know where she is, and that would be the only person Moiraine would tell if she had to tell somebody. So it was the right call, I think, in that sense.
Okay, yeah. You agree, Silan?
Yeah, I think so. Like, although I don't like it, I don't think the position that Lan is in at that moment, for him to be able to reconnect with Moiraine, I don't think there's anything else he can do. Like, he kind of has to pull rank in a way.
Yeah, I get that.
And Swan's the only one who can do that.
Yeah. Melkiri, anything you wish to add?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Right. Yeah. Okay. So Melkiri agrees that Lan, is doing that to save Moiraine from herself, and also realizing through that it's part of his duties as her warder. So very nice. I'm just curious where everyone felt on that. I think he made the right decision with the information he had at the time. So I love that. Very, very good. All right. One final scene in episode 6, and then we'll be on to episode 7. Quick scenes in this one, apart from that beginning one. And this is where we get him back with some of the original gang in the form of stopping old Randy Boy from leaving Kyrian. And there's some Donal just because why not?
Yeah. Little palate cleanser.
Gotta love those curls.
Too soon.
I'm sorry. I can't let you leave.
So very quick, very simple. They're like a solid team now, aren't they? The 4 of them. And also, Ivan and Maxim were dressed up. I don't know if you saw that. Like, Ivan definitely had like a similar sort of over-the-shoulder sash thing, like Lan has, which I loved. Let me see if I can skip back a second so we can see that. Yeah. Come on. No, I've got to find it. Yeah. It's good to see them all, like, all problem solved, all back together. You know, makes you feel good after how the episode began.
Yeah, they're back on the same side again. They all know
they're
on the same
hindering
side
round.
again.
Hindering round.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we take beef with that.
This is true. So yeah, you can see here. Look at like how Lan's like I suppose overcoat, and then if you look at Ivan's on the left there, he's got very similar folds. It's a different style, but it works. So I don't know, where is Ivan from? Do we know this? Is Ivan from the Borderlands, perhaps? Maybe they have similar styles, because obviously he's not Valkyrie, but you know, the Borderlands could share styles in what they do. And Maxim's got something very different, just a standard sort of cloak over the top. Yeah.
Unknown nationality.
Unknown nationality.
And for the show wiki, it says Andor. It says Origin Andor in the show wiki, but I don't think it's ever actually flat out said anywhere. So
okay, maybe he just likes the style.
Yeah,
there's no harm. You can wear what you like, can't you? So yeah, very, very good. I like seeing them all back together, and Alana's looking on point as always. So.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, good episode, I think. You know, starts off very dark and you know divided warriors, but a solid team at the end of it, which is nice to see.
Look at his face there. Like,
yeah, it's so like
very much
stoic.
like it's I don't know. I feel it's very much like I am done with this. I am so like he looks tired.
Well, you know, he's been accused of being a dark friend.
I feel like I was wondering about this earlier too, when I was talking about how like he probably feels like Nynaeve's threads tugging on him, but I wonder if there's a sense of relief too, because he's finally back near Rand, and everybody is always constantly being tugged towards Rand. So I wonder if there's almost a sense of relief or relaxation that comes with technically being where you're supposed to be. Like it feels like it's fulfilling that like role a little bit. Like he feels like a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more chipper in these next couple of episodes, even though obviously he's getting the pieces together. He's close to solving the shield mystery, but he just feels like he has more control over himself. Yeah, he definitely feels like he's on a mission. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, what was that question, Valkyrie? Oh, okay. Valkyrie's asking, why do we think Lan went along with stopping Rand? Like, why is he so like with Alana and the others? Why is
It's a Swan thing, right? The last time we saw him, he's with Swan. He knows, he's told Swan at this point that they found Rand is the Dragon Reborn. They've gone to Carrion. So, and we know what happens in the next episode. So the logical thing is it's a command from Swan.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I think this is one of Swan's phrases, or one of them says it in New Spring and in the books, but take what you want and pay for it. Like he's made the decision to tell Swan, now he has to pay for the consequences. That means stopping Rand. It means following her orders and going with what her plan is now, because he's now given the control to her. you have to pay for that. You have to accept what she gives up until they don't, obviously later. But he's saying, I involve Swan. This is what comes with involving her, and I'm gonna do what I have to do now. So it's very matter of fact kind of way.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Malkiri agrees.
Malkiri, what are your thoughts on that? Yeah, I understand you. Sorry, say that again. There's Lan's costume is too colorful. Well, yeah, fair. You know, he is a Borderlander. Like, he can't have too many bright colors and shit on the go because he's not going to blend into the light. So, yeah, that's fair. Right. Okay, so as we round out episode 6 and move into the last 2 episodes, which is usually where our discussions get longer, I think it's time that we bring in another guest to the party. That does not obligate anyone to leave. Obviously, everyone's welcome to hang around if they wish and if they're able to. But folks, please welcome to the party the wonderful and taint-filled Josh from the Black Tower podcast.
I am.
Welcome, Josh.
Actually. Thank you. I just came back from a lunch where I had a couple of really, really delicious beers. So
nice.
We're good. I'm ready.
Love that.
I'm prepared. Put me in, coach.
Apropos of nothing at all. Apparently, my dad texted me like 20 minutes ago saying that my mom and my son were watching. So, hi. Hopefully, I didn't say anything weird. But thanks for tuning in, fam. Love you guys.
Hi, mom and son.
Everyone act normal.
Hi, Mama Kev and Mini Kev.
Mini Kev, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. That's
who knows if they're still watching. They tuned out like an hour ago.
It was so bored.
Josh, just to bring up the speed, Josh, we have rounded out episode 6. So we're on episode 7 now. Anything you want to add about Lan's journey through the first 6 episodes before we crack into episode 7?
Just that I'm glad to be jumping in on the later episodes because I feel like Lan did a whole lot of in season 2.
Oh, looks like you should rewatch the stream, man. You should rewatch the stream. You should,
yeah.
I think if you had been here, your perspective would be a little bit different. You know,
maybe.
And you know what? I'll go back. I promise. And
I think you should.
Maybe my opinion will change.
I mean, if you want to see the behind-the-scenes photos that we shared, you would have to go back to see those.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's definitely going to happen. Like I said, the only reason I hadn't been here the whole time is because I did just go out.
That's fair.
For a delicious
As
lunch
you should,
with delicious beers.
That's
of course, we said this before too. Everybody here does not have to think that Lan's plot was their favorite of the season.
Absolutely.
So, you know, we welcome all opinions, all sorts. And we definitely, you know, it's important too, because you offer a different perspective too. You offer things that you saw things that maybe we didn't see. We saw things, you know, it's a great experience. So we're glad to have you here.
That is exactly it right there.
Love to dig into it with you.
Indeed. All right, so we're going to kick it off with the first scene in episode 7. It's a 2-minute scene, folks. And this is Lan coaching Rand, giving a little pep talk. This was, I think, a wonderful scene because we got some book stuff in here. But let's watch it first, and then we can have a chat about it and have a little bit of squee over some of those moments, probably.
Tuck in your shirt.
What does the amulet seat want from me? Is this a trial? I saw what she did to the last man who called himself Dragon.
Is that why you ran from the eye of the world? Why you hid here?
I left to protect the people I love.
Don't be so selfish. You were born to protect this world. Every person in it. Not just the ones you love. Listen to me. The Eminent's a smart woman. She's a good woman. And she comes from humbler beginnings than you.
That's Moiraine now you're doing this.
There's one rule above all others for being a man. Whatever comes, you face it on your feet. Get this on. Give me your blade. Aaron dips the wing. You've been learning sword forms. I've learned a couple of things. Keep the sword. If the Emerald's afraid of you, won't be for a sword. If you're going to use one of the forms, use cat crosses the courtyard. Keep your back straight. Every muscle loose, as if hung from a wire at the top of your head. Go. The Amadin waits.
All right.
So good.
Pretty epic scene. Before we dive into it, Melkiri, I have just received word of an important mission that requires your attention. So as sad as I am to see that happening, I do understand your need to provide assistance to those people. Do you have any parting words before you leave us?
The look of the eyeless is fear.
Most wise.
This
is
true.
Sorry, what was it? And just wow! And those absolute parting words where Mokiri completely disappeared was to say that sword form that Lan identified was not Heron dips the wing, but was Pussy Willow swings at the tadpole. So that was thank you, Melkiri, for that final parting thought.
Did you know that Pussy Willow is actually the name of a mascot in the TV series Greek? It's their cat mascot's name. Just put it out there, Rob.
Oh,
that's some niche knowledge.
Hi, mom and son, still watching. Hi.
Hi.
It's a
that's
cat.
Amazing.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So no. So that scene, Josh, you're new to the stream currently. What are your thoughts on that scene? And what was
I do love this scene because, and again, I know there's going to be probably, what was that? There's music in my ear. Voices. What?
Melkiri.
The taints.
I like this scene a lot because, quite frankly, this is what I wanted to see throughout season 2. You know what I mean? These are the interactions I had expected to see of Lan. Yeah. And what we got instead was something that was a little, well, was unexpected. How about I put it that way? When you have Lan here being like, all right, Rand, it's time. It's time. Like, you need to get your shit together. You need to not be arrogant and thinking you know everything. It's time for you to come into this situation, take this seriously, and go talk to the Amerlin. And it's a really good one because even in that small moment that they get, Lan is able to show the audience, how wise he is, how capable he is, and it's a really good showing for Lan. It's a really good showing for Lan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's been a long time coming before we actually got sword forms from Lan, like named sword forms. Obviously, he's been doing sword forms, but like actual named ones. It's been a long time since. Well, we've been waiting a long time for that. Sorry, because this is when we first see it. We've had it mentioned with Errol, but not from Lan, which is who we wanted to get them from. So that was good to see. And it just, Lan feels very sure of himself in this scene, which I appreciate, given the journey he's gone through, feeling neglected and kicked to the curb and all those other things. He feels a lot more centered, which gives me a lot of confidence
Yeah,
So.
I think that was my big takeaway too, is that this is the first scene and the first time in the season where he's actually felt like he has a semblance of control over his actions, and he knows what he's doing. He's in his element. Like, he's able to give this advice that he knows is real advice and is good advice, and he's no longer wandering in the unknown of how do I deal with my Aes Sedai that's effectively cut off from me, and everything that comes with that, and my own failures and my own humanity. So it's the first time that he's gotten to be the adult in the room and feel like he has control again and has agency. And I think that it's telling a lot, because again, he started to actually make actions. He started to actually evaluate what he wants out of the deal. And it's not just, I need to wait for Moiraine to tell me what to do next. No, I have to evaluate the situation. I have to look at what my options are and then make the best decision for what our goals are, what our collective goals are. And that's to win the last battle. And again, unfortunately for Moiraine, it's against her wishes what he does. And that's the decision he had to make, because he wasn't willing to make that decision before, because it was expressly against what she wanted, even if it was working towards their greater goal. So I think it's good to see that through the ups and downs that he's felt this season, that he does seem to be gaining a semblance of control back to center. And Josh, I'm not sure if Josh, you've heard of this this idea that the bond was never masked. She took it away before she went to the Eye of the World because she assumed she was going to die. So she actually removed the bond entirely. So we've seen bondless Lan this whole season, whereas he doesn't know that. He just thinks it's masked, but he's actually missing the ability to sense the fates, the ability to fight with the enhancements. We're seeing pure Lan physicality, which is peak physical performance for an average human to begin with. So I think that even though he's still missing that, he's feeling that control for the first time this season. And I think that it's been very interesting to see that he had to start so low to kind of get to this point. But again, it wasn't the expected order of the things, but I think that I was really able to enjoy this scene a lot because of it. I think it really made it. It made it feel like he earned it, in a sense that, not to say that it couldn't have been earned differently, but I felt that the way that they presented it was set up well enough that it made me believe that. It made me believe the words that he was saying. He's not just spouting platitudes. He means the words he says, and he feels conviction in them. And I think that was a really great scene. And again, when book dialogue works for the show, it works. Like, not every line can work on screen, but when it does, oh man,
absolutely.
Yeah,
so good.
Silan?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not really a fan of that theory. I actually think this scene disproves the theory. Like, I think it proves that the whole thing is psychosemantic. That it's like, because the bond hasn't been reforged at this point, but he's in control, right? He's confident. He's like, he lost that confidence because of the separation from Moiraine and all of the sort of shenanigans that happened earlier in the season. But he's now Lan in control, and he's taking charge of the situation with Rand. And he's acting, I think perhaps why I like this scene actually quite a lot, and why a lot of book fans do, is that it's an adaptation of the book, of a book scene, but it's Lan in his element. Like, he was never afraid of Rand. Like, he was always supportive, as you're a man who's been dealt bad cards in life, but you are still a man. And that's exactly what he does in this scene, right? There is one rule for being a man: you face it on your feet. And it works so well. But I do think this it's like, it's like gaining your mojo back after you've been dumped, right? And
yes,
so like, you've lost that confidence, you've had whatever trauma, your boyfriend or girlfriend has cheated on you or whatever, and you're like, no, I know how to do this, I can take control of this situation. And he's completely like, he's really cool with it. He talks to Rand like he's an adult, which I think is important.
Yeah.
It doesn't patronize him. He's completely honest when he says, you know, you've learned a few things. And then he does the best thing in the scene, which is help Rand change his clothes.
It's funny.
I also like.
Go ahead, please, Josh. Please.
Oh, cool. I was just going to say, I also like that you get a very different, you know, as you were saying, Sulan, there's a very different feel in how Lan treats Rand from season 1 to season 2. In season 1, he's talking to a backwoods sheep herder with hay in his hair, can't think, can't reason, can't, you know, is completely ignorant of the world. And here in season 2, Lan's sort of reevaluating that and being like, okay, you know what? You've learned some shit. You've been around. I'm acknowledging you. I'm acknowledging that maturity. And I think that's a really potent bit.
I think he likes to have a peer that is in the same position. Like they're peers in the sense that they've been dealt the same hand of we're destined to fight the Dark One. And Sula, I hate to do this, but I feel like what you said too bolstered my own argument, because I think that he got his mojo back in the sense that he refound who he is. He refound Lan. He didn't refine the warden bond, but he found himself again. And he didn't need the bond to talk to Rand like that. He didn't need.
No, of course not. No,
I know you weren't saying that, of course. But I agree that it felt like he refound himself, and in refinding himself, I think that meant that he was able to also do find out what he could still do even without the benefits of the bond of the Sent from Shadows bond, or being the best swordsman bar none. Even Seven Fades, but I think that to your point, regardless of whether it's the bond or not, I think you're right in the sense that he refound something in himself that he did not have before. And it's really important. It's an important moment for him.
Josh, are you alive?
No. I opened up a Red Bull and a little bit went down the wrong tube.
Wow,
you gotta drink it, not inhale it.
Yeah, for me, this was
Tower, kids.
this felt like unintentional, and I don't mean this negatively, unintentional fan service. I think they took a scene from the books that translated really well onto the screen, particularly with the way they
it was unintentional.
No, but I think what I mean by unintentional is I think they put this in because it was appropriate to the story. It moved the plots along. It showed the growth of the characters, where they are in relation to each other, things like that. And then it had the bonus of being, fan serving at the same time.
Yeah.
So I don't think they were like, we should put this scene in because it will, serve the fans. They're like, we should put this scene in because it will work. And then there's the bonus of it's from the books and the fans will love it.
Yeah.
Which I think is the best possible way to give us fan service for the books, is to find scenes that amplify the story, amplify the plots, make them work, but then have the bonus of making us book nerds be like, oh, that's the line from here, or that's the scene from that, and that's better to me than just regular fan service,
And we have examples of fan service in the series too that is masterfully done, beautiful, fits, and is great. And then we have fan service that's kind of like, oh, I mean, thanks, I guess.
I see what you were doing there.
Appreciate the effort. A for effort. You guys are great. We love you.
Well,
when
can't get it right every time. When it works,
we love all fan service equally.
Yeah.
Please,
if you didn't have the bad fan service, if you didn't have the bad, how could you appreciate the good?
That is very true.
I didn't say there wasn't a place for it.
Oh no, absolutely, 100%.
So, but yeah, I do enjoy this a lot. As Leia put earlier in before we started playing the scene, I don't think I actually played it, so I might switch back and play it so we could discuss this. Actually, this is the Lan screen, and this is not a Lan moment. But he does describe Cat crosses the courtyard correctly. I will say, I don't think Yosha actually did it.
He's got to practice. It's the first time hearing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. In the books, it's practiced. Here, it's
Yep.
not. So, yeah, okay. That's actually maybe I can let that one slide slightly. Then maybe we'll think about it.
Have
I'll
you
get
ever
back to that.
tried walking like that? Out of interest, like walking like your head is attached to a piece of string, right? It's insanely hard.
Sulan, this sounds like you should give lessons at Malkiricon in September.
I just told you I was rubbish
do
at
that.
it.
Please do that. Please do that.
I love
Yeah,
Kev.
all right.
There's Kev in the
want
background
that
right
to
now.
happen.
Look,
Kev's leaving in protest.
no, Kev's trying to do it.
Oh,
I see.
He's cat crossing the courtyard.
Also, can we
He's
just appreciate
torso crossing the screen?
that beautiful snack border calendar in the background?
Can appreciate the
Kev
snack
crossing the screen.
Yeah, Kev crossing the
Oh,
the live
it's really
stream.
weird on like the chest, like the your muscles are tensing, even though you're supposed to. Like, it's really weird. It's like hard on your
actually,
neck
like-
too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's,
straight
So
spine.
let's not all hate on Rand for not quite.
You got to.
I didn't say
don't think
I
he
didn't say I
managed it.
hated on him. I just said he didn't get it right. So yeah, but we'll definitely do a cat crosses the courtyard off at some point. So
Is that like the walk off from Zoolander? I feel like it's just
kinda
a walk
yeah,
off
is,
from
yeah, and in fact, that's how it should be done. We should do it walk-off style from
Yeah.
Zoolander. Not that I've ever watched that. Zoolander's honestly, for me personally, Zoolander's a terrible movie. That's just my personal taste, but I would watch that scene in order to learn how to do it, and then we could do it that way. So yeah,
You know, Rob, I pride myself on being friends with people who have
Who are wrong?
flaws.
I don't know you were going to say that. I've been saying that to people at work so much recently. They'd be like, "Well, I think this." I'm like, "Well, everyone's allowed to be wrong sometimes, you know."
I don't think I've ever seen Zoolander. You know.
I probably
It's definitely better after a few drinks and maybe at like 1 a.m. Like it's that kind of movie. But
Right, let's watch it at Jordan Con.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my
I'm in.
God. All right. Let's hit up the next scene. This is Lan and Moiraine finally back together since she kicked into the curb in
together
episode
again.
4.
Mhm.
It's great
Yeah,
to feel
episode 4.
together again.
Episode, yeah.
Episode 3, sorry, yeah.
3. Episode 3.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know what you think you'll gain.
Hopefully everything we've lost.
Leave. I have nothing to say to you.
She's pissed.
I have a question for you. And I hope someday you'll forgive me for asking it. After you were still by Shamir, has there been a time in all these months when you thought about ending it?
Killing myself.
I read the Tower records. There would have been 2 women in history who were cut off, who didn't. First did it with me.
No, I didn't. Not for 1 second. Because I know that protecting Rand, guiding him, that is the only thing that matters. More than me, more than you, more than anything.
That's what I thought.
And this whole thing you're doing with Swan, it put all of it, the last battle, the fate of the world in jeopardy. What isn't she telling me?
You have to trust someone at some point, Moiraine. You can't do this by yourself. You can't. If it's not going to be me, then I thought it might at least be her.
You say you've been careful.
Ah. Tough love. Tough love.
Very tough love, yeah.
And I very much love. I'm sorry, I'm jumping right in because I love this. Like I said, I'm happy to be looking at these two because these are my favorite Land moments in season 2. She says, "You know, what do you hope to gain by this?" And he's like, "Everything we've lost so far." Like, bro, like, and he's just giving her, you know, bit after bit after bit of, you can't do this by yourself. We are trying to help. You have to figure out how to let someone help. And he's real good about dishing out that tough love without being cruel or overly critical, but he has given her a dose of reality. And it's kind of refreshing to see, you know, Lan back in his groove, back in his Lan-ness. It's great.
Yeah. We did discuss earlier in the stream. Yeah. We discussed earlier in the stream how at the beginning he was just like, you know, what have you done to me? What is this, me, that sort of thing. And it feels like in this scene he's learned that, look, it doesn't have to be me that helps you, but you do need help. And I thought of all people, if it's not me, it would likely be her. So I am trying to find you help that you will find acceptable, you know, and it doesn't have to be me. I trust you enough just to find you that said help. It feels like there's been a lot of growth. You know?
Yeah.
So.
He's also, for the first time, really fulfilling his duties as a warder, right? To, you know, have her back, to check her when she's not right. And this whole lone wolf act that she's got going on is not right. And it's good that he's there to help, you know, get her back on track. Because if you got someone who's never, ever, ever critiqued, what do they end up doing? Usually nothing good.
It's true.
Yeah.
And I think that it's truly, it makes a huge difference that Lan has fought back control of himself, because when he tried to have the same type of conversation, it was even set up kind of similarly. Obviously she came at him with anger first, but that conversation in episode 1 versus now, where he slams the table, he lost his cool almost immediately. Like he was on like a hair thin thread. He was, you know, but you know, now they've had time apart. He's had time to recenter himself, and he has goals, missions, and things that he's going to do, and he's going to stick to those points. And it's just, it shows that how little direction he had before, and how little grasp he had over himself, compared to now. He's completely like, he's not like 100% perfect by any means, but he's at least 180 the, why can't I be the one to help you, instead of I need to figure out what you need to help you. It's less about his own failings and more about, we need to get our shit together, because we're going to lose if we stick to this current plan of action, because it's not working for either of us.
Yeah.
That's
very, very true.
Yes. Absolutely.
His smile, the little like that moment, you just want to like jump up and down in the air, right? When you know he asks the question, and she's like, no, and he's like, yes, get in. I knew I was right. And it's like all that like self-vindication love that, like, if it were me, like I once screamed out loud in my office because we'd fixed a Excel formula. But like that's like his it was
I know that feeling.
It was a big day. But like if that's my level of excitement at things, his level of excitement at being proven right is like the tiniest twitch of his mouth, right? Which is the most Lan thing ever. Like this, and you know on the inside it's like jubilation, it's glee, it's vindication, right? But it's like in that moment, he knows that hope isn't lost for Moiraine. And like it's almost like that smile is, I can be her warder again.
Yep. It's a confirmation that like you were saying, like he obviously everything that we lost includes the bond, but you know he's been we had set up, or at least I discussed that they mentioned the amount of the women not surviving very offhand at the dinner before Moiraine and him get attacked. So they had opened the conversation about stilling between Verin and Lan, and my assumption is that while Verin was in the White Tower getting records for various things, she had a list of questions that Lan had that she was able to either procure the books or give him answers to. And that's why he's able to say specific numbers like 2 women survived outside a year. And that's hard data. That's for like you need to have that kind of like before just anecdotal like, oh yeah, most women don't survive. No. Verin went back and checked. None made it past a year except for 2. And that's huge. And again, it doesn't say anything against Moiraine's strength, because I think that if she had been stilled, she could have done the same exact thing. She could have fought through that suicidal ideation. But at the same time, it's a clue and it's hope. It's hope that it's not a stilled. It's a shield still. Like it's a little kindling for him to grasp onto, a little tuft of grass to keep clinging to a little bit longer, that they can fix this. Because if they can't, they can't, you know?
Yeah. It's also, I know we're not going past book 4 spoilers, but there is foreshadowing by giving that information as well for plot lines that are coming in season 3.
Correct.
Or we hope are coming in season 3, because they are in book 4.
They're impending.
Yes.
Yeah.
Impending. Fingers crossed, please. Yeah. Anything else we want to throw in, or shall we move on to Lan's questioning his choices in the next scene, another 2-minute scene?
This is real. I did want to cover one thing as well, because this is the scene where the show tells us that Lan is figuring out what the deal with Moiraine is. This is it right here. And I know a lot of the readers picked up on it, because when you get stilled, or when you get stilled, you lose all desire for life. Like there's just nothing to live for. And when he confirms that with Logain, who was gentled, and Logain's like, every single day I want to be done with this, it sucks. And then he goes to Moiraine, and Moraine's like, absolutely not even once. And that's a big piece of information, because even in the books, when people are gentled or stilled, that is most likely the case. That's most likely the end of that particular person's story. However, there are few and rare cases in which people can find the motivation to carry on. And so Lan, I think the smile is twofold. I think it's confirming of a theory that he's sort of working on, right? And the other bit of it is, I'm grateful that my best friend is still the driven, motivated woman I know her to be. And I'm grateful that I no longer have to live in fear of getting a note one day that says this is, her story has ended. And I think that's a really subtle but really powerful scene that gives a lot of flavor to what is happening in the story.
Yeah, it's a win-win. Best case scenario, she's not actually stilled. Worst case, she's stilled, but she's able to live on beyond that. And those are both win-wins. Like one's better than the other, but I totally agree. That's a great way to look at that. Yeah.
Is it so bad that right now I didn't realize that the smirk referred to him having a theory that she's not stilled until we discussed it? Like that hadn't, it was more like, until we've talked about it right now, like I remember seeing the smirk and him I took that as like, oh, he's glad that she hasn't considered, committing suicide. That's all I ever took it as, until we've just had this conversation now. And like, as it was going, I had the realization, I'm like, right, when this conversation wraps to the end, I'm going to have to tell everybody this. But yeah, like during this conversation, I've had that realization of just like, damn, this is him working on that theory. I feel so
when
silly.
I see like a random Tweeter of Chaos post, and I'm like, that confirms my theory, I have that same smile. I'm like,
well,
the exact same smile.
Yeah. There we go. Right, Sulan, I know it's getting late. You are going to leave us now, I believe.
I am. It is bedtime for this water.
It's been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for dropping in, Sulan.
Thank you for having me.
Last seconds, so very much appreciated. Go enjoy your slumber, and we will see you in the next turning. So
sleep well and wake, everybody.
Thank you.
That's right.
All right.
The boys club, finally.
Right. Right.
My God.
She's not even off the screen for a second. Oh yeah, boys, yeah, Black Tower time, yeah.
That's
Wow.
right. That's right. Except for I don't have a Hadori. I need a Hadori. So I'm gonna need to get you guys your techniques down so that
Well, I used this USB cord at one point, just kind of tie it around.
Yeah, he did. You think he's joking? Please vamp for a moment because I'm gonna have to wait for let's just say my viewing device to work its way through something. Oh, only 16 seconds though, so we don't need to vamp too long.
Sweet.
Man. It's good to be the boys. let's have some boys chat in the chat. Let's get some boys love in the chat. Some boys
love in the chat. Oh my
there
God.
was
all right.
Someone said
here we go.
Someone said all right.
Yeah, here we go. All right, we got through. We made it. We got it.
Release him, someone. No. No.
She's like, nah.
We tried our way, Moiraine. And we nearly lost everything. The Tower's laws have stood for 3,000 years. It's time we obeyed them.
This is not what we agreed to.
The Reds will gentle him. Not while I hold the seat. The Tower is filled with your enemies. You're this sure of your power. We each had a task, Swan. I was to find the Dragon Reborn. You were to get the Tower ready to support him. Or have you forgotten that day? Of course I've not forgotten. But you were supposed to be with him, ready to shield him if he started to go mad, yet here you are, stilled. You can't control him. You can't guide him. Can you imagine, Moiraine, if one of the Forsaken got their hands on him? He's no more ready now than he was before you found him. You left the fate of the world to chance for your pride. Tomorrow, when Queen Galdrian returns, we shall announce him as Dragon here in Kyria. With 14 sisters by our side to show he is under our control.
I think that might be it. He's basically just window dressing in this scene, isn't he?
Yeah, he does. I don't even think he's in the cell at that point, so that's a good cutoff point. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me. Yeah, basically where we got to was that was it. He is just sort of window dressing in that scene. So let's skip ahead. 1 second, let me check the timestamps and we'll read the next one. A couple minutes scene again. Lan and the incredible Alvaro Morte is in the next scene. So this is going to be a stellar scene. So here we go. Come on, play. Play the movie. Yeah, play.
Play the movie.
Yeah, sorry, I love that. It's a Shrek thing, isn't it? You know, you ever said that when you on the DVD you press play? Yeah, back in the day of DVDs. So here we go.
I would offer you a much, but stones is a gentleman's game. Tell your master that I'm still waiting for her to keep her promise. Or you can just run me through with your blade now. Save her the trouble.
I can do better than that. You can see male weaves. What do you see when you look at Moiraine?
A desperate, lonely woman who has given her life to a cause beyond her understanding.
I offer you an asylum when you're a madman still.
Madness is expecting a stray dancer from the man you helped lock away. There we've sung her. From a man. Thousands of strands pulled together, held in place, but nothing being channeled into them.
How is that possible?
I don't know, it's just like...
There's a fire in the foregate.
Uh-oh.
You think I've forgotten what you did to Glen and Steppen? You will get this key when they take you back to the White Tower. There are two brown sisters there desperate to study a man who can channel.
Ooh.
Go!
Oh. Whoopsie, Logain.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Is
I'm gonna
Lan
be
playing the game here?
I mean, Justin.
Yeah, well, I'll vamp on this. Do you think it, because there is a bit of good, he's obviously playing good cop and bad cop as both cops.
Yeah.
And there is a moment there where he does go back closer to him. Do you think that there's any exchange of the key in that last moment? Like, does he drop it? Does he palm it to him? I can't ever decide. I can't land on a yes or no for that.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I think Lan was here to get information. I think Lan does not care about being nice to Logain at all. Because keep in mind, we are very empathetic to Logain because we know who he is and we know the impact he has on the story. From a character's perspective, he is literally a nuclear warhead with a hair trigger, and we don't know what's going to, so they don't really, like, fear of this man is really going to, like, color the interactions between them. So when we say did Lan do something to help him escape, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think he is enjoying a little bit of revenge.
I can see that for sure. Yeah. definitely wallowing in it. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if he had been like receptive, because you could, it almost like, it's a great like visual representation of the madness without like the shadow puppets, because you see him turn on a dime. It's not just that his door is closing and Lan's leaving with the key, but you can see like the complete shift in demeanor. He's wild and wicked, and then he's scared and like reserved and closed off. He's still feeling it.
Well, and we've got, again, from the Lan perspective, we've got Lan very much in control. He now has a working theory, right? As we just established in the last scene, he now has a working theory that, okay, Moiraine is not necessarily stilled, but if something happened to her, I need a man's perspective on it. Oh, wait, Logain is here. So you've got Lan being Lan finally, being Lan again, and going, hey, I now have direction. I now have purpose. I now have, the means to an end here, and I'm enacting that. I'm putting that into the universe, as it were.
Yeah, he feels like he's making an impact. It's like he's not just like, he's not passively accepting the moves handed to them. He's making moves. Like he's actively making choices, and it's so rare, book or show, where we see Lan get to be like, I'm taking agency. These are my choices right now. I'm going to go do this for myself. It's tough.
Yeah.
Like it's especially early book, I would say.
And if we're going story-wise, no spoilers to the books, but I will say this. Those scenes in which we do see Lan step up to the front line and say, okay, I'm taking control of this. Those are phenomenal scenes. Because Lan is... We know and love him. We know him as wise, as intelligent, as cunning, as brave. We know him as all these things. And yet one of the things he shies away from is leadership. He's got very Aragorn-esque energy in that sense, where he understands the road ahead of him, but he don't want to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when he finally gets to the point where he's like, yep, it's time for me to step up and, you know, push my story forward. Those are always really great scenes. And I feel like we got our first sort of Lan takes control scene here.
Yeah,
And
I
love
agree.
it.
Yeah,
I think it's so
and it's no Aes Sedai around him until the very end. Like it's him just doing his own thing, being the bat detective kind of guy.
Yes,
he's like old school
Exactly.
Batman detective, not just current gravelly voice Batman kind of fighting crime kind of guy.
Adam West.
Yeah.
West Batman.
I could see Daniel Henney being a good Batman. You know, I could see that. Yeah, he's got the physique.
Daniel Henney could do anything though.
He really could, yeah.
He's like, they're like, we need you to be a detective in a cop show. He's like, done, boom.
Yeah.
Hey, Daniel Henney, we need you to be the greatest swordsman that ever lived in a fantasy series. Cool, done, boom.
Done.
You know, Daniel Henney, we need you to be a teenage girl lost in a jungle. Boom, done. Like, he can do it. He can do it.
Did I
Daniel
come
Henney
back
can
and
get
hear you
it.
saying Daniel Henney's a teenage girl in a jungle?
He could
I'm
be.
saying he can be.
This
Because
is
he
true.
can do anything.
He can. He's a
He is
great
highly
bat
impressive.
detective.
He is. I'm sure you've discussed this scene and gushed over it, but yeah, I love this scene.
Yeah, it's great.
The two of them in a scene is always great. It was great in season 1 when we had those couple of moments. It's great again now. But yeah, just the weaves description, the way Lan's like good cop, bad cop. It's very satisfying. It's two badasses just going up against each other.
And it's such a shame for Logain too, because if he had goaded like beginning of the season Lan, he maybe would have gotten ran through with that sword like he wanted. But this Lan, sorry, too late. He's kind of recentered himself. Can't goad him into a stabbing you in the chest. But
this is true. And the burn though from him, like, what do you see? Like, oh, you know, a woman, blah 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 blah, and you know, like, don't piss off Lan.
oh yeah, he called Stones a gentleman's game, implying Lan's not a gentleman. Yeah,
Right. Like he was unnecessarily dickish.
Yeah, and there was a whole line about like being you know, because of that. It's really funny because Logain is a minor noble, as Dane's pointing out, and
yes,
Lan's a king, so you know, gentleman's game. Yeah, it's just it just works all around. It's very,
check yourself before you wreck yourself, son.
Mm-hmm. This is so true. It's
and then I'll get your opinion, Rob. Do you think that Lan passed him the key, dropped the key, did anything, or you think he kept it?
Oh yeah.
No, I think Lan kept the key. I don't think Max Silver, that is brilliant. Stone is, you know, it's not a gentleman's game, it's a gentleman's game. Yeah, love that. No, I think he you know, he kept the key. He was full just like, no, I you know, sucked you in there with what you wanted, like someone who's addicted, like an addict. You went for it, and then I took it away because I knew I could.
A little Kyrie Ennon of him, you know.
Yeah,
very
cruel, but not undeserved. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so
well,
got the information we needed.
Yeah, and that's we were you know, as we were kind of talking as you were away, this is one of those situations when Lan really kind of takes control of his destiny and says, this is what needs to happen, and he's not really worried about the rest. And he knows, again, he even kind of lets some of that anger show, where he's like, you think I forgot what you did to Karini and Stefan? Did you think I forgot that? No, you're done, my guy. I'm not giving you any favors. And yeah, Lan, I think that's one of the things I like about him a lot, is that he's not afraid to be a cold bastard. He'll be kind and warm and supportive, and he'll give you that dose of tough love that you need. But if you cross him hard enough, he'll be a cold bastard, and you will lose.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I think he definitely is one of those people, like, when you've crossed the line with Lan, you can't cross back. You know,
not easily.
No.
Yeah, a lot of work.
Not easily at all.
Mm-mm.
I did enjoy seeing, once again, and I know we've kind of harped on this, but Logain as his confident self again. You know, he goes in, he knows that either Logain is going to know something about what's afflicting Moiraine, or he won't. Which is going to support or detract from his working theory. And he knows that with how desperate Logain is to die, he knows that Logain will do anything to get that, and he will give him the information. So he walks in very confident, very cold, says, I need you to tell me, you see things around Moiraine, don't you? And Logain is trying to like negotiate from a position of weakness, which is never a good idea. And like, all right, see ya. And Logain, desperate to get his chance out, spills the tea. He's only too happy to give it to Lan.
Yeah. Very, very true. So, okay, we have 2 scenes left in episode 7. One that's about just over a minute. And then we have the long scene. 7 minutes long. Probably, we haven't gone through and analyzed yet, but probably, I'm going to say up there with probably one of the longest scenes that we'll come across for our characters as Kev and I take this journey of Kiserai streams. But we'll start with a 1 minute scene, have a discussion, and then we'll go from there. We have gone through the scenes and the episodes faster than I kind of expected today. So I have sent a message to our last 2 guests who feel free to join early. So they may arrive at random times. I will just invite them in as and when. So hopefully they see those and make the way across. But yeah, we'll kick it off. This is Lan helps the escape, where he goes and collects our escaped convicts. If you remember correctly, folks. If not, here's your refresher coming in just a moment.
There's a waygate hidden in the city.
That's just a rumor. With a grain of truth.
An Ogier steading once stood in the inner city centre. Clarion families built right over it. Here. Where will you take him?
Farm. Come ahead.
Above Toman's head shall he proclaim himself, bannered across the sky in fire. You plan to have him declare himself the Dragon Reborn? Real waves.
Good work. We'll take him from here to Waygate. Just make sure that we're not followed.
You're not alone in this any longer, sister. But you need to hurry. The city is not safe. I hope you're with this boy.
Light be with you. Let's go.
Again, a tiny little smirk at Moiraine, just a tiny little upturn, you know.
Yeah.
It's I love it. A very, very simple scene. Running in, you know, let's go.
The coalition is still strong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ivan is missing in action.
This is almost the band is back together moment, right?
Yeah.
You got
this is like the B level band, because in episode 8 we get like the A team back together. This is like the B team that actually make the A team look good, you know.
You got Lan and Moiraine kind of back on the same page again, and I love that Verin and Alana both look at Moiraine and in their own way show their support, right? Verin's like, oh, I see your plan. Cool. And Alana's like, you're not alone in this anymore. She like, and I love it. And then Alana even has words for Rand, where you better be worth this.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you get Lan who really kind of has oh, good, we finally got everybody back together. We're finally on the same page. Let's make this happen. Let's go.
Yeah. And the final piece too, having Rand there to break the shield. Like that's like everything is finally fallen into place for him. Everything that he could possibly need has worked out.
It is coming to fruition. Folks, there is another Valkyrie in the background. Please welcome to the party the other taint-filled member of Black Tower Podcast, Andrew.
Hey there.
Oh, I thought they were in my background.
Nice, thick, nice Chodori.
Yes,
yeah.
There's a Chodori. Yeah.
Well, it's also a quick release one.
Oh, lucky.
Quick release.
So, yeah.
You got 4 IL behind you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Oh, lucky guy.
Just lurking.
Sorry. Do a live stream and then play Maiden's Kiss. Everybody wins.
Hello.
Andrew, how you doing?
Good. How are y'all?
Yeah, very
fantastic.
Good. Thanks for hopping in early. We're
I was
almost
sitting there watching the last hour or so, and I was in the middle of like shoveling food in my face hole. And it's like, a message to the last
Just in time. What's that like? Food? Oh.
I'm glad because I wasn't sure if it's your DMs, and I literally just messaged yourself and Ali. Hopefully, Ali's schedule is always a bit precarious, and I know they have issues with their recording studio at the moment that sadly has gotten filled with mold. So they're having issues with doing things and sorting that out. But hopefully, Ali will appear at some point as well. Fingers crossed. But yeah, it's getting down to the wire. We have the final scene from episode 7. It's a long ass scene. Do we want to play? Let's talk about this because it's 7 minutes. Do we want to play the whole 7 minutes and then review it? I mean, I'm okay with that, but I'm not sure where the natural break is.
There's a moment where Lan gets kind of pushed to the side and he's kind of not in the scene while Moiraine and Swan have their little powwow. So maybe that's a good little break point, and then we continue.
Yeah, when he gets swiped off. Okay, yeah. So we'll rock it from there. Before we crack into that, Andrew, do you have anything from Lan's journey up to this point that you want to throw into the mix and the conversation?
Not that hasn't already been talked about. So I think it's all been pretty well covered up till now.
Well, feel free to chime in at any point as one of our latest addition.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
All right, let's get this loaded in.
I'm gonna make a Hadori right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm pulling out.
There.
You'll have to channel into it. Split it open with sheer force if you have to.
You won't. You're going to open it.
Just do it.
Look at Moiraine. With the source.
Lan.
Not just your eyes. What do you see?
Don't.
She's like, I gave up on this.
It looks like you're not tied together.
It's impossible.
There's a story from the Age of Legends about the Forsaken's powers. A skill that's been lost for thousands of years. To tie off weaves and leave them in place. It never made sense to me, Moiraine. What you were feeling, Shamael didn't steal you. Not even a Forsaken could do that alone. It was a shield that he tied off. Which means
it can be removed.
Yeah.
What do I need to do?
You don't have the skill to untie this knot. You'll have to cut it.
I trust you. Cool.
I am sorry it took me so long to do my duty.
So yeah, that's the first part of that scene. Chat is Winner's Lady says this scene still makes her cry, at least until the part where we've just paused it. And Knuckles Mustache says the "I trust you" kills me,
especially because it's the truth. She can't lie. Before they go into the Waygate in episode 6, season 1, she tries to say she trusts them, and she just says, "I didn't trust you before," and well, anyway. But now she flat out says, "I trust you to do this," and it's true. She has to. She can't lie still. That's important.
So,
well, it's nice to see like Rand's. I mean, I know we're talking about Lan, but it's nice to see Rand's kind of trust returned from like her returning trust in him whenever he trusted her at the end of season 1. So kind of like she got to see his nature. So she's like, okay, yeah, I actually can trust you. You're not a horrible person.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine, Josh. Go for it. You're the guest. Well, one of them.
One of them. I like. Well, I have mixed feelings about Lan's dialogue here because I like that he kind of puts things together. I like that, as we said, he's working his theory, he's doing his stuff, he's investigating, he's being a good warder. But I love how he says, Ishamael didn't steal you. He just did the impossible by tying off the weave. Even a Forsaken couldn't steal you. That's impossible. And it's like, okay, I understand for the sake of the show, we have to like establish boundaries of what is and is not possible. But in a universe in which what is and is not possible are constantly being tested and checked, it's funny that he's like, see, he couldn't do that. That would be impossible. But what he just did, we thought was impossible. And so it's just kind of like, well, like I'm glad Lan figured it out. I'm glad we're at to this point, but it was just kind of a funny dialogue.
It's an interesting point because that's another thing too that we see the same thing with Moiraine where she starts out mystical and like Gandalf like, and she becomes more human and flawed as we spend more time with her. The Forsaken too, they start out as the boogeymen. They can do anything. They could be anywhere.
Yeah.
You should be afraid of them just existing in the same room as you. The more time we spend with them, they're a bunch of failed, college dropouts that are bitter and old, like accountants. Like they're people too, and there are limits. Like just because Ishamael is the most powerful male Forsaken, he can't still a person by himself if they're holding the source. Because Moiraine was holding the source when she was cut off. You can't like that. Shielding a person is hard enough when they're holding the source, but a man can do that to a woman pretty easily in the dynamics. But the stilling thing I think is a interesting point because I think that's Lan finally realizing that just because they're Forsaken, they don't have special rules. Like obviously the true power notwithstanding, they have to operate within the bounds of reality just like we do, and that is an important lesson. Even if it's there's maybe other ways to demonstrate it too, smoother dialogue choices at certain junctions, but that is definitely a big theme of the Wheel of Time. Is even again, my partner was like, so the Forsaken, they're not as scary as everyone keeps saying they are. I'm like, they are, but they're not. Like look at how quickly they can do a thing with the flick of the wrist, but also they're still limited by the rules of the power and whatnot. So it's an interesting kind of like play on that legend myth kind of thing.
Yeah. I took this as unreliable narrator.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you say, Lan saying like, "Oh, they can't do that impossible thing because they did this impossible thing." I get that. I took that as Lan just as, being the unreliable narrator. Like from his point of view, yeah, he's done this, but not that, because that's slightly less impossible than this impossible thing.
Yeah.
So that's the one I'm going to believe. Yeah, just unreliable. Like I think both are possible.
Probably,
I think it's going to be, as it expands on, it's going to be a case of we just don't know what the Forsaken were capable of. This is 3,000 years ago. What they could do then and what we can do now are extremely different, and the knowledge has been lost. So I just took that as him being like, well, in my stunted view now and the little bit I've managed to learn and study, I've decided that this is actually just possible for Forsaken. But that one wasn't, I think. And we will find out later that actually both are possible. For some reason Ishamael was like, I'm gonna shield instead of still because it's gonna fuck with you more. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
or maybe if he had a Sangreal and wasn't partially sealed away and he had his full power abilities, or had an Angreal or something beyond his just base power that's half sealed anyway, kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I like that idea, but I flip back and forth about every time I watch this scene. I'll flip between not liking how intimate Lan's knowledge of this is, and then flipping back and being okay with it. So for me, it teeters the line on what I think is reasonable or believable for a warder to understand so intimately about how the one power works. Because there's the one hand where I'm like, he's trying to do his duty to, protect and rescue his Aes Sedai from this horrible fate. So yeah, he could research. I don't think Lan would be like, I'll do anything for Moiraine except read a couple books. But
that's a great point. Yeah,
but on the other
hand,
anything but read.
But on the other hand, I don't know like where you would find the knowledge outside of the tower that, hey, way back in the day, people could channel and just tie it off and it would stay. And that seems like a very, very specific, very niche, very much lost thing that he's not going to be like just sitting with Moiraine and she's talking with the other like members of the Blue Age and they're like, oh, my tea keeps getting cold. It'd be nice if I could tie off the heat up the bathtub water. We even
like
just keep
they
it
used
warm.
to.
So
yeah.
It keeps flipping back and forth for me for like being okay with it and then kind of like not really liking it. So
I was the same. I remember my reaction when I first watched this, and I was doing my live reactions to it. Not live, my first reactions to it, and I was just like, "And where did he get? How did he suddenly learn this?" Blah blah blah. I remember thinking that. And then today, when Mel was like, "Oh, I think he spent, what did he do during episode 5? Because he's not in episode 5." And Mel's like, "I think he went off and spent time studying." I kind of, I buy it a little bit more. Whereas before I was like, this doesn't make sense. Now, like Andrew, I'm on the fence, and like, depending on how I feel that day, I like it or don't like it, maybe.
Yeah. I don't think it was episode 5. I think it was off screen between episode 6 and 7. In that interim time where he has able to reconnect with Verin and see if she was able to research the questions that he asked her to look into at the tower. Because he says tower records. That means who is the only person that we know that's there that was also in the tower this season? Verin. And he was with Verin, so he could say, "Can you please look into these things for me?" That is where I source the headcanon of where he's getting information from, is things he asked Verin to look into, and she gave him notes. So that's the only reason why I've brought that up as many times as I have, is because it's for this scene right here in particular. There is a lot of small nuggets that they drop, but there's no scene of him reading a book or a story about a Forsaken or a story about the Age of Legends with standing weaves or anything like that we get to see. So we have to either assume a lack of forethought, or assume that there's something going on that we're not seeing yet, or that we're not able to see quite yet. So I'm always gonna personally that's just how my brain works, is I look for the answer as opposed the other way. But I like when you guys chat about it too, because it gives me a chance to see what are other people getting hung up on that maybe I didn't see or I didn't think about. I like to
Mm.
hear those kind of things for sure too.
DK's thrown in a fun comment. I want to ask everyone about. So DK's putting there. I still think Swan was going to untie the knots, but rewrites have led to the Lan doing it via Rand, obviously. Because we do get, for those that don't remember, obviously that's cold open of Swan when she's younger, before she goes to the tower, untying a knot in a fishing line for her father, who unfortunately only has one hand, and thus finds it difficult to do that. And we thought that was pathetic or foreshadowing for her untying knots on a shielded Moiraine. Andrew, you said you still thought that was going to happen. Do you think it's a rewrite situation, or do you think that was like a red herring, perhaps?
I think it was an idea. I would like to think that going into all of this, they were like, do we have Lan as the dutiful, honor-bound, loyal friend try to do it? Or do we have Suan as, this long-term love interest and lover do it? And I think that it would have been, that it was a hard decision for the writers to make. Like, sometimes you see, like, it could have gone two different ways. Like, this is one of the few that I've seen that looks like it was really hard to decide. But I think, given how they choose to have Suan act in that scene, how she confronts Moiraine and everybody, I think they did the right choice, because now they can let Suan be, for lack of a better phrase, the bad guy at the exact moment, and Lan can kind of be redeemed from moping around the entire season.
Yeah. Anyone disagree?
Yeah, it's. I think that the idea of a rewrite is interesting, because we've gotten insight that things like the fact that Rand, Matt, and Perrin weren't able to do the Horn Hunt together because they had to rewrite the second season when Barney Harris wasn't able to return. Like, they originally planned to have them all do the hunt together, but you have to act on the fly. You never know what hand you're going to be dealt with this industry. So rewriting the second season, could that first season of the untying knots thing originally been intended for that? Maybe. I think it'd be cool to have a good payoff for it maybe down the line in some other capacity, but ultimately, I think that, like you were saying, Andrew, it was a rock and a hard place between who gets to do it. And I think that the moment they chose for it to be kind of a resettling of the ground between Lan, Moiraine, and Rand, a very crucial kind of three-person relationship that kind of had to be reset and reestablished. I think that it was a tough choice, but I think it's a choice that I think will have the best long-term results, even if it seems unsatisfying right now.
I agree.
Yeah. You see, I remember obviously the scene coming out and everyone discussing it, especially after the end of season 1, and I felt it was too obvious, too in your face for it to actually be the case, but still relevant to the story long term. I think it gave them options for season 2 to make things flexible, and it was advantageous, but I think it wasn't actually meant for season 2. I think it was meant for something else, but it gave them some flexibility in season 2. I think it's still going to be a payoff, but a planned payoff, not one a case of like, well, we couldn't use it in season 2 because of rewriting things because of the casting change. I think it was a case of like, we'll do this because if we get to this point down the line, it'll be helpful, but it gives us flexibility in season 2 depending on how we want the story to go, because they haven't written 8 seasons. They're writing it season to season because you got to wait for it to be to obviously you've got to wait for green lighting and things like that. So you need to put in nuggets that might pay off later on, much like RJ did, with things that he put in that never came to fruition. But it was a case, if I put this in now, then if I get to a point later where I want to use the end of that, it's been set up rather than trying to do some retroactive storytelling.
Something else it does, and I can say this without spoiling whether it does or doesn't actually happen this way. A fair portion of the Aes Sedai we've met in the TV show in season 1 and season 2 have been out of the tower, out and about in the world doing things. Like, it seems like other than the visit back to see Cirium, that Verin and her troop have been out of the tower researching and doing things. So if moving forward, they're going to try to do something to where maybe they're not in the tower so much, especially with Moraine's exile still being in place. This whole altercation between her and Suwan, this, what almost feels like a kind of like break in their relationship, potentially, can give the impetus for one, if not both of them, to not be in the tower. I mean, it could be cool to see the Amerlin scouring the world looking for her ex-lover who, ignored her orders to an extent.
I mean,
So
maybe
it could go that way
that's
too.
maybe that is what leads to her eventual situation that she finds herself in at some point.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Kev, I can't hear you for some reason.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
I do think we're getting that next season as well too. The more I've thought about it, the more I think that we're set up. We're set up too well for it to not happen next season.
Yeah, literally. Just so many moments where it's like, oh, this is in the tower, that's in the tower, sort of thing. Yeah. So I think it's a great thing. But yeah, it's. I love it. Right. So let's finish off this scene. And then I know, Kev, you need to dip eventually. And Josh, you'll have to dip eventually. So if we finish the scene, then that'd be perfect to round that out. And then Andrew and I, and hopefully Ali, will round out the stream. So let's just get back to this and have some fun.
Close the way gate, Moiraine. Now. You lied to me about being stilled.
No. I cannot. I've been more truthful with you than anyone else.
We failed, Moiraine. At the eye of the world, you failed. The stakes are too high to fail again. Close the way gate.
No.
I don't want to force you. You swore to obey me on the oath rod. An unbreakable oath. Bound by the One Power.
Swan.
Close it!
Swan.
Moiraine Damodred.
No, if you have ever loved me, don't
I
do this.
command you to close the way gate. She's too strong, Samantha.
Ouch.
No.
I told you the next time I saw you two together, I'd kill.
You're not going to touch her, none of you want my help.
Every day, you grow more like Luz. Lucky for you, a broken Amnon is more useful to me than a dead one.
That's right, Lan, adventure. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah. So not very much to Lan in that, but yeah, he does reappear right at the end and just be like, let's just go with the Forsaken. You know, he's super chill about it, isn't he?
Like he has embodied the wheel weaves in that moment. He's like, you know what? This is the hand we're dealt. This is how we're getting out of here. This is all we can do.
This is what we're doing. We just got to do it.
I hate the first part of that scene so much, and without going too far into it, you can, if you haven't heard it, you can ask Josh. I vehemently hate the Oath Rod. Vehemently, and this is one of the reasons why.
The Oath Rod is for criminals. It's meant for criminals.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a good thing at all.
And then the absolute audacity to have someone beg you to trust them and say no. Then there are bad consequences, not directly of, but tangentially to your choices. And then you turn around and look at the person that you just broke their heart and go, please.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I might just be a bit of a colder person like that. To me, I'm just like, no, like, you don't get to treat me like shit and then ask me for help and expect me to, like, you know, drop what I feel needs to be done to my core. Like, Moiraine wasn't ignoring her because she was like, oh, I just think this might need to be done. She was like, no, this is the way.
Yeah,
this is the way.
So, but yeah, I keeping the focus on Lan, I am impressed that he got up and was immediately just like, well, the plan was just us three, but now it's Lanthair as well, and he doesn't butt an eyelid. Like you said, wheel weaves as the wheel wills. He is fully committed to the situation. It's like, this is what we got to do. If we got to align with Lanthair to achieve that, then we got to align with Lanthair to achieve that. Like ballsy, you know. So
well, and on that note, that's my exit song. Man, it's been so fun. I'm so sorry I can't stay to the end this time, everybody. But thank you so much in chat, everybody, and thanks to all the guests and you, Rob, and Andrew and Josh. Everyone who's been here has been such a fun highlight to every month for me now. So I'll really endeavor to be able to stay for the whole one next time. But I really appreciate you guys.
See you, Kevin.
Have a good one there, man.
Take care, mate. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And then there was just the three of us. So yeah, so I don't think there's a lot to add about Lan there, but quite a big episode for him, especially considering the rest of the season.
You know, I will say that I think there is an aspect of this that does actually kind of speak along with Lan that can be highlighted, and that is that Moiraine and Lan are back on the same page.
Yeah,
they're back working together. And you kind of see that transition from Moiraine. Lan sort of represents her future, and Swan represents her past.
Right.
And where you're seeing right now is you're seeing a transition from, "Hi, I'm Moiraine. My job has been to hunt down the Dragon Reborn, and Swan's job was to prepare him. And oh, look, something has happened, and now we are no longer able to enact that plan. And I have to learn to trust in someone besides Swan, because Swan just shattered my trust. And the floor has fallen out from under Moiraine a little bit. And there's Lan standing right there, solid as a rock. And I think you've got a real transitional moment for Moiraine where she goes from depending on that one person, which fair, based on the relationship they had, to accepting the people around her and trusting the people around her as well. And I think Lan plays an iconic sort of role in the future for Moiraine.
Yeah. Well, early season Lan could not have been that person.
Yes.
But remember where she grew up, at least for the first 10, 11 years of her life, dealing with being in a noble house and Deus Damar happening all over. And so you find someone like Lan who you can actually put not just your trust in, but literally your life in their hands with unequivocal loyalty. Like that's incredible. And I think you even see like Lan reflect that trust even after everything that's happened, because Lan, we've seen normally he sticks right by Moiraine and doesn't move until she moves, unless he's literally moving to stop someone from, I don't know, stabbing her. A little less effective with thrown blades, but still, it moves. But in this scene, he trusts her and goes ahead and moves towards the Waygate to kind of give her that split moment alone with Suan.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's kick off episode 8. Episode 8 begins with them being tossed out of the ways after a wee bit of a conversation with our lovely Forsaken. So we'll bring that on and have some fun.
You two are being very quiet back there. Should I worry?
This is it? The Waygate to fall? Open it.
Why don't you?
The Shamael took my power from me.
Oh, you are so good at twisting your words in knots. I know you've got it back. I can see it in you. You're alive only because I allow it. Because you have a role to play still. When the time comes, raise the banner.
You channeled in the ways. Much as shit.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Does that? Wait, I think that carries on for a second. Or have I? No, I've got that mark somewhere else. Yeah, I love that moment when they get yeeted. One point though, yes, actually, Amos just put it in chat. They got yeeted out straight into the water. It's not like they landed on their feet, but when we see them walking across, they're only wet from the calf down. Bad continuity there, but yeah, it's Flamingo Lanfear's just making sure they get their steps in.
Good guy, Lanfear, making sure everyone's healthy.
Yes,
perfect.
That is so true. Oh, I love it. But yeah, it was really great. And again, like we were just saying before, the solidarity of these two. It's just, in that moment, so good. Now, folks, we did promise you earlier that we would reveal the last 2 photos of behind the scenes stuff that we were very lucky to get from Amazon when they became appropriate. They kind of just became appropriate. So I would like to share a couple of photos with you folks. Here we go. The first one. These are all land-based, obviously. On the beach with Lanny Boy and Rafi.
Love it.
Yeah. He's clearly carrying... Is that his mobile phone there? That doesn't feel very well.
Yeah. It's an Angriol, geez.
It's an Angriol. Sorry. I apologize. But yeah, I love these photos. They're so fun. And then another one of the 2 of them grinning like a pair of buffoons, still on the beach.
Love it. Love it.
I mean, just look at the
They're
detail
so
on his belt there and stuff. Like, so good. These obviously will all be tweeted out after the show, folks. But yeah, so cute to see these photos.
Awesome. Just look at the joy on those faces.
I know, right?
They're
Clearly
just so
having
happy
fun
to be
recording.
there.
I would be happy to be there too.
I mean, right?
No, that would be nice.
Would love it.
Yeah, we need you need some Blacked Out boys eventually.
Yeah, right.
I think I know a couple of volunteers, so
I might know a guy or 2.
Yeah.
Come on,
We
dog.
might
All
know a
right.
guy too. But yeah, that was pretty awesome. Quick channeling by Lanfear, but I don't know. For me, the solidarity between the two of them is great there. And Lan doesn't even have any lines. He's just, just immediately stands next to Moiraine, and it's just like, nah, we're a team, and it's really good to see. So.
I do love his question though. Once they do get tossed out, it's just like, where are we? And Marine's like, I kind of know as much as you do at this moment.
Right?
Yeah.
Lanfear said Falma, and she said something about raise the banner, but I don't know. Like, is it Falma or is it like Falma?
Yeah. It's like we're on a beach, on a sandbar.
It's lots of sand and water.
It's
And an ocean who borders the ocean.
yeah, I see some seagulls. I'm gonna say we're on the coast. That's probably all I got, like.
Well, I would say while you're there, don't go digging for oysters, because the last person that did, it didn't work out too well on that coast.
Yeah, that was a bad situation for them.
Mm-hmm. Very, very true. Yeah. So, although they did have like a giant cliff behind them that stopped them even possibly running from it. So
true.
Yeah. Fair.
True. Well, no, not where they are right now. Later on, there's a thing.
Yeah,
but not right now.
A thing.
That's true. This will be the next scene up. Is where we get the whole Bond discussion and the reintegration of that, which is a beautiful scene. I know a lot of people love that scene. I love that scene. It is the longest scene in episode 8. After that, basically, it's just some badass fighting and stuff. So, anything to add, or shall we just dive straight into that, guys?
Let's
Josh,
do it.
I know. Josh, how long have you got left? I know you had to.
Let's do this scene, and then I'll jump out.
Okay, no worries. We'll get this lined up and put it on. Have some fun. Hopefully,
it's just so good. I just can't leave it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to vamp for 38 seconds, please.
Okay, well,
you can do that.
I gotta wait for some things to finish playing.
If there's one thing we know how to do.
I just love this is the second time we get to hear Rand just shout no. So, and both times Lan is around. So,
that's fair.
You gotta love it.
Yeah, it's
fantastic sound for a soundboard if you're ever looking for one.
Yes,
that's hilarious. I love that idea. No, it's like the Wheel of Time version of Luke screaming at Vader.
That's it. That's it.
Very, very entertaining. Okay, let's bring it on stage. Have some fun. We'll just catch the end of this because if I skip forward, it's just going to break, I think. So just enjoy some donal curls there for a second. Here we go.
Oh, all right.
Still on the beach. Oh, damn it! We need some volume.
After everything I've done to you.
I never asked for my bond to be released. Nor will I. Stop pretending, Moiraine. I think you're afraid. You don't want me to know how weak you feel. Unprepared. Overwhelmed. Because then you'll have to face it yourself. You can't hurt me anymore, Moiraine. It took me a long time to accept what you said about us not being equals, but I understand it now. And I believe in what you do. Even now, and I know not half of it.
The only reason that I was able to say that you're not my equal is that I've known one thing to be true since the first day we met. You have always been my better.
Let me back in.
Oof. Incredible scene.
Yep.
Absolutely right, Kev. That is the payoff that we've been waiting for. And as Dana said, these actors are so good at the non-verbal performances.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Like Lan is just.
I like that. Oh,
go for it, Josh.
Sorry.
Your time
like
is
that,
limited, but go.
I like that Moiraine is still just so unsure of how to trust and open, and Lan is like, "Woman, you stuck with me. I'm not going nowhere. I am your bestie. BFFs for life." And she finally just kind of relents, and she's like, "It's good to have good people in your life."
It is. For me, it's the line. Like, even though I like don't even know half of what it is, I believe in what you do. Like you, and he's not like, so tell me. It's just a case of like, I believe I trust you so much that I don't even need to know everything. I don't even need to know half of everything, because I trust you and I'm going to support you. Like, so let me do that. It's that's very powerful. And Dan delivers it so well.
I think the part I like the most is how he, without the bond, tells her exactly how she feels. Without the bond.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
like that shows that there's more to them understanding each other beyond the bond, if it was ever in question.
I mean, it took him a season to figure out how to know her without the bond.
I mean,
it's like you've known her 20 years, but you know, as we said earlier, it's almost like they didn't know how to talk to each other, because the bond does so much that when they actually didn't have the bonds, they struggled to actually communicate. And it then took a season for them to figure that out. And
maybe
it's kind of
just,
true.
Maybe it's just that kind of weird feeling where, like, you know, you have a significant other and y'all separate, and then y'all like wind up still being around each other because you run in the same circles. And the first couple times you try to see if y'all can be friends, it's real awkward and weird. So, and then at the end, they kind of got around the awkwardness. Let's stop it there. Like, you know, they got back together, but you know.
Yeah. It's a beautiful scene. It's so well done. Yeah, Lan is no one deserves Lan. He is too good a person. Like, seriously, the guy can do wrong and still, you know, fix it and find a way. And you know, he is my favorite character of season 2. By far. You know,
I can understand why.
I will leave you with this word of wisdom from one of my favorite people, Bruce Lee. And I think it encapsulates really well what you were just saying about Lan. And that is that mistakes are always forgivable if one has the courage to admit them. And I think Lan is very, very good at this, because he even acknowledges that the first half of this season was a mistake, that he wasn't doing his duty, that he allowed himself, his ego, to get in the way. And she tried it again with him, and he told her on the beach, "You can't push me away, and you can't hurt me. Ride or die."
Yeah. So
all right,
Josh,
gentlemen.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And
thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, always welcome. And maybe we'll catch you next month. Folks, you'll have to stick around until we finish to find out who we are talking about next month. But Josh, I appreciate your time, man. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely.
I will see you next time. Bye.
Yeah, good evening.
All right.
Man, I got to see that guy again tomorrow.
Oh, you
and the
poor
next
guy.
day.
And the next day. And the next day.
How will I survive?
Yeah. No, it's just it's Lan's journey over this season is just really, really incredible. And I think this is the culmination of it. Like the last few scenes we see, there'll be bits and pieces. But this is really, for him as a character, as a person, what he's learned about himself and his relationship with Moiraine is just, you know, you feel the confidence and the surety of himself and his position with Moiraine in these scenes we've just done. and I think it's beautiful.
I mean, yeah, because things between him and Moiraine have been off, since episode 7 of season 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I agree. I think it is a good payoff. Yeah, no, I can't really put it better than that. It's a good payoff to see them back
It is.
together, and there's a continuation of the kind of ideology of we're better working together than anybody is working alone.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, the what is it? We're greater than the sum of our parts.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely true. I'm not what. I'm pretty sure Light Blind Four meant to put completely understand in chat, but it just corrected to completely unders. Love that. Okay, so the last few scenes, not the longest, but still sort of around the minute mark. So we get a little bit of exposition about the Forsaken, and then we get the fight scene. So we'll do the Forsaken and have a chat about that, and then we'll do the fight scene. So we need that. Should not need to do any fun breaks for the important stuff that they're now putting on our viewing streaming service.
Oh,
we all love
yeah.
those. Yeah,
yeah.
So happy about that. But here we go. This is our little exposition about Forsaken with a smidge of dead
Ingtar.
Dead Ingtar in the process. Yeah.
You're faster than you used to be.
Feels like I'm running without buckets on my back. You're thinking about Lanfear.
I still don't understand why you only woke her.
Too dangerous, I think, the others. The Forsaken fought among themselves as much as they fought the dragon. But everything that I could find out said that Lanfear, Verin, and Ishamael were inseparable before the War of Power. They were best friends.
Just like these kids.
I think I know where we are. Lanfear planned this.
I think Lan worried her with that comment. Just like these kids. I think he might have worried her a little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
Kev's just throwing
you could
a quick.
almost. Hmm?
I was going to say, Kev's throwing a quick comment just about the bit before. I think it's telling that she actually doubted he would want the bond back. Like, Book Moiraine constantly prompts him about the bond chafing over Moiraine. I think she really thought he wouldn't. Yeah, that's a good point about the last bit. Like, she was surprised he still wanted the bond back. So thank you for that, Kev. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, he was, when he said that, she did sort of like, huh? There was a slight little head twitch about it, wasn't there?
Yeah. That look literally said, like, hopefully not just like these kids.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely felt a bit like that. Like, not exactly, please.
Not so sure
but,
I like that observation there, sir.
But again, the mirroring of everything that they, daily right, chafing over Nynaeve. But the mirroring with all these characters and all these scenes where there is either like something that reflects from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, or within episodes, and the opposites of things. This kind of like the group of the Forsaken and the group of the kids. They're those opposites. Again in the show, it's just so much of that happening. So easily done as well. It didn't even feel like a line that was unnecessary. It felt like it really fit.
I'm glad it happens in the show, because it definitely never happens in the books at all. Never.
I still appreciate the fact that he thinks of them as kids. Like, oh yeah, still these kids, even though they're much older than in the books, and he still views them as children in a lot of ways, which I appreciate. So
what do you think? I've had this sword longer than y'all have been alive, so
that is true. Yeah, he has had that sword a lot long. How do you feel, to not be completely Lan for a moment, how do you feel about this friendship thing that we've got with the Forsaken, that's sort of been developed in the season.
I mean, it makes sense. I don't dislike it. Given what we know about their past, I don't know how much is in like some of the background of maybe what Amazon has gone into about it, other than what Moiraine just said. But no, it fits. I mean, I don't dislike it. I mean, it's going to be more interesting whenever the others are in the picture. But,
Yeah, this is true. I like that Lan has didn't pick up on it. That he's questioning why just Lanfear, that he's thinking bigger picture stuff, even though he doesn't have the information. And it's also a very subtle way for him to get information out of Moiraine. Be like, oh, I don't understand why he only woke Lanfear. It was a case of saying, like, tell me why he didn't wake the others,
Yeah. I also think it's interesting that, like, there's still that assumption of like concrete knowledge, because
Right.
the response wasn't like, oh, well, they were friends, and that's probably why, or a good reason why. Where I think, especially as like maybe a non-reader at this point, you might be going like, well, how do you know it's only them?
Yeah. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they aren't free and hiding in the background somewhere or something. So
yeah,
that's a very good point. I hadn't actually considered that.
Yeah.
So,
It's not like any of them were known for hiding in the shadows and doing stuff behind the scenes.
yeah, softly from the shadows.
Ugh.
Definitely using the unreliable narrator to very good effect, I think. So, or at least that's what I have to say.
Yeah, no, I like it. That's definitely a theme. Like, I was hoping they would keep this unreliable narrator.
Yeah, it works so well because it allows you to hide things in plain sight. Not misguide the viewer, but keep them guessing, which makes the viewing experience more entertaining. If you solve everything straight away, it's not as fun as if you have to try and work it out and maybe get it right or maybe get it wrong. Or if you're not into that, just watch and be like, I don't know what's happening actually, because there's a few options and I'm just going to enjoy what comes and be surprised by it. It gives you all of that. Whereas, going back to my point that I've made multiple times, if it's verbatim the books, we all know what happens and then it's boring. So.
Oh, yeah. I think it also does a nice thing of helping viewers kind of maybe resonate a bit more with the characters, because if we don't know if we can trust what the characters are saying, and the characters have the distrust for the people they meet and even people that are around a bunch, it kind of pulls you into the story a little bit more. You might start trying to look between the lines more, be like, I don't know if I can trust what he said that he read, that he learned from here from thousands of years ago.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now we can see some badass water moves. Should we do that?
Let's do
yeah,
it.
okay. Round out the last couple scenes, and that should probably take us off to the 7-hour mark. I think I haven't got a message back from Ali, so I think Ali might not be turning up, but that's understandable because she's got a fun recording situation on with the mold and stuff that's going on.
Oh yeah,
bless them. So
best of luck.
Keep moving. There's soldiers on these cliffs. What is it?
Shielding.
Are there weaves?
I think it's round the shielding.
Why? You don't know who they are. What if Lanfear put us here for you to do this? What if those ships are full of innocent people? What if it's not Rand?
I will let 1,000 innocent people die if there's even a chance that he will live. That is what it means to support him. You do understand that?
Yeah, as Kev has quite rightly said, Winter Night 2.0 right here. It's so good to see this. But first, I want to kick it off with just another, reminder of the trust they've developed with each other, because he questions her to be like, look, is it this? Is it that? Lanfear tricking us, innocent people. And she's like, this is what it means to support Randolph or support the dragon. And he's just like, yeah, you're right. And just is in. Whereas beginning of the season, he would have questioned it more, I think, even with those soldiers running down. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, because he knows he can now. He doesn't have to really keep his eyes on her as much to be aware of what's going on. If he feels like spikes of fear or whatever, then he can be like, okay, she probably noticed somebody coming at me or her, and he can follow kind of all that. But another thing I was thinking about watching this time was it episode 1 or episode 2 where they fought the Murdral?
Episode 1.
Yeah. So episode 1, they both fight the Murdral. It doesn't go particularly well overall. So one thing you get to see here is the absolute skill differential between how terrifying Murdral actually are and Shan Chan soldiers. But now you kind of get like a bit of a redemption battle where they fight together with the bond and with her having her power back as a whole rebuilt and reattached unit. And it almost like it looks effortless on the screen. Like it doesn't look like Lan is trying that hard.
No, like in episode 1, he is, a death's door and still trying and working his ass off to try and fight off these Murdral, and obviously not being successful. And like you say here, he's just like, oh, killed, arrow, killed. It's just like, oh, it's another Tuesday. It's very chill, and it does, even though Shan Chan soldiers are not up to the caliber of fighting that Murdral are, it does demonstrate the difference of ability that he's gained by having the bond back.
Well, it also shows like just like a warder strength compared to even a trained soldier, because you kind of got that in season 1 when all the forces from Galdon tried to rescue or free Logain, and the warders held their own pretty well through them with the Aes Sedai. But it was easy to look at the folks from Galdon as unorganized ragtag militia, not really that much trained, even though we know a good chance that some of them were. But in this one, these are fully bona fide, well-trained and equipped soldiers.
Yeah.
It's nothing to sneeze at. And I love it every time I see it. The very effortless mid-air catch of the arrow, turn around and use it as a weapon against them.
Yes.
Kind of like, thank you for the pokey stick. I appreciate it.
Yeah. It is really like, oh, sweet. Now I have 2 weapons. It really does. It makes a massive, massive difference, I think. Very, very important to have. It just, like I said, it's another step up in the skill. As Dane Lewis said in chat as well, it also, it's his confidence in himself as a team with Moiraine. And I think that's very valid. Like, they are a team. This demonstrates the team fighting. It reminds you of, Winter Night, with Winter Night 2.0, as Kev's put in chat. It's everything you hoped it would be, and kind of more. And let's get another opinion on that, folks. Please welcome. I wasn't sure she was going to make it, but she has. Ali.
Hi. How's it going?
Good. We've gotten through. No, we've gotten through so much faster than we thought, that we kind of like at the tail end of the final episodes.
Yeah, I just saw your message. We had a crazy weekend.
That's okay.
Yeah, /week, because our did you hear about our studio?
Your studio is growing extras, shall we say? Unwanted extras.
Yeah, so we've got these industrial-sized dehumidifiers in there. They just had remediation. PD, that ripping sound is PD ripping some toy of his to shreds.
That's
So
beautiful.
sorry
Love
about that. We are like living on top of each other at the moment because we have no extra space in our house. This is my bedroom. We're so
Wow.
yeah, we're
I love it.
I should say our because Gus also sleeps here. I shouldn't say mine, but
Like
But
you let Gus. It's fine, like it's fine.
thank you so much for inviting me to talk about Lan, who just in time for the Grinwell Cup is just one of those contenders. I think that's really, I think a potential winner for this year. Though I don't know. I think Lanfear might have it.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Like we're gonna have to find out. But yeah, no, it's great to have you here. Like, what do you think of? Like, we're basically at the end of it, so we'll just talk about like the journey over the season as a whole. What did you think of Lan's like start to finish of his journey this season?
I think what's interesting to me about it is that I feel like there are so many. What is the spoiler level here?
With like sticking to like the first few books and New Spring, so that like a lot of show watchers could keep watching and not get too spoiled by like the story of the
Then
books.
all I will say about that then, just speaking very vaguely, I think there's a lot of like larger implications for a lot of the things that have been happening. I think there's some really cool foreshadowing. Will you relax, darling?
He's excited about Lan as well, obviously.
I love you so much. Will you please relax? Thank you. Sorry. So I feel like there are a lot of larger implications for this plot line that I'm really excited for. And I feel like give that kind of Robert Jordan sense of foreshadowing that I'm really excited about. I feel like it was interesting too, to posit one, like, it kind of felt like part of his plotline was exploring what could have been for him and Moiraine had Moiraine not received this mission, that they might have had like a more balanced family life, that they might have had, a ability to see business casual Lan. So it was nice to kind of see him with his hair down, literally, especially considering we get to see him in that same kind of vibe in Nynaeve's dream, that like there is this side of him that could be this more relaxed, more present figure, but that there's this larger mission that they have that it kind of consumes everything. And I like, because Gus and I always joke about like miscommunication in my Wheel of Time, it's like you
Never.
don't say there's miscommunication. I like that we're getting a lot of miscommunication that is coming from both just general misunderstandings, but those things coming from a place of like genuine hurt or not being able to be privy to certain information because if people are wrong about who they're trusting, that the end of the world is at stake. But at the same time, if they don't give people the information that they need, the end of the world, that could hasten the end of the world, because people do like things with the information that they have that might be unpredictable. And then also seeing that coming from also this idea of also the misinformation could be just lost to time and history. I know. I can't seem to help myself. But yeah, I think that, yeah, and we get to see kind of Alana's view of like the transformation that Moiraine went through, but in a way where it was like it clearly didn't necessarily impact their friendship in terms of what Alana's willing to do for Moiraine without even context.
Right.
Like that she would leave Nynaeve to the accepted arches in order to, without really a lot of context, ride out to get Lan for Moiraine and potentially do something that is very not chill when it comes to the tower, with like very little context, and then kind of saying like, I wish you had known Moiraine like I knew her. I kind of feel like that there's that tragedy of like what Moiraine and Lan could have been, but then getting to see them at the end get their groove back was really great. I knew it was coming, but I felt like they needed that come back together moment Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of my like long form thoughts. I hope any of that was cogent this week.
It
been
made
weird.
sense.
Okay, great. It's good to know that I can land a point even when like we have a literal fungus. You know.
I see what you did there. Land a point.
Yeah.
There we go. See.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, I mean, what did you all think? Get me up to speed on the convo. What has been kind of the general consensus on this?
So long term from start to finish, it's kind of been a case of for Lan, he's gone through a real crazy journey of therapy across the show. It started off with Adeleas and Verin, who were being a bit more of like, this is the advice, take it, do it, well intentioned, not malicious or anything like that. Where he's been very stubborn and he's still, his nerves afraid and things like that, where he's like banging his fist on the table at the beginning and such. And then he ends up, getting kicked to the curb and stuck with Alana and the guys, and then getting 3 very different, accepting and very much like, hey, here's other perspectives. Here's the wider picture. 3 very different ways of being shown that. And in that process, getting a better form of therapy that's allowed him to see the wider situation and understand his place in that. And that's enabled him to get to, hey, I can fix all your channeling issues, which I'm still 50-50 on. Andrew was also 50-50 on whether that kind of like, whether it works or not, like a random. I remember when I first watched it, I'm like, Lan is suddenly an expert in channeling. Like, how does that work? And then this time discussing in detail is a bit more like, maybe I buy this. But it's still, I'm still on the fence about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's so funny because to me, it almost felt like this one time. So Gus worked in for his dad, like his dad worked for a contractor. And so every summer Gus would work for a contractor while we were in college. And so he knew quite a bit about construction and he would work on sets and stuff for our college stuff. And at one point, I had written a show that he was helping me with, and we were building the set together. And he had this whole moment where he was like, he threw up his hands and he was like, it's impossible. I wanted to build a set where it was like literally a giant book that could open, right?
Wow.
And that people could also stand on. Pretty ambitious for my early 20s, but that was what we kind of wanted to do, and have this like whimsical, magical book that opened. And then, but people could also stand on it while it was open. And Gus was like, when the way that the hinges worked, he was like, there's no way that we can do this. Like they're going to buckle if somebody's standing on them, and they're installed on the outside. And then I looked at him and I was like, well, what if we installed them on the inside? And I know nothing. I literally know nothing about carpentry. I was just like, is this possible? And he just looks at me and he goes, that would work. And I think sometimes you get so, especially when you're this all powerful being. And what I loved about what Verin and Adeleas, that scene at the beginning of the season, what that they talked about was like, it's more the warder Aes Sedai relationship is more than just physical protection. It's protection from yourself, right? From your foibles, from your from the things you may overlook because you're so fixated on the problem in front of you that you fail to see the forest for the trees. And I think sometimes it is that person that is that like impartial, or not, I guess Lan's not fully impartial, but somebody who just kind of is like a little bit more on the outside of things to ask the question that no one else wants to ask, and doesn't worry about like whether or not this is stupid. It's like, have we taken a pause? Because I feel like that's Moiraine's thing, is she just never has the time or ability to just pause and think about these larger issues because she's so gung-ho and fixated on her mission that like she doesn't always maybe see the forest for the trees because she's so burnt out helping everybody else and getting everything into position. And it just kind of took him literally having this pause time where he was like kind of kicked to the curb, not given this mission, and having this moment of pause that he's able to kind of just go like, has anybody else considered maybe there's something else going on? Maybe it seems a little weird that like she hasn't killed herself yet. I just kind of wonder. I guess that might be just me justifying it to myself, but I'm like, sometimes it is that person that doesn't always know all the intricate details that can point out something more obvious.
Yeah, no, I actually can see that argument. I'm not saying I'm at 100%. Andrew, has that swayed you? Because you're also like a 50-50 on it.
Not to say it like so bluntly, but no. Because my issue is more so with like how intimate he seems to be with the knowledge. Like if he had been like, hey, could there be something going on? It was someone channeling Sidene that did this. We have the dragon here. He can channel Sidene. Can you just look and see if you see anything weird? Or even, you know, whenever she went and not she, when Lan went and talked to Logain, like that kind of stuff. It's the intimacy of the knowledge he has about the subject that I have more of an issue with. Like it comes off almost as not really firsthand, but 1.5 hand knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's where I generally keep going back and forth for.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, you know, I might be like 60-40 instead of 50-50.
Sure.
But like you say, it's that he seemed confident in his level of knowledge. And it wasn't just a case of like, I'm asking a question, is this possible? It was more of a case of like, this isn't, but that is, and this is what's happened. And it's like, yeah, but you've got me to 60. So, you know, yeah, you know.
I also wonder from like a character perspective, kind of like going outside of the, like, how did he know? Which, like, you know, that's a very valid critique and question. Because like, how much does he get to know? I mean, I guess working with her for 20 years, maybe he's picked up a couple of things along the way. I don't know. But outside of that, I think it's interesting from a character perspective for like what Moiraine, Lan, and Rand's journeys are throughout this season. I feel like Rand's in this perpetual like trying to find the right mentor for himself, right? Like what kind of life philosophy should I be going into this Dragon Reborn shtick with? Because like if I'm too soft like Errol, right, then like everything breaks me and I fall apart, right? But if I am too focused on my own ego, ambition, and motivations, and I become too hard, right? And that's something Rand deals with in the books, then I'm like Logain and Lanfear. And so we get these kind of opposing mentors, and Moiraine seems to be that great middle point for him. Meanwhile, Moiraine is learning that like maybe she can't do all of this alone. I think that's the kind of taking away her magic in a way kind of gave her this perspective of like, I can't necessarily be, when it comes to my relationship with Rand, just telling him what to do. Like to a certain extent, like we have to be working together on this and it can't just be me. And Lan keeps telling her like, you can't do this by yourself. And even Swan says, you've been doing this by yourself for so long, like, let me take some of it from you. And obviously that more meant like, let me take all of it from you because I don't think you're capable ultimately. But like prior to that, I think that there's, and also not the advice that Onir gave her, where it's like, you know, perhaps you do have to like let go of the purse strings a little, let Rand talk to Lanfear, because if she wanted to hurt him, she would have done it by now. You know, so I think there is this like letting go a little bit of like control that Moiraine is learning, that like we have to be a little bit flexible. We have to be able to work together and communicate. And I can't necessarily boss around this child anymore. He's not a child from Bumblefuck anymore. Sorry for my language, but like he's, you know, coming into his own. And so it needs to be more of a collaboration. So I feel like Lan's there is sort of proof of that also, is that like Moiraine, in not being able to step back as much, like, you know, she needs other people. And I mean, Alana even says to her too, you're not alone in this anymore, sister. I mean, I feel like there's this kind of realization that like, she just can't be everything. Even though Rand decides ultimately that I think it seems like he's wanting to work with her and that she's the mentor he's landed on, that she at the same time is like, in order to be the mentor that I need to be for him, it also has to be more of a collaboration. It can't just be like what Moiraine thinks is best. We have to be like willing to work with situations as they come, and maybe not play by the book. So I feel like Lan's ability to be able to point things out that she hadn't noticed and be a collaborative voice while he's like also wondering about his usefulness to her and like how much he matters to her. Like he's able to prove it to both himself and her that like he matters. Not only does he matter in this partnership, but like she needs these partnerships and these core people that she can trust. And that's the same thing with Rand. I mean, he's pushing people away. They're really good mirrors for each other. Like he's pushing people away, and Lanfear's like, that's classic loose Theron shit, right? You push people away because you don't want them hurt, and like that's ultimately actually going to hamstring you in the long run. So yeah, I feel like there's a thesis here about the two of them and what they're doing that Lan is really serving in being able to be that hero, not just for her physically, but like for her mentally. Yeah. So, and I also just Lan in general, I love what they're doing.
He's epic.
Yeah, Daniel Henney's really great as Lan, I think. I love that we're seeing this masculinity and strength that's also emotionally intelligent. Because I think that is a aspect of masculinity that's super important, but that doesn't always get emphasized in these badass heroes. I think that is changing, but I think there is an importance to making sure that like we're also seeing in these and I think it's supporting of Robert Jordan's overall thesis in the books too about masculinity and femininity and the need for balance and all the stuff that we have these masculine heroes that are still caring and still emotionally intelligent and thoughtful and feel feelings while still being strong in those feelings. So I think that Daniel Henney plays that balance really beautifully. So I think that's really cool.
I agree. Yeah, he definitely, at the beginning, he's not very emotionally. We joked earlier that it was almost like because they've spent 20 years with the bonds that they haven't actually learned how to communicate with, verbally. They always communicate non-verbally. So when they don't have the bond, it's just like, so how do I talk to you now? So it's funny that, at the beginning of the season, he's almost like emotionally immature. And then you see him mature through and it, like you say, he's very strong, he's very masculine, but he also is like that. He has that emotional security that he builds, that you see him build through this journey, that he takes this season. So it is really good to see.
Well, even seeing the juxtapositions between like the battle of Beltane, right? The Beltane battle of them like together and how seamlessly they work, and seeing like Rima and her warder and how in tune with each other they are. And then that Fade battle where it's like very clear that they're just not it's just the vibes are not vibing in that battle. They're very disjointed. And then having that come back together battle with where they're able to do what they do best in that partnership. I mean, I thought that was sick. And the catching of the arrow was just freaking rad. I don't give a shit about the physics of it because we have magic. I don't care. It's so cool. I was like, err on the side of awesome. I don't care about the physics of it.
Yeah, Andrew, you commented on it as well, didn't you? That it was an awesome.
It is also something that is entirely physically possible.
Definitely
there's
not.
people that do it.
Yeah. Oh, it is physically possible?
It is physically possible.
That's freaking sick. Human beings are unbelievable. Like the things that humans can train themselves to do is just bonkers to me. I mean, really just bonkers. I feel like, I feel like there's also an argument to be made that like being a warder, right? I think in the books you get stronger, or there's some benefit.
Stronger, faster,
You get enhanced stamina, you get enhanced awareness, you get enhanced reactions.
Yeah. So
take your average like warder traits. Like if you're looking at the skills on a D&D sheet that you would need for a warder, everything that applies to like your physical prowess gets like an added proficiency bonus, to put it in like D&D terms.
Yeah.
Do you play D&D, Allie?
I have.
I barely understood that.
I have.
Well,
I did understand that. And I have played it. I've played it like 3 times. 4 times.
That's like twice more than me, 3 times more than me.
Yeah, but it's like I've only ever done like a day like a couple hours long campaign. I've never done something longer than that. I'd love to at some point find a group that wants to do something more long term, but I also am trying to be realistic about my schedule. Like I don't want to ever start something and then have to bail too.
I mean this love on the alley, but whenever I message you or Gus, I always expect to I almost expect a automatic RS response. Where it's like, thank you for your inquiry. We'll get back to you within 3 to 5 working days. You know, and that's not a negative thing. It's just like, I know you're both so busy. It's always just like, I'll message Ali like a week extra just to make sure that, you know, she's not pressured to give me a response. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's funny because I don't know if you know Jen Skelly, but she is involved in the fandom. There's Jen Sedai.
Yeah, I know Jen.
Yeah, she's awesome. But she's a writer too in TV and film, and both of us will occasionally be like, "Oh, we need to touch base," and then one of us like gets an assignment. It's like, well, and that's my whole weekend, you know. So I got an assignment on Friday, and I'm like, well, I had a weekend. I joke with Gus a lot that like anytime that the two of us have a free weekend or have something that we're like looking forward to in terms of relaxing, it's like something will happen. Something will blow up our lives and our plans, but in the best way possible. But I'm sorry. We try not to be quite so busy,
No,
but
it's not an
we
issue.
fail often.
That's fine. We've gone through basically every scene. So maybe it is getting like it's gone midnight here, bless. But maybe we'll wrap it up with least favorite and most favorite Lan moments of the season. Yeah. Maybe we'll start on the least favorite and then the most favorite. And Kev, we did do the behind the scenes, but let's reveal them because you obviously, Andrew, didn't see the ones earlier and Ali's seen none of them. So while you think about that, we did get some behind the scenes photos from Amazon, Ali, from filming Lan moments specifically. They will be shared out later. Kev and I will write the alt text and tweet them out and put them and such. But yeah, we got these fun moments from like filming the dream sequence of Lan and Nynaeve running into each other. And all the hugging. We got 4 of these of this particular scene, different poses. The last one's funny because in the background it's just like, how many guys are in the background right now?
That's honestly the weirdest part about being on set is how many like, especially when you have an intimate scene or something. Well, usually with a really intimate scene, they do a closed set, so there are fewer people. But I always keep in mind every time someone's like making out on screen and stuff that they're doing it in front of a bunch of people just watching them like this.
So weird.
It is. It's the weirdest, most unnatural. And then they're like, and then you like think you're doing a really good job, and they're like, reset. Something in the background looks weird. Can we fix that?
Yeah.
You do that about 40. Like you realize that like makeout scenes happen like 45 times.
Jeez, that's
like
brilliant.
Making out for hours.
My God,
it's a lot.
Yeah, so we got those ones. This is the scene where Lan is what we called was set dressing, basically.
Yeah.
But this is it with Rafe and Thomas Napper, and then the beach scene that we've just been playing, basically, with him and Rafe, just having a great time.
So awesome,
so cute. So yeah, Andrew, do you have not necessarily like a bad moment, but like maybe like a low moment for you with Lan this season?
Yeah, it'd have to be the fight with the Murdral in episode 1. You know, when you love a character as much as most people love Lan, and in it coming from like being a book reader and a book lover, like Lan losing a fight to a Murdral is like almost laughable in the books. Not to say that this is a bad change or necessarily even a change, because we don't get this exact same situation really in the books, where at least not at this point in the books. Let me put it that way. Read the rest of the books to find out if it happens later or not, I guess. But yeah, it's crazy, and it's just it kind of hurts to see like how desperately he's trying to still fulfill his duty to someone that also is kind of given I don't want to be around you vibes, and I wish you would leave me alone and just disappear. So like that's it's kind of heart wrenching. So
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
that
it.
emotional low is hard. Yeah, it was hard to watch them like struggling so much.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all talked about this, but I like Rafe talked about, I'm sure you did because y'all are so thorough, but I saw that Rafe said that they were trying to kind of like map that on like a couple losing a child or going through a miscarriage, and like how that communication gets really hard between two people when like something that was between them is gone. And I thought that was a really interesting parallel in terms of
Yeah.
how big of a deal it is to these two people, because obviously losing someone's powers, it's like we don't necessarily have context for how much that would suck.
Right.
So I thought
Yeah,
it was
we did mention that specifically, but that it really does fit with how they told the story. It makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm assuming. Well, Rob, what was your kind of like low moment? Did you?
I think the lowest moment I think for me watching Lan was when he believed that Moiraine told him that he was, not her equal, and that he took that as, being the lesser of the pair.
Mhm.
When he believed that was just, that was pretty heart wrenching, because we all knew as viewers, no. What she's only be able to say that because she thinks you're better than she is. But he's so broken down at that point that he believes that he's the lesser rather than being just an equal. And it's just, that was probably my lowest moment with Lan.
Yeah.
So.
I feel like I should say something that neither of you have said. So now,
I mean, that's fine. You can pick similar moments. It's not an issue.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the ones where I was like, what? The most what in not a bad way, but when Lan was peeing and he couldn't even get a moment to pee. I was like, can we give him his privacy? Like, give him a moment, Alana, before we just bust in to his life to drop more lore and information on him. My goodness, let the man pee.
Well, you see, we had a discussion about this. So, firstly, most people put "Do Not Disturb" signs in their doors. Alana puts on "Please Disturb" signs on her doors.
True.
And secondly, when we see them at the Dark Friend Temple thing later, and he tries to sneak off because he hears them all having sex in her tent, we realize that none of them were actually in the tent, or most likely not in the tent, and thus there must be a weave that Alana knows that allows her to project the sound of her and the guys getting it on.
I mean,
and we were like,
I
what
want
possible uses for that? Because you could just set that up at a door, and then everyone just like, oh no, don't go in there. They're having sex. And really what they are is having a secret meeting inside.
I like that.
Right?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like to a certain extent, right? Like they say about Grendel, that she uses a lot of that overt sexuality as kind of like a mask for how smart she really is. I feel like there are a lot of people that do that kind of thing. And I feel like Alana is definitely one of them, where it's like, use people's discomfort against them. I love that as an idea. I think that's really fun as a potential thing to play with going forward. I think, that was one of them for me, where I was like, he can't even have his privacy, his moment by himself. And somebody else said this, and I want to echo, when Lan told Moiraine that he failed her was so sad. Because like he's just about to save the day, and he's still and he said, even when he saved the day, like, I'm sorry I didn't do it sooner. I'm like, the man needs some self-esteem.
Yeah.
Get thee to a therapist.
Get thee to a therapist, indeed. And a highlight of the season for Lan, Andrew, do you have a highlight moment?
Yeah, their whole conversation before the reinstating of the bond. So it's finally this moment where he's like, yeah, actually, I don't need the bond to understand you. I do understand you. Here's exactly how you're feeling, and I don't even need the bond. So you might as well give it back.
There. Do you have a different moment or the same moment, Ali?
I guess my favorite moment, and it's such a small thing, but one of my favorite moments, just in terms of like Daniel Henney's acting, if I may, was that scene where he's like sword fighting by himself, before we even really get like the details on everything that's going on at that farm, and you just see how devastated he is. And how like that is his way of getting out. And I think he does this in the books too, getting out his pent up feelings. And I really loved that display of like vulnerability from an actor. I think it was really beautiful to watch. Just how sad he looked. I mean, he was such an open, vulnerable moment for him that had no dialogue. And I even though I write, I am a sucker for moments with no dialogue, because I think that's when TV and film shines the best a lot of the time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I remember commenting when we played it at the beginning how he was showing like moments of just utter sadness and then anger and frustration and everything without doing more than some grunting, basically, and his physical movements. It was very impressive. For me, I'm with Kev. The conversations with Maxim and Ivan, I couldn't pick one of the two. They're both, you know, just there's so much, not just for Lan and his relationship with Moiraine, but I think for people in general, like how you relate to another human being, be it on a friendship level, a professional level, an intimate level, you know, a spiritual level, any way you connect with another person. Those two conversations just give you such beautiful perspective on the human condition. I think delivered between those three characters just is, and it just felt so easy. Like you say, when the writing is, you know, sometimes it's the writing that makes a difference. Sometimes it's non-verbal stuff. For me, that writing was brilliant and then delivered so flawlessly. So those are my highlights. I can't, like Kev, can't pick one between the two.
Those three are such good actors. It's ridiculous. Like I could watch the three of them hang out all day, like just and meditate and talk about life. Like they're great. Yeah. That's a great top moment.
Yeah, definitely. All right. I think we should wrap it up. So yeah, sorry we got through so much faster, Ali. But
no, you're so fine. And thanks for having me. And I'm sorry that I am the worst at scheduling.
It's fine. We totally understand. Andrew, I appreciate you sticking around longer than the time we'd asked you on for.
No, thanks for letting me.
It's been a great time. And to everyone who joined, Pavara for helping us organize this, because Kev and I would not be able to get this aligned without Pavara. So thank you very much for that. Thank you to Amazon for sharing the behind the scenes stuff. Folks, we will tweet those out with alt text and put them in other places wherever we can that's appropriate for you to enjoy. Hopefully you'll come back next month. Watch the end scenes, the outro, because that'll tell you who we're talking about next month. So hopefully folks will be excited about that. I'm excited about it. So it should be a lot of fun. We're trying to pick people where we haven't already gone through the scenes between Elaine and Lan, because obviously there's a lot of crossover with other characters. So we tried to pick someone next month where we see some scenes we haven't had to dive into too much so far. But you know, if you keep liking and sharing and telling the world how much fun these streams are, then Amazon might do more than give us pictures. You never know. Amazon, send us actors. Can only keep praying. But yeah, thank you everyone who came on today. Thank you for everyone who's watching and sharing. And we will see you next month with this bit of fun. And guys, stick around afterwards because we'll say goodbye to each other. So.
Yeah.